you to Whistling Woods International for Day 2 of Celebrate Cinema 2023. An initiative of Whistling Woods International, Celebrate Cinema is an open-for-all event for all cinema lovers and enthusiasts, aspiring filmmakers, media and creative arts aspirants, and professionals. It is a platform to interact with the best of the industry experts and learn about the artistic, technical, and commercial aspects of the media and entertainment industry.
This year, the theme of Celebrate Cinema is Future of Storytelling. Over the past decade, our film industry has witnessed significant changes in the way movies are made and stories are told. As technology advanced and audience preferences evolved, filmmakers have adapted to cater to a more discerning and diverse audience. Filmmakers have moved beyond the traditional tropes and explored a wide range of themes and genres. And one of the leading reasons for this shift to a new phase is the introduction of new tools of storytelling and virtual production. The Indian film industry is all set to ride the virtual production train, and the Bahubali series is among the first to hop on. Virtual production is not just transforming the way we perceive stories, but it is radically altering the way stories are told and experienced, and empowering us to step into the shoes of the characters, experience their world, and even shape the narrative arc.
With that, we invite you all as we celebrate cinema like never before and witness enthralling workshops, celebrity panel discussions, film screenings, exhibits, and much more. We would like to thank our event sponsors, our multiplex partner, Muxta A2 Cinemas, digital partner, Buffalo Soldiers, energy drink partner, Monster, ticketing partner, Paytm Insider, radio partner, Radio City, and outreach partner, Wiggle Launchpad.
Whistling Woods International, being a United Nations Sustainable Development Goals partner, we have installed a PET bottle cycler cum crusher in the stilt area of the campus to advance our sustainable development goals. We request you all to dispose of your plastic waste responsibly. We also have a corner made on campus called the Myoho Corner, which has seats that are made by ecology-conscious companies, using recycled materials like car tires and plastic waste. Please do check out the same. Lastly, nearly all the materials that we have used for the installations on campus are usable or recyclable. We all look forward to the second day of Celebrate Cinema and hope all of you enjoy our events, workshops, and festivities. Let's take a look at a short audio visual about Celebrate Cinema created by our students before we introduce our esteemed panelists for today. Can we have the AV, please?
begin with our first panel discussion for the day. The topic for the panel is writing right, writing wrong. New opportunities bring new challenges. Our panelists are Mr. Zama Habib, Mr. Sridhar Raghavan, Mr. Durgesh Singh, and Ms. Swati Pandey. Moderating the session, we have with us Mr. Anjum Rajagopal.
Zama Habib is a television writer and lyricist. He has written serials and penned lyrics titled songs for shows like Sasural Genda Phool, Nimki Mukhya, Nimki Vidhayak, Ishaaron Ishaaron Mein, Zindagi Mere Ghar Aana, among many others. He is currently writing Ye Rishta Kya Kehlata Hai. He is also the script consultant for Anupama. Zama Habib also runs his own production house named Kisargo Telefilms and has served as a joint secretary and general secretary of the Screenwriters Association, a role he continues to be in currently. We welcome you, sir.
Mr. Sridhar Raghavan. He is the screenwriter of Pathaan, War, Tiger 3, Khaki, War 2, the Indian adaptation of The Night Manager, TV shows CID and Ahat, among others. He was also the script consultant on Jawan and Sururai Potru. Sridhar was also the recipient of the National Award as a co-writer for Aparan. We welcome you, sir.
Durgesh Singh is an Indian writer, best known for writing the award-winning show Gulak Season 2 and Season 3. He has first worked on the show Yadon Ka Idiot Box. The desire to do something different led him to advertising, where he worked with agencies such as DDB Mudra, Leo Burnett, Ogilvy, and others. He was approached to write the title track for Gulak, after which he then went on to write Gulak Season 2 and Season 3, which have won multiple awards, in addition to great audience acclaim. We welcome you, sir.
Swati Pandey. She is an alumnus of Whistling Woods International and has 16 plus years of creative experience in the entertainment industry, bringing stories to life, spanning across both linear and digital platforms. She has developed and greenlit broad swaths of original series at Amazon Prime Video India before moving to Netflix to lead efforts in shaping its India's content slate. Prior to transitioning to the OTT space, she was associated with GEGC channel launches at Zee Entertainment and headed content for its first lineup of shows. She has also extensively worked as a story screenplay writer for Hindi GECs and written for various production houses across genres. One of her scripts was also selected for Mumbai Mantra's Cine Rise screenwriting program 2016-17. We welcome you back home, ma'am.
Moderating the session, we have our head of screenwriting department, Whistling Woods International, Mr. Anjum Rajagopal, a veteran screenwriter with films like Drohakal, Gulam, The Legend of Bhagat Singh, and Rajniti to his name. He has also been a script consultant and advisor to numerous films, most recently Mulk, Article 15, and Thappad. He is also the recipient of the Select Teaching Award 2019. His latest work is the series Charlie Chopra, which he co-wrote with Vishal Bharadwaj. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And also thank you for pronouncing all the names correctly. Chaitanya, you can't start heckling even before the session begins. Okay, save it for the last. Okay, here we are. It's wonderful to see a full house whenever screenwriting is being discussed because it is the most exciting department of filmmaking. It's also the most challenging, the most difficult, as these gentlemen and lady here will repeatedly emphasize. So here we go. What we're looking at essentially are the current state of these different formats. You're writing for web, film, TV, though all of you have straddled other things, but I'm going to focus on the bulk of work that you have done in that. And of course, Swati is here to give us an overview because she's straddled TV, she's straddled cinema, she's also a trained writer from here, and also she's handled various initiatives from the business side to ensure that creative work is facilitated. So we're going to look at the current state, we're going to look at the opportunities which are opening up, the challenges that come with it, Sridhar, and what is it that the future holds. In the audience, you find some of them are students, some of them are people who have come from outside, students of colleges, schools, and professionals, but all of them interested in screenwriting, and many of them, I imagine, screenwriting aspirants themselves. So let's kick it off. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, Sridhar, I want to start with you. So you began by writing TV, and in a very productive, prolific way. In those days, when writing 100 episodes was regarded as a big thing, because it was weekly episodes, unlike the daily stuff which you see now. And yet you clocked in more than 1,000 episodes. Yeah, yeah. Use the mic. It must be on.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, the question?
No, the question was simply this. Firstly, the transition that you made from writing for television to coming into cinema. What were the key hurdles, challenges, reorientation that you felt you needed to do to move to the other format? So I do know that in your mind and in your consciousness, you were always a film screenwriter because that was your primary love. Am I right?
No. Actually, just to keep it short, see, I just enjoyed writing. When I was in college, I used to write short stories and publish them. I used to be a journalist. I used to be a stringer for Midday. When I was 15, 16, 17, 18, I was constantly writing and writing. When I came to Bombay, obviously I wanted to make a career in writing. I didn't know how. And that time TV hadn't opened up. I'm talking about the Doordarshan days. I'm 53, 54. So when I'm talking about the 90s, it's a different time. It's not the world you see today. It was very hard getting a show on DD. I was doing advertising, I was doing journalism, I was doing various things. Then around that time, satellite TV opened up, BITV. So actually, I used to assist a great director called Kundan Shah. And that's where I met Anjum the first time. And he was heading BITV, right? If I remember right?
I was
Creative, whatever. When I say heading, I mean the important part of what we are interested in, not the business aspect of it, or whatever. He wasn't the CA, he was heading creative. So Anjum and I met. I must have been 20 or something then, 21, 22 maybe.
You were at that time, yeah, not 24.
Yeah, I think I was 21, 22, 24, whatever. And sorry for this long-winded thing, but basically he told me. He saw a pilot I had written for a friend, and he said, we are rejecting the pilot, and but he said, I like some parts of how you write, so why don't you meet a friend of mine who's doing something for us, who's doing a police show, which was CID. And 4 years it took, because there was no platform at that point. We were writing shows, BITV unfortunately didn't take off, so we were writing in thin air for 4 years. So the first challenge is, it's a profession where you might have to wait endlessly. You have to keep writing. You can't really lose your sense of focus or sense of spirit. Finally, 4 years later, Sony picked it up, and they picked up Ahat actually, if I remember right. I think Ahat came first, and nobody wanted CID. It was like the one thing nobody ever wanted. But then, because they were worried that some rival platform will, because when one platform came, two came, four. It's like how amoeba expand. So that's how the platforms expanded back then when I was younger. We had platforms like NEPC which paid us with tickets by the time they died. So there were hundreds of platforms. And those shows luckily got numbers, did well. And those times we used to get, every 13 episodes we used to get an extension. So you were literally on tenterhooks at every point because you never knew at the end of 3 months whether you had a job, a career, whether you were writing. So that was that. But yeah, the challenges remain the same. It's you have to wait.
No, I'm talking about the creative approach. Did it change when you moved from television?
No, see, I had one big advantage or a big disadvantage when it came to television. I was writing an episodic show. Every story of mine ended in 30 to 45 minutes. So what happened is it never, I was never good at or proficient in or known for long form writing. Like the way Zama sir, for example, he's a long form writer. He knows how to exploit TV for its genuine distinct. You know, right? You write a show which goes on and people come back to meet that family of people. I was writing episodic stuff. We created characters, the characters took off, great. Then we were writing story after story. So it was actually much easier for me in a certain manner because my skill set was the short form. That helped me when I got into features. I had not. I remained somebody who told a story which began and ended in a short time. So I kind of knew how to keep it. So that was that.
So you felt it was seamless when moving into this?
It was seamless in the way, see, I did television for a decade. I wrote exactly, I know when I quit because I wanted to hit a certain number and I knew I was, you also burn out. Like I always tell youngsters, beware of the benzene snake. And by that what I mean is at one point you start regurgitating yourself. So I was very aware that after a point, I used the time to train a couple of other writers who I really liked. And the transition, I could get them in and I could get out, remain a consultant in the background. Meanwhile, I started writing features. And I used to be a journalist on the crime beat, working on the police beat. So I always wanted to, I've been fascinated with the police, various things. I was so it organically came together that what I would write would be like a police-related film. That's it.
See, one thing to draw, I would say, from all genuine writers, and here, before them sitting here, are all writers. When I say genuine writers, meaning that their internal identity is that of a writer. They see themselves as a writer. What does a writer do? A writer writes. So none of these people will today tell you what I hear from so many young people. None of these people will tell you, okay, when I got an assignment, when I was commissioned, when I was paid and there was a contract, I began writing. No. They were writers, they wrote regardless of whether there was any contract available or not. And Sridhar kicks it off in the correct way. Saying he was always interested in writing, he was always interested in stories. Even when he did the crime beat, he was looking for, okay, what actually is the story here? What is the story? A story is what takes reality and formats it in such a way that it begins to make sense. It gives you meaningful insights. And that has been powering all these people. So there's a reason why these four have been chosen on this panel. Also to bring home this very important point. Now, Sridhar talked about burnout, Zama sir. Okay. I want you to give a number here as to how many episodes you have written of television in your career.
Almost 10,000 episodes.
As an aside, an anecdote. Recently, Zama and I went for the International Association of Writers Guilds, where SWA represents the Indian writing community. Every year there is an AGM, and SWA is a leading member. We are part of the core group. So there, everybody's talking about, oh, I'm too busy, I'm writing this, I'm writing that, I've written 4 films, I've done 10 films, etc. Then it came to Zama, in the course of a dinner conversation, not officially. And they were zonked absolutely that not only had he written 10,000 episodes, but he was involved as a guide, consultant, and in other ways connected with writing in an additional 4,000 episodes. We talked about 14,000 episodes that he creatively was involved in, 10 of which he had written himself. They were so zonked that every time he stepped out for a cup of coffee, they would say, I think he's just writing an episode and giving it in and coming back in 15 minutes. I mean, how can you write so much? So you tell us, Sridhar spoke about burnout. All of us feel that, at least notionally. How is it that you avoid that?
So, first, TV is about created by most energetic people, most energetic and decently intelligent people for lazy audience and less intelligent audience. So that's the advantage. So Also, what happens in TV, we are not writing, we are writing every day. Earlier when this daily soap started, it was 4 days a week. Now it is 7 days a week. So this is like, but you are not supposed to write the third act. That is very challenging. You are writing something without the third act. Or you are making your writing or beginning your writing with third act only. Nowadays, because of the time spent and all, they are counting your time spent. Okay, out of 22 minutes, how many minutes people watched. So you are always into that. That is coming into web also now. So that is very dangerous thing because you are just trying to grab your audience, to make them sit over there, and this is how you are writing. So writing every day is, yes, it is something which takes a toll on you, but there is a certain kind of grammar. On a serious note, yes, there is a certain kind of grammar which you follow, and that makes things easy. Yes, there are. We are not making very very intelligent things. So you can say, okay, हो जाता है, and mostly even from the broadcaster side or production side, everyone wants just to grab audience. How you do it? They do not care about the character graph. They do not care about the craft and all. What I have learned, and I learned through writing, the craft of daily soap. Writing otherwise is something different, and daily soap writing is totally different. So craft of writing I learned through writing, and I knew how to, you have to, because there is your show is being watched in a living room where old ladies are sitting and the family is sitting, and they are casually, agar phone bhi beech mein aa gaya, they will take the call, they will talk, and the TV is on. So how to make them grab their attention and all. This is what we all think all the time.
And how is that done?
And this is like either you make the people attached to the character so much that they are invested in the character, they want to see the character's journey, or you have to play the dramatic way, which most people do because that is the easier thing. थक से मतलब बात कर रहे हैं और ऊपर से झूमर गिर गया और ओ माय गॉड, एंड देन पूरा एपिसोड इज ऑल अबाउट दैट कि वो जो झूमर गिर रहा है वो पता नहीं 7-8 मिनट तक झूमर गिरता रहता है. So there was this famous episode जहाँ पे कुकर की सीटी बज रही है और वो हो रहा है, तो पूरा एपिसोड एक चूहा पकड़ने में लगा देते हैं कि घर में चूहा आ गया और उसको. दिस इज हाउ दे डू. So there is a certain kind of grammar in that. Like earlier I had quoted somewhere at ISC. Like my example there. There is a certain kind of episodic grammar. कि एक say mother-in-law tells the daughter-in-law कि आज मेथी के साग बना लो, फला बुआ जी आ रही हैं, and okay माँ जी. And while she is going back, she will stop with a dramatic pause and then she turns. याद रखना मेथी के बनाना, वो सरसों के मत बना देना, उनको एलर्जी. Now you pan the camera and you see दूसरी वाली जो है बहू वो खिड़की से सुन रही थी. Now it is all about how she exchanged the मेथी का साग with सरसों का साग. हो गया, अब आप ब्रेक डाल दो. People will be waiting. So this is how we work.
So there is a method.
Yes.
There is a certain template.
To attract with something, to grab the audience कि यहाँ पे मुझे तुझे रोक देना है. अब 10 मिनट 5 मिनट का ब्रेक भी आया, I know you will come back. ये एलर्जी वाला जब साथ खाएगी तो क्या होगा?
So there you are. Writing TV is like a field which is liberally sort of sprinkled with mines. You don't know where the explosion will come. In fact, that is the one reason.
And also because of that very middle class audience and very like mostly elderly women are your audience, and B town and C town and all. You have to choose the subjects like यही सरसों का साग. You can't have that something intelligent to इंजीनियरिंग करके क्या होने वाला है. No. You have to have
As basic as possible.
basic. हाँ.
Issues, yeah, okay, fine. Durgesh, I think it's the right time for you to now get into this debate. See, when in America, before the OTT platforms came in and so-called evolved, more intelligent, I think, to use the word that Samasa used, there was cinema and there was television. So television moved upwards, and then there was a cream of shows which came about where actually you found some of the best writing, if you remember Sridhar, in that phase, some of the best writing in the world, screenwriting, was coming from American television, certain shows, like super. And then it felt as if they are now creatively ready. They, as well as the audience, are ready to move into web series. And then you had this whole flood opening up. In India, somehow, we never seemed to reach that stage. We short-circuited that. Okay? So we had what Zaman sir is talking about, which had its own talent. I mean, he's being a little sort of facetious about saying, yeah, okay, it's not very intelligent writing. There is a certain kind of dedicated method to hold the audience, to come back day after day for thousands of days. It's a challenge. Okay? But there was a certain kind of challenge. Like you said, then you develop a method, then there is a certain template. You go by that. So India, we short-circuited that cream phase and immediately went into long-form writing. So you tell me, you came from advertising, okay? So shorts, where 30 सेकंड में 2-2.5 मिनट में आपको कहानी होती है करके कैरेक्टर को वही same principles that these people are talking about is what you were following in advertising, okay? Now you moved into this, and you written Gullak, which I will tell you one thing, that there was an ex-student of ours, one of your juniors, an intelligent boy, and I hadn't seen Gullak, so he was recommending it to me. How? He said, on all the counts, sir, that we go by, script quality, characterizations, dramaturgy, then of course direction, performance, he said, I would give it 10 on 10. It is perhaps the best show that he feels is available here. So now you have to give us your secrets. You have to tell us, okay, how is it that you jumped from just this advertising thing into, did you do TV at all? You haven't done TV. You tried but you failed.
मतलब ट्राई किया था काफी टाइम पहले बट हुआ नहीं देन आई डिड एडवर्टाइज मतलब
Sorry.
प्रोड्यूसर ने बुलाया कि तू यहीं आके लिखा कर और खाना खा लिया कर और चले जाए लाइक कि हाँ मतलब कुछ दिन कर सकता हूँ किया मैंने 6 महीने एंड बहुत सारे एपिसोड लिखे फिर मुझे लगा कि फीडबैक फिर मुझे लगा कि यार ये प्रोसेस मतलब मैं आई वॉज क्लियरली न्यू लाइक बॉम्बे में 10 साल पहले की बात होगी और कुछ कहीं जाने 6-7 महीने लिखे हैं कुछ हुआ नहीं फिर उसके बाद मुझे लगा कि यार इससे अच्छा तो मैं जॉब कर लेता हूँ कम से कम पैसे भी मिलेंगे और थोड़ा मतलब फन भी करूँगा लाइफ में क्योंकि फन भी नहीं था फन बहुत ज़रूरी है तो फिर एडवर्टाइजिंग जब ज्वाइन किया तो नितेश तिवारी की टीम को ज्वाइन किया था बैक इन 14 तब वो दंगल के लिए वो एग्जिट कर रहे थे उस टाइम पे लियो बर्नेट में मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था इट्स लाइक कि लिटरेचर का स्टूडेंट रहा था कविताएं और कहानियाँ करता था एंड तो वहाँ गया तो मुझे पता चला बहुत नया टर्म है ह्यूमन इंसाइट्स पे काम करते हैं और वो ह्यूमन इंसाइट्स जब मुझे वहाँ एडवर्टाइजिंग में कुछ भी अगर आप देखेंगे हर घर कुछ कहता है ये लाइन सिर्फ प्लेन लाइन नहीं है ये ह्यूमन इंसाइट है कि इस पर 50 फिल्में लिखी जा सकती हैं हर घर कुछ कहता है 50-30 सेकेंड लिखे जा सकते हैं जितने एडवर्टाइजिंग के बड़े कैंपेन्स थे वो ह्यूमन इंसाइट्स पे थे तो मैंने एडवर्टाइजिंग में चीज़ सीखी और जो मुझे लगा मैंने गुल्लक में भी अप्लाई किया है कि कैरेक्टर कैसा ट्रू टू द लाइफ या इंसाइट ऐसा क्या है लाइक गुल्लक के लिए जो आपके स्टूडेंट ने बोला मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैंने कुछ भी कोई ग्रामर फॉलो किया था राइटिंग को लेकर कोई ग्रामर नहीं फॉलो किया तो कोई कंस्ट्रक्ट कुछ भी नहीं फॉलो किया एक चीज़ फॉलो करी थी इमोशनली मुझे लिखते समय मज़ा आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है। वो फाइट भी था विद इन प्रोडक्शन हाउस एंड TVF एंड सोनी में भी फाइट भी था, क्योंकि रेफरेंसेस होते हैं और डेटा होता है जिसकी बेसिस पे आपसे बात करी जाती है। और गुल्लक लिखने के बाद लाइक देयर वाज अ वॉइस ओवर जहाँ पे मैंने नेहरू की ट्रेस विद डेस्टिनी को चेंज कर दिया था कम्प्लीटली। एपिसोड 4 सीजन 2 में और दो भाइयों, इंडिया और पाकिस्तान को दो बड़े भाई और छोटे भाई के साथ मैंने कंपेयर किया था। एट द स्ट्रोक ऑफ मिडनाइट आवर व्हेन द वर्ल्ड स्लीप्स अमन मिश्रा विल अवेक टू लाइफ एंड फ्रीडम। छोटे भाई को मैंने बोला था कि ये बड़ा हो रहा है, तो दे लाइक यार ये तू नेहरू का वॉइस ओवर क्यों यूज़ कर रहा है। एंड कि मतलब मैंने बड़ा भाई छोटे भाई का रेफरेंस दिया, तो कुछ 15-20 दिन फाइट चली थी इससे कि ये करना है नहीं करना है। हालांकि आप मुझे इसका रिप्लेसमेंट बता दो कि क्यों नहीं करना है, कोई लॉजिक नहीं था। फाइनली गया एंड अच्छा आपको आपकी ऑडियंस पता नहीं होती। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आपको आपकी ऑडियंस पता नहीं होती। मैंने जब गुल्लक लिखा मुझे नहीं पता था इसकी ऑडियंस कौन है, पर जो फीडबैक आया मुझे लगा कि पेरेंट्स गुल्लक की सबसे बड़ी ऑडियंस है। लोगों ने अब्रॉड से भी, कनाडा, UK, US, सिंगापुर से लोगों ने यही बोला कि हमने अपने पेरेंट्स को दिखाया। तो बाद में सीजन 2 एंड सीजन 3 करने के बाद मुझे समझ में आया कि यंगस्टर्स तो ऑडियंस थी ही नहीं गुल्लक की, पेरेंट्स तक पहुंचाएगी। एंड OTT में सब बिलीव मी कि देयर इज नो शो जो अपने पेरेंट्स को बैठा के दिखा पाए कि ये चीज़ देखो। अभी इंडिया में राइट नाउ हमारे पास नहीं है ऐसा शो जिसमें आप। दूसरी चीज़ की एडवर्टाइजिंग से जो आपने सवाल जो आपका था कि एडवर्टाइजिंग से वेब में ट्रांजिशन मेरे लिए स्मूथ बहुत रहा, क्योंकि इतने रिजेक्शन थे ना एडवर्टाइजिंग में कि दिन भर बैठ के आप 25 फिल्में लिख रहे हो, एक भी अप्रूव नहीं हो रही। आप एक भी अप्रूव नहीं हो रही है। लाइक कि एक एडवर्टाइजिंग का राइटर एक साल में अगर एक फिल्म बन जाती है तो उसका हाई है, और वो अगली एजेंसी में अप्लाई करने के लिए अपना फोलियो, मेरी एक फिल्म बन गई यार, ये देख लो 30 सेकंडर, ये एशियन पेंट पे मेरे कुछ बन गया है, उसको लगता है 25% की हाइक मिल जाएगी और चलती रहेगी लाइन। तो 5 साल सिर्फ रिजेक्शन में ऐसा 250-300 फिल्में लिखी एंड इट्स लाइक कि रिजेक्शन। और फिर जब गुल्लक आया मैंने कहा नहीं, जो रिजेक्शन के आइडियाज है ना ये सब डालूंगा मैं इसमें, ये सब डालूंगा।
क्या बात है।
और वो डालूंगा, और अभी भी मैं करूँगा। अभी जो मैं कुछ काम कर रहा हूँ उसमें अब मैं पहले देखता था, मैं मतलब मैं कल आपको परसों मैसेज किया था कि मैंने बचपन से कॉलेज से काम देखा सीधे सरप्राइज लाइक कि फिर मुझे लगता था
मतलब आप कितने बड़े थे जब आपने
मैंने
ऐसा का काम देखा?
लाइक आई 35 नाउ, तो मैं कॉलेज से काम देखता था। एंड क्या होता ना, हमारे शहरों में सिनेमा का एक्सेस बहुत कम था। इट्स लाइक कि सप्लीमेंट आता था अखबारों का संडे के दिन, उसमें हम पढ़ते थे कि श्रीधर राघवन इज राइटिंग CID, और तो वो पढ़ते थे, हमको लगा। फिर हम सोचते कि 2 साल कुछ काम नहीं है, क्या कर रहे हैं, ऐसा मुझे लगता था। फिर तीसरे साल 3 काम आते थे किसी के। लाइक यार बॉम्बे में ऐसा क्यों होता है कि 3 साल तक कुछ आता नहीं है, और तीसरे साल सबका एक साथ काम आ रहा है। अब मैं समझ में आता
समझ आया ना,
अब
रिजेक्शन
समझ में
क्या
आ
होता
रहा
है ना।
है कि ऐसा क्यों होता है। तो वो सब मतलब जो एक्सपीरियंसेस रहे हैं, जो जर्नी रही है, वो शोज के अंदर गुल्लक में खास करके आए हैं। और अभी जो मैं कर रहा हूँ मोस्टली सिटकॉम कर रहा हूँ, और मुझे लगता है कि वैक्यूम बहुत बड़ा है। हम शिफ्ट देखते हैं, हम फ्रेंड्स की बात करते हैं, बहुत सारी बातें करते हैं। मुझे पर्सन और किसी दोस्त ने बताया, डायरेक्टर है, उन्होंने बोला कि उसके थेरेपिस्ट ने गुल्लक रिकमेंड किया कि गुल्लक देख लिया कर। आई लाइक
थेरेपिस्ट ने?
हाँ, थेरेपिस्ट ने, फ्रेंड्स की जगह उन्होंने बोला गुल्लक देख लिया था, 1-2 एपिसोड देख लिया था। तो वो मेरे लिए बहुत हाई था। ये बहुत अच्छी बात किसी ने आगे बोल दी है। तो मुझे जो क्रिएट करना है, मुझे उसी अंदाज में करना है जिस तरह से मैंने गुल्लक किया। और लिव्ड इन, और मैं बहुत क्लियर हूँ सर, लाइक मुझे लिव्ड इन स्पेसेस से अलग नहीं जाना। जो मलयालम सिनेमा करता है, मुझे लिव्ड इन से बिल्कुल अलग नहीं जाना। और जितनी कहानी मैं कर पाऊंगा उतनी ही कहूँगा उसके बाद।
Wow. Well, that's it's interesting that you were his, in a way, his idol. I mean, you were his inspiration, and yet his style is very different. Okay, so that's wonderful also for you. Okay, that he drew the inspiration from your tenacity, from your persistence, from the fact that you could do this whole variety of work, and he chose his own place within that. See, this is quite wonderful to hear. Also, he is talking about the ability to face rejection, frustration, patience. I mean, these are the things which are the middle names of writers. I mean, unless you are able to actually inculcate that within yourself, professional screenwriting is going to be murderous. Because it is. And now we're going to come to Swati, who's going to explain to us from the other side as to why there's so much of rejection taking place. Why is there actually a reliance on data that Durgesh was complaining about? Okay, what does she do about, what do they do about burnout? What do they do about fact of pushing writers into saying to hell with your craft? Just make sure that after the phone call, the housewife comes back to the episode. Okay. So, Swati, let's look at, it's a difficult question, but answer it in your own way. What is the other side? What are platforms looking for from writers?
So actually, honestly, it has a very simple answer. It is a story, right? Any medium, I mean across, everybody who talk about things that they're facing, even the challenges and all of it ties down to what the story was. And add to that the emotion, right? The line that Durgesh talked about, that har kuch kehta hai, and he so rightly put it. It is the emotion that is kind of going to resonate. You put that in any medium, across film, television, OTT, even YouTube, if it is well told, within that particular format, it will resonate. And that is the key thing which everyone out there is looking for. And especially for the new writers, I will say, and this is something, sir, I remember you had kind of helped us understand back then when I was a student, that there are those many mediums. When I started out, there was film and television as the primary mediums, and now we have series as an original films, we have YouTube, there's that much of options, which is great. Like, it's a great time to be a writer, but at that time, it also then, what is that one medium that you want to jump onto when you graduate? Right? I recall I was writing for television when I had joined, and I was studying cinema, then I was studying film writing, and it was difficult to do that balance. Sir had taken me and helped me understand that sometimes it's just important to know what do you want to do at that particular time. There is no right and wrong, you will make your own journey, and it's okay to even make mistakes, but just know at one point what is that one thing do you want to jump onto. Maybe you want to assess all and then figure what is that one medium that you love, or maybe you want to do all, but just be true to yourself. And remember, as long as you have the emotion right, nothing and nobody can really stop you. And everyone today is looking for like great stories. So yeah, keep writing. And the fact that this room is this full, it just gives us a lot of hope that there are those many stories out there.
Good. But allow me to just nudge you a little more. Okay, having said that, there is the whole question of audience feedback. What is it that is working, not working? So sometimes you might get a great story, okay, which fulfills all the criteria, as you said, emotions होना चाहिए, lived in experiences, सब कुछ है उसके अंदर, and craft is there. And yet, you feel that this is not what the audience is looking for, because these things are not running. So does it only depend upon the merit of the story by itself, or is it also that there are particular kinds of stories that people look for, platforms look for, and then there's particular phases, like particular trend is of this nature. This is what the audience seems to be indicating to us. Give us these kind of stories. That interpretation we keep hearing with what he referred to as data. Okay, whereas if you confirmed a particular series, obviously you believed it was a good story. Why else would you do that, right? And yet it did not connect. So how do you explain this phenomena, and how do you negotiate that, and what are the implications of that for writers? Are they also supposed to go by the data and look at, okay, this is what the audience is wanting, let me write for the audience, which goes against our brain. We feel that we ourselves are the audience. Like what Sriram and I have had a long sort of agreement on, that it's a writer as viewer. I mean, it's not that we feel we don't have to necessarily test it out in the market. We are also viewers. There are things which appeal to us. We see the same things that other people see. We are moved in the same way that other people are. So in which case we believe that yes, if it's appealing to me, it's quite likely. Okay. Whereas there seems to be a certain kind of segmentation and analysis which happen, which makes the writer wonder that I can't go by my own response and my emotionality to this. I have to cater to something. Is this what is happening also? I mean, it's bound to happen, I imagine.
Honestly, I will say that, so to answer the first part, what is everyone looking for? Truly, it is very joint, right? This is actually the time when you can tell those many type of stories and those kind of different stories. I mean, if today a Good Luck resonates, so does a Pathaan, which are very different, stories, and so does Ye Rishta Kya Kehlata, right? I mean, I'm not like now picking a particular medium here. So from a new writer point of view, and I'll keep that as a lens because, you know, having been an ex-WWI student, I would love for that lens to be, kept alive. But with that, it is then those many stories that are out there, right? Sure, a particular medium may not look for a particular narrative or a particular kind of story, but there is that another medium that is looking for that story, right? So what is it that you are most passionate about is what you should stick to. It might be difficult for sure, right? It is difficult. I've gone through that journey. It's not that the first story that you have or the first project that you get is going to be that one dream project that you were hoping for when you step out of the college. It may hopefully if it happens like BA, there is also a possibility that it does not. But then be okay to take that one project then, I will say, that comes your way. Because it does open avenues. That is what it does. And that is where the magic lies, right? I remember doing things and writing for projects that I was little, 50-50 about back in my early days. But that opened avenues for me. It helped me get another project, which helped me get a third project, and then it's once. So back then, like Durgesh said, was that the first story that I was starting to write, was that working? At that time, maybe not. But then 10 years down the line, the story is working. Yes, it is. So it is again, right, at the time to the opportunity, it is the opportunity that is out there. And it is, I will reiterate, it's honestly a great time if you're stepping out as a writer. There are those many things happening.
Excellent. I'm going to just attempt a slight re-articulation of what you said for them. You do feel that this is really a great time for writers for two reasons. Number one is that you may write something with conviction, which is what you're recommending that you should. Okay? What you believe in, what touches you, moves you, like Durgesh also emphasized, and both these gentlemen follow that. So you should do that. If it is not perhaps acceptable in a particular medium, a particular platform, but there will be others. So it will be relevant somewhere or the other if you really written it well and with the heart. That's what you're saying. Number two, sometimes you feel like Durgesh said, the time may not be right for that. But in which case, in any case, your conviction should hold, because at some stage, it will suddenly begin to bloom and give you those returns. That is what you're saying. So you're in fact recommending, don't go by data, don't go by, okay,
as a
what is
writer,
working,
go by your
what
gut.
is not working.
Yeah. As a writer, for sure, believe in the story that you're doing. There are executives who are into that information and all that. Like, as a writer, think about the story, think about the right emotion. And having been a writer myself, I will strongly recommend that.
And you're also saying that if there is the first project that is coming your way, but it may not quite be what you actually were seeking, nevertheless do it because it will give you a break into the
Yes,
field.
yes.
And then that will open up choices, which then will give you what you might
Mhm.
be capable of writing, which I think Durgesh also recommended. Yeah. Rama?
I don't know about web and film. TV may ideally they talk about it. We do not go about data and all, but in reality they follow the data. And this is the worst time for writers as far as television is concerned.
Oh.
This is the worst time. Why I'm telling you?
Specifically, you're saying only for television, you're referring.
Only for television, because the bouquet of content is missing from TV. Like earlier when CID was there was Amar, there was Just Mohabbat, there was the variety of content. Today, every channel, be it Star, Sony, Colors, Zee, एक कहानी चल रही है. एक्चुअली मैं उनको बोलता भी हूँ कि स्क्रिप्ट की जीरोक्स कराओ, फिल्म सिटी में बांट दो, यू विल हैव सेम प्रोग्राम्स. एक शो, मतलब आई कैन टेल यू each and every show story that is same.
Wow.
That is same.
And you should know because you're also a producer.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not producing.
Now you're not.
No, because I do not feel like. Because I became producer to make shows which I'm passionate about, which no other producer I have to beg for. ये बनाते हैं. So एक और आदमी से approval लो, then go to the channel. उससे अच्छा है go directly to the channel. Also, whenever, and it works. Why they are doing that, I don't know. Say for example, when it was like all Saas Bahu and all that program, we came up with Sasural Gendapur, it worked. When it was always talked about, okay, either love story works or Saas Bahu relationship, interpersonal relationship works, That time I came up with Ek Hazaron Mein Meri Behna, that was about two sisters. It worked. जहाँ पे अभी कुछ साल पहले the channel had said कि no, this is rural backdrop पे कहानी है, we can't make any, who watches programs on rural backdrop. I did Nimki Mukhia, it worked. So every time it has worked. The problem is, the challenge is no one is going to take, because at broadcasting, the people there, they are not willing to take risk. They are just going with the okay, this is how it is working. इतना का हमारा GRP आता रहे, इससे कम ऊपर नहीं हो. This is how they are playing, and that's why bad content is all over, as far as TV is concerned, and very bad time for actors, TV writers.
Wow, that's not very encouraging for the aspiring TV writers. Swati, do you broadly agree that, is that your assessment also? That
Television? So honestly, it's been a while since I've written for TV. But though I will definitely say that the fact that people remember, the shows that you mentioned about Raji, they still are, they do resonate. I don't know how it is happening today, which is...
It's going to work.
Yeah.
The different subjects, I'm not saying different subjects is not going to work. Rather, I believe people want different subjects. The problem is with the broadcasters. They are not willing to experiment. They are not willing to take challenges. They are playing safe. Everywhere they are playing safe. That is the issue.
good, that actually dovetails, Sridhar. Okay, if you can grab a mic, please. It's considered a very uncertain time for the film industry because nobody really knows what is working, not working. Post-COVID, there were several predictions that maybe the time for cinema has gone because OTT has taken over, and people started investing in that. Then suddenly films come out which do okay. Once again, there are slew of films which don't do well. So there's a lot of uncertainty and questions which are going around within the film industry, and I happen to know that, and I'm sure Sridhar does too. But the one person who has never failed to deliver and who's broken this mold is Mr. Raghavan here, sitting there, because there was Jawan, and there was Pathan which came, which completely broke all records, saying, oh, people are back in cinema hall. Followed it up with Pathan, following it up with War now. Then I believe there's going to be Pathan versus Tiger. That's what I heard, yeah. So that's still is going on. So are you therefore saying that for film screenwriters, should they be focusing on the big ticket ones, on the grand action extravaganzas, or do you feel that the work that Durgesh is talking about, which used to inform our cinema halls, I mean people like Rishikesh Mukherjee and all, oft given these examples, that they used to work. I mean, has the time gone? Is there no scope for that at all?
No, I completely disagree with that actually, and in fact I often get asked this by youngsters because I meet them and ask them, what are you writing? And they're trying to write a big action film. And I'm bewildered. Why are you trying to write a big action film? Oh, I'm trying to write this big, epic thing. And I don't understand that because...
Do you want to become Sridhar Raghavan?
No. That's nice and sarcastic, but no, that's not what it is. I'll tell you what the thing is. See, what happens is, a certain kind of film will always, maybe, if it's part decent or good, get an audience. The blockbuster spectacle, the reason to go to the theatres as a community experience. With cinemas always have that. But cinema doesn't thrive only on the big blockbusters. It thrives actually on the smaller film and the middle film. I need to be able to go to the theatres regularly to watch a lovely little film. It should just be cinematic. Okay, by cinematic what I mean is, why are you telling me the story in a closed room with a large audience and a communal experience? You have to tell me a story like that. If you can't mix OTT stories and put it on screen. See, one of the big problems which happened, and I'm talking completely as an amateur here, I'm not an expert on this, but when OTT first came in, a lot of people started selling films which weren't getting released and getting them onto digital platforms, and you were getting these films sold and people are getting recovery. I felt that destroyed the feature film experience on OTT. Okay, I'll just come back to the point that you were trying to... I'm saying, if you're telling a story, if you are making a film like A Separation, let's put it this way. A Separation is a cinematic film. Kieslowski is still cinematic. Sergio Leone is still cinematic. You don't only have to be Manmohan Desai. You don't only have to be making these large, grand, over-the-top popcorn. That's one segment of the kind of film that works, and that, at this point in time, those are the films I happen to be working on, and they are working. It would be ridiculous if everybody started working only on that. My brother's film will come in a month, A Merry Christmas. It's a smaller film, it's a cinematic film. It's made in a way lower budget, it's got a relatively smaller cast, but it's a cinematic film. Andhadhun, when people went and saw it, they went and saw it, no? Because it's a cinematic film. So I think many people are still confused about what is cinematic and what is better for a short-term, long-form storytelling, by which I mean in a series, in 8-episode chunks or 6-episode chunks or mini-series chunks. Many of the writers still haven't understood the difference between what television can do, what OTT can do, and what feature film can do. Within feature film, you have your blockbuster, popcorn, Michael Bay kind of films. You have your Avenger kind of films, but you also have other kind of films. They can be made. So, but the problem is, with writers today, when you meet them, they're all trying to write one thing because it's working today. But the problem is, what is working today will not be working 3 years later. See, a writer is a person who, while you're in the middle of, say, you're trekking in the desert, he is practicing swimming lessons, or she is practicing swimming lessons. Why? Because beyond the desert, there's the ocean, and you have to see that damn ocean and be ready for that. So we're all reacting to the moment, and producers also like that. If you go anywhere in the market, or even if I'm called outside, action chahiye, I'll say, why? Write a love story now. Write a small, compact, tight horror film. Every other genre is open. Why are you jumping on the one genre which already is being serviced by somebody else? So I'm not sure if I'm to the point.
No, you're making a point very emphatically.
Sorry, one thing I wanted to say about television. I completely agree with what Zama was saying. What TV is capable of, its writers are just not exploiting. People are actually given up on television right now. It's a strange thing. Writers, when I meet them and I tell them, for example, I have great pride in the fact that I began as a television writer. My base in the business is because I am a television writer. I did 10, 15 years, if you include 5 years of getting no work. 15 years of hardcore television, which gave me the skill set to be able to survive and handle other platforms. I don't see that respect for TV anymore amidst youngsters. I see them saying, I have a TV, and maybe it's got to do with TV budgets or whatever. Why? You have no business sitting and looking at data. You have no business sitting and saying that this is a shit show. Dude, you're not training to be a critic. You change it, no? You write something great. Of course you'll struggle. You'll write this, it won't get sold. You'll write another one, it won't get sold. Someday, if you keep writing it, you might find something which actually connects with the executive in front of you, and then with somebody. You just have to hope for that. But people are just looking for work. They're going into it saying, what are you making? Chalo, main likhta. Can I be part of that writer's room? Can I be part of that team? Nahi bhai. You write your own stuff and go and peddle it. No? Go and push it. That is something, and TV is a deadly opportunity. Imagine we have something which has the amount of viewership television has. I mean, TV has the deadliest viewership ever. I wish I was a youngster who had the whole TV this thing possible and got the chance to make mistakes and try again. It's a great learning experience. Anyway, sorry, just to expand on what, because I was listening to him, and I also get zapped at many writers in this business have a thought which is very wrong. They think this business is a ladder. They think that TV is here, or OTT is here. Within OTT, there'll be a diversion of Netflix is here, Amazon is here, Hotstar, and feature film is there. Within feature film, that type of feature film, working with that studios on top, dude, what are we talking about? There is no such ladder. You excel in whatever thing you are doing. You're going to make it on the others, because our business sees everybody else. Right now, I'm watching a show like Kala Pani. I am blown by the writing, and I am so blown that I'm like, shit, I want to see this guy do a feature. I'm talking as a writer, but same, this is being seen by producers, being seen by directors. And then they're doing the next project, feature film, television, whatever, they should be calling. So I'm saying, your work is your best. Don't worry about which field you're in, just get into the business. There's a lot of that not happening. People are aiming for the top. They're aiming directly for something. Dude, nobody gets to the top of the ladder, by which I'm talking about the cream of the studios, just directly. you have to kind of pay your dues. And you learn a lot from paying your dues. And you actually enjoy the process of paying your dues. It's great fun. TV is terrific. I just wish enough people understood what TV does for your own discipline, for your own writing, to deliver on those deadlines. See, when Zamasar spoke, in fact, he was being very self-deprecating. He was making it sound like, I say, it's not. It's psychotic. Because, see, in feature films, say there are 3 or 4 bars in front of you, and you have to cross those like a horse doing a steeplechase. In OTT, there's more, but there are a lot more people. So there are 30, 40 of this. Television is a spider web. You can't cross it. To get in, cross it, and then the data. I worked in a studio. I worked in a platform. I worked with the channel. I took 1 year off only to understand how this thinking works. I spent a year in focus groups to understand who are these people. For the price of a chai and a samosa, who is selling me out? And I was fascinated with that whole thing. I learned a lot. And I understood they were also completely correct from their point of view. I tried to understand that, not so that I will now write for that audience. To understand when they reject something I've done, I don't only have my writer's lens on. That's the easiest position to take, no? You try and just understand where are they coming from, what is it, if the data is saying that, why is the data telling them that? I'm curious.
No, I understand what you're saying, and there cannot be a disagreement about what you're saying, that you write with your own conviction, and you write what you want to write. And certainly if it's a good story, which all 4 of you and I agree, that it will find its expression. I was just referring to the fact that with the advent of OTT, and given that not just do you have very, very engaging content coming in, including multi-season as well as finite series, and made very cinematically, written very cinematically also, and that a lot of films are being commissioned directly for OTT, as we know. So the world over, there is a certain sense of uncertainty. Therefore, what happens to cinema now? Okay. And there's a genuine uncertainty. I'm not only referring to the knee-jerk Indian producers who feel, directly Netflix se baat karo, unse paisa lau aur de do. A lot of them are very short-sighted. Most of them are. This is why they get confused very quickly. Okay, what's the trend? What's the trend? Where do I get my next salary check from? But I'm also referring to that the kind of content which perhaps could be cinematically made, but which is intimate in terms of its story. There is a feeling that people prefer to watch it on OTT. It's also much cheaper to do that because going out, etc. And therefore, even in Hollywood, since that through IWG we deal with Hollywood writers all the time, and there seems to be across the board a feeling that there isn't very much which you are going to be able to get in the at least the near-term future in cinema. So even the WGA strike which took place and about the minimum basic agreement, it's primarily on series. It's not about films. Because films occupy a very, very small percentage of what a writer's livelihood today is in Hollywood. It's primarily series that they're talking about. People like Netflix and Sony, Amazon, Disney, etc. And hence I was asking you that there seems to be this uncertainty. I'm with you on that. That as far as the writer is concerned, well, thank you very much.
No, there is definitely uncertainty, Anjum, in the sense that feature films are not being made to the extent that they were being made 5, 6, 7 years ago. It's very, very hard to write a theatrical. Sorry.
Well, I'm just getting a little distracted by the constant murmurs which are coming in from here. I don't know who is it. So if you can just please engage a little bit. Okay.
It's not an easy time to be a feature film writer, definitely. It's not the same as 5, 6 years ago. Projects are not taking off. See, what happens is a lot of us are writing. We might even be getting paid some initial payments, etc. We may have a studio, we may have all that, but a film has to get made. Then after getting made, it has to be screened. Now what's happening is a lot of people, if it's a certain kind of film, they say, hey, directly we'll sell it to a digital platform. Could be Netflix, could be Amazon. So it is tough. There is a certain, most of us came into this business because we love seeing stuff on the big screen. It's very, very hard to do that. That I totally agree. A certain kind of film is the only thing which is automatically attracting, but I still don't think that therefore one should stop writing. For example, if a Drokal were to come out today, I think it's still a cinematic experience. For me, I would go not once, not twice, I would go 10 times to watch the film. I would watch Akrosh, I would watch Harit Satya on screen. Now, if you as a writer automatically give up and say, "Nahi yaar, ye to, matlab, in 8 episodes I can do this better."
Allow me to interrupt. It's also a case of livelihood here. Okay, some of us did have alternative means of earning, and which is also what we recommend to a lot of our young writers. Okay, if you really want a choice, okay, I will do the kind of work that I want to do, in which case then get a job. What Jaideep and I have been talking about, what Juhi and us have been talking about, because they all held on to jobs. I was in BITV and BI for 5 years when I was writing, and 4 movies came out at that time, which I had written. So that I was writing on the side, so I had like 2 careers. And that is when I reached a stage where I felt, okay, now I think I have a position where I can afford to earn purely from my screenwriting. And that is when I gave up. So there was a certain financial uncertainty that I had to overcome before. Now this also becomes an issue for aspiring writers, which is why if you can write with your conviction, but if it is not being made, in the sense it's not being commissioned, you're not getting your money, then in which case livelihood does become an issue. So ideally get a job. Okay?
Yeah, at no point in life has it been easy financially being a writer.
No, but I'm saying that it's a longer, this for, if somebody wants to write films, then it becomes, today it's a longer wait. That, as you said, not enough films are being commissioned. That's all I was talking about. Let's come quickly down to दुर्गेश स्टार्ट विथ यू, आपसे शुरुआत करता हूँ और थोड़ा सा एक खुल के बात करनी है, बिकॉज ये माहौल अभी ऐसा हुआ है कि जहाँ राइटर की जो कौम जो है, राइटर समाज जो है, उनके अंदर एक थोड़ी सी एक डिस्ट्रेस, एक थोड़ा सा गुस्सा भी आ रहा है, बिकॉज उनको ये लग रहा है कि जो हमारा ड्यू जो है वो हमको मिल नहीं रहा है. बहुत सारी चीज़ें जिसके लिए हम लिखते हैं, पैसा, क्रेडिट और ऐसी सारी चीज़ें, वो थोड़ी सी तकलीफ हो रही है. तो आई डोंट नो आपका अनुभव क्या रहा है, आपका व्यू क्या है इसके बारे में बता. बट व्हाट आर द प्रोफेशनल चैलेंजेस दैट टुडे यू बिलीव राइटर्स इन ऑन OTT आर फेसिंग, और आर दे नॉट? If you feel it's a great time, then it's fantastic.
मतलब चैलेंजेस तो थे पहले भी, लाइक श्रीधर जो बताया तो वहाँ भी थे, अभी भी हैं. मुझे लगता है क्रेडिट्स एंड पैसे वाली बात जो है वो इनिशियली आपके साथ होती है, पर थोड़े टाइम के बाद वो इतना बड़ा मुद्दा रहता नहीं है. और मतलब मैं अपने केस में ही बोलूँगा, बिफोर गोल्डन आफ्टर गोल्डन फुल रोलर कोस्टर ऐसा चेंज हुआ था. लाइक इसके पहले हाँ, उसके पहले ऐसा था नहीं. अभी ठीक है, पैसे एंड वो सब, पर जो मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो राइटर के लिए है सर, वो वॉइस, अपनी वॉइस जो है एज अ राइटर, आपकी जो वॉइस है वो क्या वॉइस है. जो जिनको हम एडमायर करते हैं, लाइक श्रीधर के काम से मैंने कुछ चीज़ें निकाली हैं जो मैंने अपनी दुनिया में अप्लाई करी है. लाइक खाकी में अजय देवगन का जो कैरेक्टर है, वो जब बोलता है कि फैमिली भी अजीब फंडा है, जियो तो फैमिली के लिए, मरो तो फैमिली के लिए, वो मेरे लिए लाइफ इज राइट है. मैं उसे 50 कहानियाँ लिख सकता हूँ उस एक लाइन पे, राइट. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये मैं इसको अपनी वॉइस बनाऊंगा, और ये वॉइस बनाने में मुझे वक्त लगेगा, बहुत वक्त लगेगा इस वॉइस को क्रिएट करने में. वो वॉइस हो क्या रहा है कि OTT या फिर TV तो मैंने बहुत किया. जमा सर की बात से बहुत सहमत हूँ कि बहुत पावरफुल मीडियम है, पर सैडली वहाँ पे कुछ बहुत चीज़ें हो नहीं रही है. लाइक मेरी माँ इलाहाबाद में बैठ के गाँव में बिफोर यू पे कुछ रिपीट में कुछ देखती रहती है, लाइक शनि देव रिपीट में चलता रहता है. लाइक कि तो मुझे लगता है कि यार ये कितना पावरफुल है कि डिश TV नहीं है, टाटा स्काई नहीं है, फ्री टू एयर चैनल्स पे रिपीट में पूरा गाँव रात, अभी भी देयर इज पावर, देयर इज इंटरनेट, लेकिन वो फ्री टू एयर चैनल्स देखे जा रहे हैं. और अगर इनको इम्पावर करना है, इन तक कुछ बात पहुंचानी है, तो TV से बेस्ट मीडियम नहीं है हमारे पास. जो आगे की पॉलिटिक्स भी इस कंट्री की, इस दुनिया की पॉलिटिक्स डिसाइड करेगा वहाँ अगर एम्पावरमेंट होगी. तो वॉइस मुझे लगता है कि राइटर्स की उनको अपनी वॉइस क्रिएट करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, बहुत चैलेंजिंग है, क्योंकि जो डेटा से ब्रीफ आता है, मुझे लगता है कि स्वाति को इस बारे में बहुत पता होगा कि डेटा ड्रिवन ब्रीफ्स होते हैं कि ऐसा कुछ नंबर्स आए हैं शो के, तो हम इस साल ये स्लेट में इस तरह के कुछ शोज बनाना चाहते हैं. लाइक मेरे पास 2-3 ब्रीफ्स आए आफ्टर गुल्लक जो डेटा ड्रिवन ही थे कि पंचायत के नंबर्स ये हैं, गुल्लक के नंबर्स ये हैं, हम कुछ इस तरीके से शो करना चाह रहे हैं। तो जो कि सिमिलर गुल्लक और पंचायत के स्पेस में था। मैंने पंचायत के भी गाने लिखे थे और पंचायत का एक एपिसोड लिखा था सीजन 1 में जो रिजेक्ट हो गया था, तो उसके बाद दे हैव गिवन मी दिस गुल्लक। तो फिर मुझे लगा कि यार अच्छा ठीक है, इनका ब्रीफ ये है कि गुल्लक और पंचायत के आसपास करना है, तो मुझे क्या करना है। तो मैंने उस ब्रीफ को, जो मैं राइटर्स से बार बार बोलता हूँ कि मैंने उस ब्रीफ को ऑन किया। इट्स लाइक कि अच्छा ये ब्रीफ इनकी साइड से है ना, स्मॉल टाउन गुल्लक पंचायत। तो मुझे लगा कि यार घर बनाने में सालों से, जो मैं बोल रहा था मेरा लिव्ड इन एक्सपीरियंस क्या है कि हमारी कंट्री ने पिछले 20-30 सालों में घर बनाने के पीछे अपनी एक पूरी जनरेशन लगा दी है, जो घर बनाने के चक्कर में बर्बाद हो गई। EMIs का पूरा स्कैम जो है, कैपिटलिज्म का पूरा स्कैम जो है, वो घर बनाने की प्रोसेस से चल रहा है। तो मुझे लगा कि गुल्लक की टेरिटरी में मुझे घर बनाने का मिथ जो है वो ब्रेक करना है। इट्स लव स्टोरी जो सोनी लिप पे अभी शूट हो रही है, जो फ्लोर पे जाने वाली, इट्स लव स्टोरी। लखनऊ गोमती नगर विस्तार में एक लड़का है जो वजन बाबू है, पोस्ट ऑफिस में नौकरी करता है, चिट्ठियाँ कोई लिखता नहीं, तो वजन बाबू का कोई मतलब है नहीं, लिफाफे तोलने का काम है उसका, तो खाली रहता है। उसकी जो गर्लफ्रेंड है वो मेट्रो स्टेशन पे टिकट देती है, मेट्रो इज न्यू थिंग, तो बहुत बिजी रहती है वो। तो उनकी लव स्टोरी है, दोनों को नहीं पता है 22 साल की 23 साल की उम्र में कि ये दुनिया में घर बनाने की प्रोसेस कितनी कठिन है। वो घर बनाने को उसको डाला जाता है कि तुम लोग घर बना दे, कि हम बना लेंगे, और टुवर्ड्स द सीजन फिनाले दे आर चेंज पर्सन, दोनों बदल गए हैं। इट्स लाइक कि
समझ गया। तो आप ये जो वॉइस की जो बात कर रहे थे, ये सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है आपके सामने।
मेरे सामने मुझे लगता है हर राइटर के लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है।
हाँ, तो वॉइस कह रहे थे मतलब आपका विजन जो है,
हाँ।
आप किस किस्म से कुछ बना,
मतलब हमको जिन लोगों का काम याद है एज राइटर्स, श्रीराम सर, श्रीधर भारद्वाज, दिवाकर बनर्जी, कश्यप, इम्तियाज अली, उनकी वॉइसेस याद है, क्लियर वॉइसेस याद है। अगर मुझे लगता है कि मैं भीड़ में जाके उसी तरीके से काम करूंगा, तो फिर मेरे लिए परचून की दुकान खोलना मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं अपनी वॉइस एज अ राइटर में चाहता हूँ कि हर राइटर जो काम करे वो अपनी वॉइस से करे।
यूनिकनेस
यस, 100%। लाइक श्याम पुष्करन एज अ वॉइस, मुझे जब मैं मलयालम सिनेमा देखता हूँ, मुझे लगता है मैं थंकम जब देखता हूँ, मैं कुंभलंगी नाइट्स देखता हूँ, तो मुझे लगता है एक वॉइस है। पा रंजीत के काम में एक वॉइस है मुझे।
पर आपकी ओरिजिनलिटी में क्या अड़चन आती है?
सॉरी,
आपकी ओरिजिनलिटी पेश करने में आपको अड़चन
बहुत आती है। इट्स लाइक कि देखिए मैं इट्स लाइक कि पहले तो कन्विंस करना पड़ता है। मुझे लगता है कि ये दुनिया एक
किसको कन्विंस करना,
स्टूडियोज को, प्रोड्यूसर्स को, जो मनी मैन है, जो पैसे दे रहा है इस बिजनेस में, उनको कन्विंस करना पड़ता है कि भाई ये मेरा आइडिया है। लाइक अच्छा चंबल फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मैं अगेन फिर कहानियों के रेफरेंसेस से ही बात कर पाता हूँ ज़्यादातर। तो कि हमने चंबल बेस कुछ फिल्में देखी है। लाइक हमने बैंडिट क्वीन देखी है शेखर कपूर की, हमने 5 सिंह तोमर देखी है, हमने सोन चिड़िया देखी है। ये मेरे लिए एक दौर है जो मैं कंप्लीट होता हुआ देखता हूँ। फिर मुझे लगता है कि जिन डकैतों ने सरेंडर किया था वो अपनी बेटियों की शादियां कैसे कर रहे हैं इस टाइप पे। तो जब मैं ये बोलता हूँ स्टूडियो को या प्लेटफॉर्म को, तो बोलता हूँ कैसे कर रहे हैं, तो मैं उनको कुछ रीडिंग मटेरियल बाउंस करता हूँ। इट्स लाइक कि एक किताब है, तुम पढ़ लो, रिसर्च पेपर, जर्नल, मतलब आपको फुल इक्विप्ड होकर जाना पड़ता है अपने ही चीज़ों को वो करने के लिए। ये पढ़ लीजिए। मैं जैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि रेफरेंसेस ईजिली लोगों को समझ में आते हैं, तो वही मैं वो तैयारी के साथ जाता हूँ कि मुझे ये कहानी कहनी है, आप ही देख लीजिए। जब वो पढ़ते हैं तो उनको लगता है कि अच्छा ये ड्रामा, इंटरेस्टिंग ड्रामा कुछ बन सकता है। और तो उतना इक्विप्ड होकर मैं प्लेटफॉर्म के पास जाता हूँ, या उतने रेफरेंसेस के साथ जाता हूँ, उतनी तैयारी के साथ जाता हूँ, सो दैट आप मतलब अगेन मैंने वो चीज़ एडवर्टाइजिंग से सीखी है। मतलब एडवर्टाइजिंग में मुझे शूट भी बनाया है।
अड़चन क्या आ रही है मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ। और आप ये सारा रेफरेंस लेके जाते हैं, ओके, बिकॉज उससे सामने वाला समझ पाता है, ओके, कॉन्टेक्ट मिल जाता है बहुत टाइम। तो फिर वो सक्सेसफुल है कि नहीं है? हाँ, तो वो समझते हैं या नहीं है?
नहीं, वो उनको समझने में बहुत टाइम लगता है, बहुत टाइम लगता है उनको समझने में। पर जैसे अब मैं वही बोल रहा था कि जो कंसिस्टेंसी आपकी होगी कि आपको बार बार उनको समझाना पड़ेगा और आपको गिव अप नहीं करना है, क्योंकि वही एक चीज़ है जो आपको अपनी वॉइस क्रिएट करने में मदद करेगी। वही एक चीज़ है जो एज अ राइटर आप कहीं पे स्टैंड आउट कर पाओ। अदरवाइज मतलब मैं उनके हिसाब से काम करूँगा जो ब्रीफ्स हो, जैसे मैंने बोला कि वो ब्रीफ्स उनकी डेटा से आएगी। वो डेटा से ही बीतती
समझ
है।
गया आई एम गोइंग टू जस्ट टर्न टू स्वाति हियर
Yeah.
स्वाति आई नीड यू टू जस्ट एक्सप्लेन टू अस ओके यू डोंट देयर इज नथिंग देयर इज नो एक्यूजेशन और एनीथिंग एट ऑल इट्स जस्ट अ सिचुएशन कि वो दो चीज़ों की बात कर रहे हैं, दो सिनारियोज। एक में ये है कि जहाँ वो जाते हैं उनको बुलाया जाता है और वो कहते हैं, उनको कहा जाता है कि ये ब्रीफ है, क्योंकि हमको लगता है कि भैया हमारे जजमेंट के हिसाब से आई थिंक ऐसी एक कहानी अगर आप दे सको तो आई थिंक इट्स द टाइम फॉर दैट। फेयर इनफ, एब्सोल्युटली। आई मीन द प्लेटफॉर्म हैज एन एब्सोल्यूट discretion and prerogative to decide what they want, okay, intelligently. On the other hand, he says, apart from that, I have an alternative. Would you like to consider that? They said, okay, convince us. And he gives all the reference material, etc. Now he says it takes an inordinately long time. You want to explain to us what the concerns are or what the issues may be which actually take this much time to decide? Does it take that much time? And if so, why? I mean, what is it that the platform needs to consider and reconsider before it can confirm something which is not quite what they had thought of?
So I think it will be pretty like simple. मतलब I get everything, but I think sir, अगर आप convinced हैं अपनी story के लिए, and अगर आपको किसी सामने वाले को convince करना भी पड़ रहा है, it's not a bad thing, because at the end of the day it's going to be a collaborative effort. Like I strongly feel that कोई भी story, rather anything in this industry can't happen without collaboration, right? जो information या data जैसे विदेश कह रहे थे, जो है that's more coming from how and what is the consumer sort of looking for, वो भी बहुत important है, because eventually जो story जाएगी वो देखेंगे consumers, right? So it's more like a balance of that. एक vision है जो बहुत strong है and वो सबसे ऊपर है, that's the most important thing, right? उसको हम शायद it's more about how you can just add that extra thing so that it resonates with a larger and a broader audience. That is where the aim is coming from. And I will say, if it is about you taking that extra book or whatever, some references, there is no harm in doing that, because if, let's say, you have a lived in experience and the other person is not aware of that lived in experience, but you strongly believe in that experience, why wouldn't you want to, it's rather a nicer thing to just say that you may not have seen it happen, or probably, your life experiences have been different, but I know this is a fact, and why this will be important and thus integral to the story. So it's more, I would say, a balance of that, and honestly, and every time both sides are coming with a very, very clear thought process. There is no confusion there. It's just how we come together, and it may be a journey at times, but it's always about coming together. Otherwise, a successful show, honestly, I don't think will ever happen. But yeah, it is about a balance, which I do get a sense that sometimes gets missed. But
Yeah,
I think it is
लोकेश
not
देखो
balanced.
एक बात इंक्रीजिंगली जो हम देखते आ रहे हैं और आई थिंक समझना ज़रूरी है, जो चीज़न ने भी बात की और जवान सर तो है ही, प्रोड्यूसर भी हैं और अनुभवी हैं, कि इन्वेस्टमेंट तो जा रहा है, पैसा जा रहा है उनका, और जो पैसा डाल रहा है वो उसको मन में एक सवाल तो रहता है कि भैया ये निकल आएगा कि नहीं निकल आएगा। अब उसके लिए इनका जजमेंट क्या होता है, मेजरमेंट क्या है उसका, कि भैया जिन लोगों को के लिए हम बना रहे हैं क्या वो लोग पसंद करेंगे, अगर वो पसंद करेंगे तो पैसा निकल आएगा हमारा, यही है उनका करेंगे। अब दे बिकम द इंटरफेस, उनके लिए बड़ा मुश्किल है। एक तरफ से आपका क्रिएटिव विजन है, दूसरी तरफ से भैया उनके एक्सपेक्टेशन है, और वो अनसर्टन है। बहुत बार जैसे श्रीधर ने कहा कि जब लगता है कि नहीं दौर ये चल रहा है और अचानक से कुछ एक और आता है जो बड़ा अच्छा है, धड़ से चल जाता है। तो टेलीविजन की बात कर रहे थे, जो फिल्में में, बट वो एक चांस है, वो एक रिस्क है, बिकॉज बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो जाते हैं जो हम देख रहे हैं। तो इसमें वो स्पष्ट कह रही है कि ये हमको देखना जरूरी है कि अगर हमको यकीन नहीं है कि ये जैसे तुमने दिया चलेगा तो इसमें क्या किया जा सकता है, कि जिसको लेके शायद ये बात बन जाए। वो चाहे उनकी सोच सही हो नहीं हो, लिमिटेड हो या विस्तार से सोच, दैट अनफॉर्चुनेटली बिकम्स द प्रेरोगेटिव ऑफ द इन्वेस्टर, दे आर आल्सो आंसरेबल। तो भैया काहे शो पास किया था तो चल ही नहीं रहा है, दूसरा पास वो भी नहीं चल रहा है, तुम क्या करके आ रहे हो, जाओ घर पे। ओके, सो दे हैव टू बैलेंस दैट आउट। अब आप इसमें कैसे नेगोशिएट करोगे? हाउ इज इट दैट यू विल जेन्युइनली कोलैबोरेट टू एंश्योर कि हाँ आपके कंसर्न मैं समझ रहा हूँ, लेकिन मुझे बनवाना है, चलो इसको किस तरीके से करना है जो मैं कर सकता हूँ। क्योंकि बहुत बार आप अपने विजन पे डटे रहते हैं, शायद वो जमे ना जमे, अगर पैसा ही नहीं मिल रहा तो आप क्या करोगे विजन को लेके? स्क्रीन राइटर हो ना, अगर नॉवेलिस्ट होते लेख लिखते, तो इसलिए धंधे में, बिजनेस में आपके हिसाब से स्क्रीन राइटर का क्या रोल होना चाहिए?
आई थिंक वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो मतलब कोई अगर आपको इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है आपके कहानी पे, आपके आइडिया पे, कोई 20-25-50 करोड़ कोई पर लगा रहा है, तो वो कोलेबरेटिव प्रोसेस ही होगी। स्वाति बोल रही थी एंड शोज में भी एंड आपसे बात करते करते मुझे एक चीज़ अभी जो श्रीधर बोल रहे थे, फोकस ग्रुप का जो फीडबैक एंड फोकस ग्रुप जिस तरीके से
मतलब आपके लिए हिंदुस्तान में केवल एक ही स्क्रीन राइटर है, वो श्रीधर राघवन। हर रेफरेंस श्रीधर राघवन पर है। नो
सर नहीं
Please
मतलब
send me a message also saying that I have been watching his work since I
No.
was, in
But
the
focus
first
group-
standard and all.
बिकॉज
How old are you?
बिकॉज उन्होंने फोकस ग्रुप का वो किया तो आई रिमेम्बर कि फोकस ग्रुप एक पैरामीटर होता है कि जो बताता है कि आपका शो चलेगा नहीं चलेगा, देखता है। वो एडवर्टाइजिंग में भी था हमारे साथ कि पंचायत को उसके फोकस ग्रुप ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया था कि पहली स्क्रीनिंग जब हुई थी तो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये शो इस कंट्री में नहीं चलेगा। तो आई रिमेम्बर कि अमेजोन ने ओरिजिनल्स का टैग नहीं लगाया था और वो शो जब रिलीज हुआ 10 दिन के बाद तो उन्होंने ओरिजिनल्स का टैग लगाया कि अमेजोन ओरिजिनल्स। तो एक तो मुझे लगता है कि फोकस ग्रुप पे थोड़ी सी मेहनत करने की जरूरत है क्योंकि ये फोकस ग्रुप किस तरह का वो देख रहा है कि हम जो बना रहे हैं, जो कहानियाँ डिलीवर कर रहे हैं, एट द सेम टाइम आई ऑल्सो बिलीव कि जिसका पैसा लग रहा है उसका रिटर्न आना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एंड एज अ राइटर मेरा क्या कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन होता है, दो चीज़ें मैं पर्सनली सोचता हूँ कि मेरी जो ऑडियंस है जो इसको देखेगी वो कितनी देर तक इंगेज रहेगी इससे। लाइक गुल्लक में मैंने बहुत सारी सोशल चीज़ों पर बात करने का ट्राई किया है और ये एट द सेम टाइम ये ख्याल रखना है कि मैं आपको प्रीच नहीं कर रहा, मैं आपको ज्ञान नहीं दे रहा। सरकाज़म, ह्यूमर, स्लोगन में बहुत फर्क है। मुझे अगर कुछ देश के बारे में बात भी करनी तो मैं नारा नहीं लगाऊंगा, उसके लिए रैलियाँ, चुनाव की रैलियाँ बहुत अच्छा स्पेस है। पर मुझे देश के बारे में बात भी करनी है, मैं अपने क्राफ्ट में बोलूँगा और वो मैंने ट्राई किया एट द सेम टाइम कि ह्यूमन के फॉर्म में। जैसे ये कंट्री मुझे, जैसे मैं जितना भी इस कंट्री में ट्रैवल करता हूँ, जितना देखता हूँ, अपनी ऑडियंस को जानता हूँ, मुझे लगता है कि आप उनको बड़ी बातें भी बहुत ह्यूमन के अंदाज में कह सकते हैं या फिर आप लार्जर देन लाइफ कुछ कैरेक्टर्स क्रिएट कीजिए और उनके थ्रू आप बड़ी बातें कह दीजिए तो उनको बुरा नहीं लगता। एट द सेम टाइम आप हंसी खेल में करते तो मैं मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एज ए राइटर होती है कि मैं आपके पैसे का वहाँ पे ध्यान रखूँ कि मैं अपनी ऑडियंस को इंगेज रख पाऊँ 20-22-25 मिनट में, कि नहीं कि मैं ड्रॉप कर रहा हूँ कि इट्स लाइक कि। और वो आप सही बोले थे बिल्कुल कि एज राइटर हमको पता होता कि हम अच्छा लिख रहे हैं कि खराब लिख रहे हैं। एक डे वन से मुझे पता होता, फर्स्ट बीट शीट से पता होता, कहानी के एकदम सीड से पता होता था कि मैं अच्छा जा रहा हूँ खराब जा रहा हूँ। और वो उसके लिए फर्स्ट ड्राफ्ट 100 पेजेस जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, वो आपको 10 पेज में समझ में आता है कि ये कहानी में पोटेंशियल है, ये कंट्री क्यों देखेगी ये कहानी। तो सबसे बेसिक सवाल मैं एड्रेस करता हूँ तो शायद मैं इन्वेस्टर्स के साथ जस्टिस कर पाता हूँ कि भाई की
फिर आप भी ध्यान रखते हैं
100%।
जिस अंदाज से मैं अपना वॉइस पेश करूं,
हाँ।
it should also be engaging and entertaining.
Yeah.
Now I want to come to you because you, as a producer also and as an observer, I mean, you're the General Secretary of Screenwriters Association. Do you know how many members we have in the Screenwriters Association? Anyone wants to take a guess? 64,000. 64,000 members who are part of SWA. उसके अंदर से सारे के सारे लेखक नहीं हैं. All of them are not professional writers yet. There are about 9,500 which are actually working writers, I mean, with credits or at least with a contract under their belt. The rest of them are aspiring writers. That is the kind of josh that people have towards screenwriting. So, and Mr. Zama Habib is the leader of that association. He's the general secretary. So he's the one who actually spearheads all the initiatives, and his job is his job to look after all of us. Basically, let me put it in a very family term. Okay, great. So Zama, ये जो dilemma है, and Sridhar, I'm going to come to you in a second precisely about this. Okay, कि both producer as well as writer have one aim in mind. Okay, let's make a good, I'm going to use the word film, which loosely covers TV as well as that. But let's make a good film, let's tell a good story, which will be good, meritorious in terms of the craft, the vision, the originality, the uniqueness, all that. voice. And at the same time, the audience will like. That is what they also want. Right? But here comes the anxiety that the producer has, that it also has to work with them. I can't purely go by your conviction because that may not necessarily work. Now, this challenge, this balance between how much risk you expect the producer to take, because our whole position of the writers has been that if the producer is in the business of telling stories, risk is endemic to that. It is integral to this thing. Okay, it can't be, you cannot determine everything कि भाई ये बोतल बनाई है, ये पानी बनाई है, ग्लास बनाया, अगर आप टूथपेस्ट बनाया है, you can work it out and you know कि भाई more or less this is how much production should be there and it will work. Here you don't know. So the writer expects you increase your risk appetite. The producer expects you increase your compromising, whatever limit, so that you are able to cater to the market. So this becomes an unending tussle from the advent of cinema till today. This is the crux of the problem between the producer and the writer. Here. What is your view about this?
इसमें दो पॉइंट जरा दुर्गेश और श्रीधर की बात से थोड़ा लेके चल रहा हूँ. एक तो ये कि एज राइटर मैं कभी भी कंज्यूमर नहीं सोचता हूँ, मैं ऑडियंस सोचता हूँ. एंड राइटर को ऑडियंस ही सोचना चाहिए. कंज्यूमर मेरे लिए बहुत ही डेरोगेटरी वर्ड है. मैं किसी को भी कहानी सुनाने वाला हूँ, मुझे मेरा ये लालच ही होगा कि मैक्सिमम लोग मेरी कहानी सुने. अगर मैं फॉरगेट थिएटर और फॉरगेट टेलीविजन, मैं किसी सड़क पे जाके खड़ा हो जाऊँ और 4 लोगों को इकट्ठा करूँ और कहानी सुनाऊँ और मैं इंगेज कर दूँ उनको. दैट्स माई स्टोरी एंड आई एम सक्सेसफुल. इफ आई मैनेज टू gather 5 people or 6 people and they are clapping and they are emotionally involved, और जैसे जैसे मैं सुना रहा हूँ और ये कर रहा हूँ, this is my job and I'm happy about that. So writer का job मेरा ये है कि मैं maximum इस तक पहुँचूँ 10, 15, 50, 500, 1000 लाख में. उसमें मेरी कहानी अच्छी होनी चाहिए. उस पर मुझे परसिस्टेंट होना चाहिए कि मैं सामने वाले को, चूंकि एक प्रोड्यूसर इन्वॉल्व है या ब्रॉडकास्टर इन्वॉल्व है, आई शुड कन्विंस देम कि हेलो ये बहुत अच्छी कहानी है और इसमें ये होगा वो होगा. नाउ एज प्रोड्यूसर मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस जो है, टीवी में थोड़ा आसान है उसको कंट्रोल करना, बिकॉज यू गेट अ सर्टेन काइंड ऑफ बजट कि 8 लाख में या 10 लाख में आपको या 15 लाख में या 12 लाख में आपको एपिसोड बनाना है. यू आर वेरी श्योर कि मुझे अगर 10 लाख मिल रहा है तो मुझे 9 लाख में बना लेना चाहिए. चलो बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ तो 9.5 में बना लेना चाहिए. तो उसके हिसाब से आप अपना पूरा इक्वेशन बनाते हो एंड यू वर्क अराउंड. शुरू के से 15 और 20 एपिसोड्स में आप ज़्यादा खर्च करते हो टू मेक इट बेटर, और ये वो ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम ब्रेक इवन आता है एंड यू अर्न. सो टीवी में बहुत ज़्यादा, हाँ टीवी में ये है कि व्हेन द शो शट्स डाउन इन विदिन 2 months or 3 months, then you are in losses. So that is safe game and that's why people are making shows के वो safe game है. Over a period of time they make money. Film में भी if you as producer you have to take care of your budget कि ये कितने का होना चाहिए, इसका एक मेकिंग कॉस्ट क्या है. ये बिजनेस का बेसिक वो है कि कोई भी चीज़ आप बना रहे हो, whether you are making film और ये हो, कि इसका बिजनेस कॉस्ट, ये मेकिंग कॉस्ट ये होना है, इतने ही में मैं बेच पाऊंगा. से फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एंड इट वर्क्स विद द स्टार सिस्टम और एक्टर्स और ये कि अगर मैं शाहरुख खान को ले रहा हूँ तो इसका इतना लेवल पे मैं इसको बेच सकता हूँ, अगर मैं विक्रांत मासे को ले रहा हूँ तो मैं इसको इतना में बेच सकता हूँ. सो एवरीवन इज डूइंग दैट. नाउ ये आपका एक इक्वेशन अगर आप समझ में आ रहा है, उसमें कंटेंट में आपका बिलीफ है कि नहीं है. दैट इज लाइक अभी दैट 12th फेल से फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एक आदमी का बिलीफ है कि यस दिस इज द स्टोरी आई वांट टू टेल एंड ही मेड इट एंड इट्स सक्सेसफुल. सो मुझे वो वहां पे समझ में नहीं आता कि किस टाइप का डेटा काम करता है, किस टाइप का ये कि यस देयर इज अ सब्जेक्ट, कितने लोगों को ये रेजोनेट करेगा, अगर ये मेरी कहानी है, ये इमोशन से मैं कैसे कनेक्ट कर पाऊंगा, वो मुझे देखना है. एंड मैक्सिमम लोगों से अगर मैं कनेक्ट कर पाता हूँ, इसमें पोटेंशियल वो दिखता है हर स्टोरी में. कई स्टोरी में ये होता है कि से फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन 2001 व्हेन समवन वाज मेकिंग दिल चाहता है, यस उसके दिमाग में रहा होगा कि यार ये पटना के आदमी समझ पाएंगे क्या इस नुआंस वाले रिलेशनशिप को. वो मैं समझ सकता हूँ कि when you are taking एकदम different leap and then you are thinking about it. But when we are telling almost a regular story of regular emotions, I don't think उसमें आपको कहानी में समझ में आ जाना चाहिए. मुझे नहीं लगता है. हम लोग आपस में एक दूसरे से कई दोस्त जब शेयर करते हैं आपस में stories and you just say कि अरे यार वाह what a story, this needs to be told. So उसमें क्यों प्रॉब्लम आती है, उसमें क्यों इतना वो डेटा की जरूरत होती है, मुझे वो समझ में अभी तक नहीं आया, to be very honest.
Okay, I'm sure there is a point of view there, because when certain choices of producers have failed, then the anxiety starts.
But that
Maybe
is
there should be
that
some-
is the business you may fail. किसी ने डॉक्टर ने प्रिस्क्राइब थोड़ी किया, प्रोड्यूसर ने बनोगे तो ऐसी नहीं हो जाएगी.
At the same time, there is a certain concern. I'm not saying that this is right or wrong. I'm merely saying that this is the argument that we constantly come up against. So I'm just trying to see whether is there a way out? Is there a more constructive negotiation possible here? Sridhar, how do you deal with these challenges? I'll phrase it. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
When I produced my first show, I told my wife कि either I will buy this house or we will go to Mira Road. So choice is ours. And she said, let's make. बात खत्म हो गई. You take that chance.
Sorry, what's the question exactly, Arjun? I'm just trying to
The
understand.
question is this, that it got kicked off by what Durgesh said, which was in any case something which had to be discussed. The writer comes with a certain vision. He writes a story which narrates it to 20 people, believes in it, that this is working, and he has this conviction that it will connect.
Right.
Because it has all the requisites of a good story. He takes it to a producer. But the producer does feel, okay, it's a nice story, yet there is a certain budget that I have to put on that. And I am not so sure that I will be able to recover this. So we need to do certain things to the story to do that, which the writer feels, writer objects to that. That may disturb my vision with which I made it. So the writer expects the producer to have that same conviction that you like the story, you are in the business of risk. Because telling stories is risky because you don't know what's going to work, what's not going to work. So you go with that conviction and you take a risk because that is the business you are in, and just go sell something else. So the writer pushes the producer to increase their risk appetite. The producer, on the other hand, is pushing the writer to say, you have to learn to compromise, and we have to
This
be
is actually
mindful
where I had a difference of opinion with
of
you.
the market.
The phrase that you used, the producer is trying to get the writer to compromise, and the writer's got. It sounds like we're the idealistic. I'm just sorry, I'll because this is actually what I wanted to ask you when you said that phrase. Look, you have good and bad writers. You have good and bad producers. You have good and bad executives. Okay? Now this is a mix and match kind of situation. If you're a terrific writer who meets a terrible producer, you're screwed. You're always looking for somebody on your wavelength. Now, Zamasa said one thing, which is actually where I think it's the only thing that matters. As a writer, you're looking for an audience. I'm looking to talk to the maximum amount of people with this story. My first audience is this person or this guy or this team. If I can't convince them, then it's a failing in me. I'm fascinated by this. To reach them, I have to go through these. These people, who are they? Why do they have a problem? If we understand that this part is collaborative, that I need to get their point of view, understand. Now, ideally, you're able to convince them of what needs to be done and why, because you have conviction in your story. Sometimes they have valid points. I'm not saying valid points that came because of data or focus groups or whatever, which actually make you question your own story. It's a give and take. It's a to and fro. So I've never seen it so black and white that the producer wants me to compromise and I have a vision and stuff like that. I feel it's an interactive process which goes through. Yeah, unfortunately, 90% of the time we meet the bad producer. Maybe 99. Maybe 99.9. But if I was a producer talking here, I would tell you 99.9% they'll also meet the bad writer. Let us not assume that every writer writing is a great writer or a good writer. We don't have a good judgment of ourselves. So, like, I need people to tell me, I've got this deadly story. When they tell me the story, I'm like, No. And then I'm enemy number one. And they, and I'm like, no, this story is not working for this is the reason, and they're hurt. Now, if tomorrow I happen to be a producer, I would be called that. I don't have any issue with, look, if you're investing, Anjum, I come to you and tell you, I want you to invest so much of this into this. I have to be able to convince you, no? And if I can't convince you, I have the choice of backing off.
Yeah, but Sridhar, here again, actually you're veering towards the idealist position.
Sorry?
You're veering towards the idealist position, according to me. I'll tell you why. Because you do believe that if I'm able to convince them about the merit of the story, which means that they're emotionally and romantically engaged with it, then things can move forward. If I'm not able to do that, then I have to look at myself as something lacking.
We'll be lucky if 50% of what we started wanting to make gets made.
Yeah.
Compromise of that sort is there 100%.
Yeah. So I'm talking also about because they're handling a business, there are certain factors which are extraneous to our effort, our vision, extraneous to the merit of the story, to put it plainly. Okay. Two things today. One is of course the money, because they have to sell it further.
Yeah.
A studio or a producer will take it from you, and he has to sell it to a platform or a financier, right? So he has to balance that out, number one, which is not quite our concern, because we're convincing him, and we say, if I'm convincing you, you go and convince that person. But he's thinking of that person, he's thinking of that swimming lesson. So, no, I have to go further, so I have to think for him here. That's number one. Number two is
Not just producers, or even actors. When you're working in a feature, you may have to deal with an actor, a star,
yeah, so all
the director.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the commercial part of it. If I'm able to bring in certain props, like actor, if Devan says yes, or Akshay Kumar says yes, then I might be able to convince them. So he's thinking of that. So can I take this forward? So it's not just his conviction. It is also his concern about being able to make it viable. Number two is also extraneous factors to us which come in about the kind of reaction it might create. You see, today we have a lot of objections coming up for I'm taking offense at religious sentiments, and there's defamation, and there is causing public disturbance, and religious symbol, and history, which is why the producer has to send it to the lawyer. There are lawyers, as you do know, all of us well know, I mean, they read every single draft of everything that you submit. And they give you notes and things, ye nikalo, wo nikalo, sometimes ridiculous, but they're erring on the side of what they call safety because they don't want to be vulnerable. There is a point of view there, which we disagree with, but there is a point of view there. Okay. Because there have been precedents.
Yeah, so many platforms have got into trouble because of a show.
So when I talk about compromise, I'm talking about being mindful of the producer's anxieties here, right? This is where we are being unstuck, which is why what is happening is that also contracts are getting harsher because then the producer says that you people are unwilling to see this. So I'm sorry, I'm putting in indemnity clauses which are unreasonable and which are extreme. Completely extreme. Okay, sorry, therefore I will scare the shit out of you. That if you do something like that, as a result of which something comes up there and there's public disturbance, you will bear the entire liability for it. Which makes the writer also start self-censoring, and this seems to have become a trend here. This is the reality today.
Right.
And that's what I'm talking about also. That there are certain concerns that they go through. Now, is there a meeting point here, which is what SW is trying right now, to move ahead and ensure that yes, your vulnerability is taken care of, at the same time we're not thrown under the bus either. And it's possible, we believe, to do that, okay? To ensure that yes, we are also aware of the reality today. I'm saying here, writers tend to get stuck, okay? Where we are not able to see that point of view, and it seems to be that the gap is widening right now, which is why they're coming down very hard on that, saying, I don't think you're able to see our point of view, but sorry, we pay you, we determine the contract, we will put this in position on you. Take it or leave it. It's become that sort of a brittle situation, which is what SW is seeking to now break that log jam, to ensure that there is a constructive resolution there. That's what I was saying.
No, I see. The thing is, I completely agree with you in terms of this.
Am I right talking about this, about these concerns?
No, sorry, I don't have anything deadly to say. So I was just trying to coherently reply to what you said. But I said, ऐसे मतलब, see, I understand where the producer is coming from. I understand all of these fears. I have to try my level best to take in what I can. It may completely be that they're putting a certain sort of pressure on me which I can't handle. My only option is to walk away, to exit. I've had 6 or 7 years in the last 15 years where I opted out. Because I couldn't.
I understand what you're saying. This is you we're talking about right now. Whereas this is not the general condition of writers. So I'm also talking about them. You and I and Dugesh and Zama are able to survive. We are able to walk away.
No,
We
but
can
we're
walk
able.
from the
See,
negotiation.
when we started out, we were also doing multiple jobs. No, I'm saying I'm always talking from a youngster's point of view.
Exactly.
Don't depend on writing as because then
That's
you
what
are
you're saying.
vulnerable.
Yeah. So
to the producer.
That's the way out. But मेरा ये basic fundamental point क्या है? The moment you write for a business, I'm saying that you have to be ready for a series of negotiations.
Yeah.
If I'm publishing my own book, publishing my own screenplay and putting it out, or if I'm financing my own film by taking friends together, I have complete independence to do what I want to do. The moment you get into a business, then there are business imperatives.
Yeah.
And those are growing the world over. Which is why you have the 148-day strike. You know,
Right,
in Hollywood.
right.
I mean, it became a vicious situation there. Okay? Until finally Ted Sarandos and others came to the table and said, okay, let's resolve this because we have to run the business. And there was a certain compromise which took place. So it is becoming now. So it's, Durgesh, ये भी मैं कह रहा हूँ कि we will have to learn to be mindful of this कि किस तरीके से अपना vision बचाए रखे. At the same time, producer को उस प्रकार कन्विंस करे कि उसको भी ना लगे कि भैया मैं नुकसान में आ जाऊंगा इस वजह यही एक चुनौती है हमारे सामने.
आई थिंक ये इंडेमनिटी एंड लायबिलिटी का जो आपने दो टर्म बताया तो वो मुझे पिछले कुछ 2 महीने से एक नेगोशिएशन चल रहा है और इसी पे गाड़ी रखी हुई है.
इस क्लॉज पे जो लॉयर्स ने मुझे बताया सबसे लंबा नेगोशिएशन
2 महीने से चल रहा है.
पैसे और क्रेडिट पे जल्दी हो जाता इस पे ज्यादा होता. Okay, we don't have that much time. I'm throwing it open to questions in case you people have any. Sorry, ये थोड़ी कई बातें थोड़ी सी लंबी हो गई, but ये important थी. Rama, you have any questions for us? No? Okay. You're completely convinced by what we were saying. Saurav, you have something to say? No. Madam Ja, nothing? Adi, does anyone have any question at all? If there's nobody, then of course there's Prakhar.
Sir,
One person has already got it.
an amazing session.
Yeah.
Amazing session. And well, I was looking forward to this panel and really got good insights. Sir, this is my question to Sridhar sir. Sir, while writing films that are usually commercial in tone, how do you satisfy the writers want to do something artistic? So when you're writing something which is to the mass, to something that is not very niche, how are you trying to put it out in a way that is through a writer's perspective, like when the writer is trying to put it out?
You speak with young people, you will get idealism.
So there is no other. I'm not really writing for a mass or a class or whatever. See, that's finally how these things get defined. I'm actually an audience member. From the time I was a kid, I've been a movie goer. I've been watching everything since I was a child. I've been absorbing. I'm a reader. So all I'm trying to do when I'm writing is actually try and make 8-year-old version of me or 12-year-old version of me, whichever audience I'm talking to, enjoy himself or herself. I just actually want to make me happy. And unfortunately for a writer, 99% when I'm happy doesn't mean that the producer is going to be happy or an actor is going to be happy. I'm easy. So I'm just trying to recreate that for myself. So that's all you stick to. Now, when you're writing your own work, you're obviously writing stuff that pleases you. A lot of a writers, it's very important to write your own work. It's also important to do commission work. Because bulk of what happens in our business to a great extent is commission work. Where somebody says, we're making this assignment and they hire you as a writer. Now, your question applies over here. When somebody's come to you with a certain film or a series or whatever and said, you have to try and see what can I add to it. What can I add of myself to it? My thinking, my reading, the things which would have attracted me to this. Sometimes it may be very disparate to a world that you would write. And if you honestly don't believe that you can add or contribute to that world, it's better to just back off and say, yeah, I'm the wrong guy for this, but this other writer I know is terrific. I've always used that philosophy because sometimes somebody come and tell me, you got a great love story, aap kuch karo. I don't have a romantic bone in my body. But I have a couple of friends who are like, terrific, dude, that's the right guy. Political thing, dude, this is the right. Everybody else might have, if you're very honest with yourself and you know your strengths and your weaknesses, when somebody approaches you with work, you try and see, can I make this better than where it came to me? If I can't, it's better to opt out And in your own writing, obviously, you try and please yourself first, and then you hope to God that you are the audience still. That you've not alienated yourself from what they call the mass or the class. Like the directors I grew up on, people like Raj Kapoor and like Manoj Kumar and even Mr. Subhash Ghai and all, they made films which everybody liked it. This division wasn't there in play. So I actually write like that. I just write for the audience guy and me sitting and watching this and hope I'm entertaining myself.
So, sir, when a Raj Kapoor writes something like a Mera Naam Joker,
Right.
he's trying to satisfy his writer's ideal. But when it does not work with the commercial space as he was trying to,
He comes back with Bobby.
comes back with
He comes back with a vengeance with Bobby. I mean,
so then comes back with a film that will work commercially in the sense.
I think even Bobby is him. See, for example, I don't know Mr. Kapoor, so I can't talk about him. I've never met him. My brother, for example, made a couple of films which worked. He made something which didn't work. They were all him.
Ek Hasina Thi was wonderful, sir.
But that is also him, as is Agent Vinod, as is Andaz. I'm saying success or failure, it's all of us. My bad films is also me, my good stuff is also me. It's not a problem. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, if you're taking off from Raj Kapoor's example, I mean, बैठ जा आराम से, okay, और mic भी दे दे किसी को, okay. So it's also that, I mean, I'm also going by Abbas Sahab's autobiography, because he mentions this, that it didn't work and he was heartbroken because this was his dream project, which he believed would sort of really move the audiences, and it didn't. I mean, it went for a toss. So now he believed that he had to choose a genre. All those stories were in him. All those desires for different genres were in him. But he needed to choose something which he believed would work. Okay, let me not once again go with something which I am uncertain about. So hence the love story. But to write the love story, who does he go to? He goes to K. Abbas. But K. Abbas is not really known for his romantic thing. K. Abbas had given all social dramas like Avara, etc. to him, Manoni and all. So he goes to him and then this beautiful thing begins to come out. So it is that he needed to make a choice, keeping that in mind. The way he fail ho gaya hai, now I need to sort of earn my money back. So let me choose a genre which I believe will be popular. Right, was there anybody else here?
Hi.
Yeah.
So,
Where are you?
sorry.
Okay.
So my name is Pranavi and I am an aspiring writer. I'm currently writing like stories and poems sort of. But I like a writer, I feel like every single product that comes out of me is my child. And parents always say, I don't have a favorite bacha, but there's always a favorite bacha. So this question is for all of you, including you, Amin sir. What is something that you wrote, whether it's a line, a film, an episode, a series, what is something that you have written that you are so proud of, whether the audience understood it or not, whether it reached the target audience you wanted? What is something that you are so proud of that you look at and like, damn, I wrote that? It's sort of the thing.
I'm the wrong person to ask this, okay? Because at the level of the script, if you feel, script, story, etc., yes, there were a couple of things. I mean, first, disclaimer, I'm seldom proud of what I write. Literally, I mean, I have major problems. Because I have no illusions about my talent. So I try, yes, I do try, and I work hard at that. But yes, there are a couple of scripts which I wrote, which I did feel, I'm feeling a little satisfied with that. But that's not how the film turned out. So if we go by the film, I can't say that yes, I'm very proud of what I wrote because it got screwed up in the process. So here, you don't know my script. So I can only refer to that, but you won't be able to relate to that. Okay. Sridhar is a different example altogether. Durgesh, good luck. You're proud of good luck.
हाँ मतलब
तो थोड़ा माइक नजदीक रखो ना.
हाँ मतलब बट सबसे फेवरेट बच्चा जो होता है वो सबसे पैम्पर्ड बच्चा भी होता है और वो सबसे बिगड़ा हुआ बच्चा भी होता है. तो वो सबसे उसको समझाना बहुत कठिन होता है. तो जो कहानी आपकी सबसे करीब होती है सबको समझाना बहुत कठिन टफ होता है. तो है बहुत सारी चीजें.
नहीं वो है लेकिन वो कह रही कि जो बाहर काम जो बाहर आया है
Even if
देख
it's
के
not
लगता है.
out there, even if it's not out there, and it's just a line that you
So then how are you
बहुत सारी
want to
चीजें
relate to it?
if there's something
मेरा
you'd like to
बेस्ट
share.
मेरा बेस्ट मेरे फोल्डर में है.
I'm script I've been writing since I was 22. I think Anjum is the only one who's read it. And I love that so much, I'm never putting it out. Every time I meet a producer who wants to make it, and he says, but if you change this one slight thing, I say, superb, and I run off with that script. It'll never get made.
There is a script of mine I wrote in 1994, okay, which you have read. Okay, and you gave me some feedback and you said, yes, it can be rectified also, it's a good thing, Sins of the Father. Okay, yeah. But it hasn't been made. It's lying in my folder. And there was another one called His Father's Son. I mean, that also is still lying in my folder.
All our favorite children might not have been born.
Yeah, they're all,
That's the only problem.
yeah, they're lying as embryos in formaldehyde, you know, in a laboratory. Haji sir.
Yeah. So my question is, see, there are various departments of filmmaking. To my mind, screenwriting, screenplay, and BMG is the most important aspect.
BMG, matlab?
Background music.
Oh, okay.
So these are the two aspects which I think are very important for theatrical experience. So the question to you is, how much is the cost of production attributed to each of these departments?
Ore Allah. Okay, ye to, I mean, I can only tell you writers are underpaid. That's what I can keep repeating to you. I don't know how much people are paid these days for background music. Do you even know? I am afraid, maybe the next session, is somebody doing a session with producers or business people? No? Okay, then I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, yeah. पर ये याद रखिएगा, writers are underpaid. Okay, ये बार-बार दोहराइएगा. Okay, yeah.
Hi sir, my name is Vikram, and in Hollywood there's this theory that a producer won't accept your script if in the 25th page there is no catalyst or debate or show the devil, like in Save the Cat. So does Bollywood also function like that?
देख, actually even Hollywood में वो किस्सा थोड़ा सा बदल गया. ये था पुराना था ऐसा कि where the studio executives didn't have anything to go by, so they went by the mathematics. एक टेम्पलेट के हिसाब से कि ये नहीं हुआ है, इसके लिए स्क्रिप्ट खराब है, क्योंकि उनको अंदाजा नहीं था कि अदरवाइज कैसे जज करे. वो थोड़ा सा काफी हद तक बदल रहा है. और हिंदुस्तान में भी ऐसा नहीं है क्लियरली. ये जरूर है कि भैया पूरी आपने स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ी और जमी नहीं आपको, फिर आप खोजते हो कि भैया क्या इसके अंदर मैं किस तरीके से एनालाइज करूं, तो तब वो किताब की तरफ जाते हैं. अगर स्क्रिप्ट जम रही है बाय एंड लार्ज, देन द डिस्कशन टेक्स प्लेस ऑन दैट, नॉट बिकॉज कि ये नहीं है वो नहीं है, स्क्रिप्ट अच्छी है. You want to say something?
I've never believed in this catalyst, end of act 2, end of act 1. It terrifies me.
No, yeah, but he's talking about the studio executive.
No, the studio, if you come across a studio executive who says what's end of act 2, whatever, make up anything. Because they wouldn't know the difference, honestly. Because nobody uses these terminologies in the real world. I mean, I don't think any executive I've met has said, what's your exact catalyst for this? Or, I don't know. It may be that person has read Blake Snyder, or somebody else has read Sid Field. But, I don't know. I mean, I've never faced this, so it's not a problem. They don't ask you that.
अच्छा एक बात बताइए,
लाइक टीवी में अपने ओरिजिनल सीन को भी किसी न किसी रेफरेंस से जरूर कनेक्ट करना, वो कन्विंस करने, हाँ, कन्विंस करने के लिए. ये उसमें था.
I used to have a superbly cheap trick, which I used to narrate a story and they would look at me unconvinced, and then I would say, this is based on Dostoevsky, this thing written in 19, or this is written by this Korean writer. They'll think, I said, that sold so many copies. They were like thrilled. I'll say, I'll send you the book and I'll carry some fat book. They no, we're happy. So, but even when I started television, when we started television, my director and my producers were always very tense because every few weeks we had to be like Basanti and Sholay. We had to do a Naach and Gabbar had to be happy for us to get another extension. So they used to say, you got no extension. So I'll say, please, we'll go and meet. And I would narrate a story and say, this is the story I was working on for the next episode. It wasn't even my story. It was a book by Colin Woolrich. I used to only narrate the first act. And they'd say, what happens next? I said, no, I haven't thought about it. If we had got an extension, I'm going to think about it. And they would give us an extension. And I lived on the premise that maybe 13 weeks later, the same executive will not be on the table and say, you never did that story. Till today, I've never done that story. It's a book called The Bride Wore Black by Colin Woolrich.
You know what I used to
The Black Curtain.
What I used to do, you go, in our days, of course, these days executives have become very smart because they're all ex-screenwriters.
It's WWI.
Ex-WWI also. तो हमारे हमसे ही सीख के सामने बैठे हैं. So you have to be careful with them. So what, you go to a producer अच्छा है, लेकिन क्या है ना, इधर थोड़ा ड्रामा ज़्यादा चाहिए, इधर कुछ तो एक रस चाहिए अर्जुन जी, ये थोड़ा ड्राई हो रहा है, आप बहुत ड्राई लिखते हो। सर ओके सर, नोट है, इधर थोड़ा सा एक थोड़ा लाइवली कर दो ना इधर। Done, आइए करके लाइए। I used to go, 10 days later, I wouldn't change a single thing in that and bring it back and narrate it to him and say, हाँ, now it's working. Because he feels कि हाँ, मेरा आइडिया आपने incorporate देखा, डिस्कशन करने से फायदा तो हुआ। ऐसे बिल्कुल सर फायदा हुआ नहीं तो यार स्क्रिप्ट वैसी की वैसे ही रह जाती। Not a word had I changed. Sometimes you just, the voice modulation that you do during the narration, you make it more dramatic, can you make it more lively, and if it correct है सर, अभी देखो ये change किया ना, काम करा, कुछ change नहीं किया। So now we need to close because it's been 2 hours. Meghna, you never stopped us. So, listen, you're all friends, but nevertheless, Zama, a formal word of thanks for agreeing so readily to come. Every time I call, Durgesh, तुम हमारे नए हो, अभी पुराने हो गए। ये दूसरी बार तुम्हारे हो, right? पहले वर्कशॉप में भी आए थे, लेकिन अभी वो जो वीरू ने कहा था ना, एक गलती जरूर की ठाकुर, तिजोरी खोल के दिखा दी। तुम लोग भी यही करते हो, इसलिए मैं बार बार बुलाते रहूँगा। स्वाति, truly very gracious of you to take time out.
Thank you so much for
Come on a weekend, giving your personal time. Truly, thank you very much for that. And I will keep checking with you again and again, and then you let me know whether you'd like to come, because you spoke with such clarity, and your articulation, as always, was.
Sir, we are your students, no? So, no.
अच्छा एक बात बताइए before go, Ananya, keep quiet. Okay. How many of listening students are here in the audience? Can I see a show of hands? Oh, okay. Now, okay, thanks. Now just tell me how many screenwriting students are there from Listening Books? I want to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, I'm sure you don't have time for my question now. So,
Ananya, if you speak less, I'm happy.
thank you everyone for the conversation today. It was truly wonderful to have you all. Thank you to Anjum sir for moderating this session. I would now like to request our President, Ms. Meghna Ghai Puri, to present the panelists with a token of gratitude on behalf of all of us at Listening Woods International.
Sorry to hear.
As Rama sir had said that, it's the worst time for the TV industry writers, and because all the sets are having the same story, all the shows are running on the same story. I mean, a channel like Sub TV, which used to be a comedy channel, is now running shows like Sony TV is. And at the same time, Sony TV, when they're trying to get shows like maybe India Wali Ma and something experimental, they're not working either.
Ananya, you have a question, right?
Yeah, the question is coming. So when this is happening, is it the problem at the producer's end, or is it a problem at the writer's end, or are we as an audience at fault when all this is happening?
You didn't mention broadcasters.
जिसकी गलती है। Yes. नहीं, इसमें overall what is happening ना कि no one is wanting to take risk. तो वो एक major problem है. Everyone wants to play safe. This is what I said. GRP इतनी रहे, इतने में सबकी salary चलती रहे. That's the problem. But at the same time, please have your own story. मैं demotivate नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बल्कि and honestly ये मैं बहुत serious इसमें बोल रहा हूँ, serious note. You have to have your own story to tell. Like आप किसी का भी example ले लो, even film में जयदीप साहनी हो, जूही हो, they came up with their own stories. उनको वो नहीं बनाना था कि क्या चल रहा है और क्या कर रहा है. They came up with their own घोसला का घोसला and विकी डोनर और कोई भी जो नए राइटर्स आते हैं. You have to have your story. That will make you unique and आपकी identity उसी से.
story. If you feel it's good for that, find out where Chicago is. Yes, please.
We would like to thank our event sponsors, our multiplex partner Muktaitu Cinemas, digital partner Buffalo Soldiers, energy drink partner Monster, ticketing partner Paytm Insider, radio partner Radio City, and outreach partner Vigor Launchpad.
Moving on, our second panel is on virtual production, the next generation filmmaking workflow, which will begin shortly. John Pike, Parth Shah, Vivek Kandasamy, and our moderator is Mr. Chaitanya Chinchlekar.
Anand Runta is a third-generation entrepreneur and the managing director of Famous Studios. Anand ushered bold changes at Famous, such as setting up Famous Working Co., India's first co-working space in a film studio, and partnering with Netflix as their post-production partner. He also paved the way for introducing new technologies such as visual engineering, motion capture, Dolby Vision, and Dolby Atmos, certified post-production facilities. Famous Studios under Anand has also done extensive high-quality work in VFX and currently is undertaking the same in virtual production. We welcome you, sir.
C.V. Rao. Mr. Rao currently serves as a Chief Technology Officer at Annapurna Studios. He started his career in advertising, and his interest towards new age technology ensured great proficiency in post-production, which he continues to run at Annapurna Studios. At Annapurna, Mr. Rao has won several awards and massive industry acclaim for demonstrating technical efficiency and prowess in the post-production of over 500 movies, notably among them being the Bahubali films and a small little film called RRR. Annapurna has recently partnered with Cube Cinemas to set up the A&R virtual production stage, which has already started to deliver some fantastic ICVFX content. We welcome you, sir.
John Pike is Chief Creative Officer at Media Monks. John loves tech as much as he loves advertising. Media Monks was one of the first virtual production volume stages in India, where they have achieved impressive results for ad film content for several clients, key among them being Coca-Cola, Netflix, Google, Honda, Red Bull, Samsung, Adidas, IKEA, BMW, Mondelez, and HP. Ads created by him have won multiple awards over the years. John has been one of the earliest movers in India of the use of Unreal Game Engine in filmmaking workflows. He has also pioneered some very interesting use cases of artificial intelligence to create hyper-personalized campaigns for major domestic and international brands. In over a decade, he has worked with multiple brands and has won many awards. We welcome you, sir.
Parth Shah. He is a creative supervisor virtual production at DNEG. He is also a board member of Virtual Effects Society India chapter. With over 8 years of experience in the industry, Parth has a passionate understanding of the latest technologies and techniques in virtual production, such as in-camera VFX, simulcam performance capture, photogrammetry, virtual scouting, and visualization. Parth has been instrumental in setting up and supervising innovative production studios and projects in India, such as Green Rain Netflix Innovation Lab, Centroid India's Mumbai studio, and India's first LED volume. He has worked across film, game, and television sectors, and has had an impressive list of credits, including RRR, Kala Pani, Archies, Dream Cricket 2024, and many more. Parth was also awarded the 40 under 40 in the Indian AVGC sector by Animation Express. Parth's mission is to create and deliver immersive and engaging visual stories that inspire and entertain audiences worldwide. We welcome you, sir.
Vivek Kandasamy is a filmmaker, inventor with 16 years of experience in the entertainment industry, excelling in film production, VFX, and virtual production. As a workflow producer and researcher, he has contributed to 50+ feature films, 200+ TV commercials, and a dozen OTT shows, designing custom pipelines for each project specific to its needs. He is also faculty member at Whistling Woods International, emphasizing the future of film tech and enabling filmmakers with creative freedom. We welcome you, sir.
Moderating the session, we have a Vice President and Business Head, Chief Technology Officer, and Head of Emerging Media Lab, Whistling Woods International, Mr. Chaitanya Chinchlekar. He also currently serves on the Global Board of Governors of the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers, SMPTE, and is the Cinematic Virtual Reality Co-Leader for Asia Pacific with the Global VR AR Association. He is also a strategic advisor to several startups in the M&E, technology and education verticals. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So before I have them up on stage, I just want to get a sense of the room so that we are able to tailor the session to make it, how much deep tech should we go, how much craft we should talk about. How many of you know what virtual production is? Okay, very few. Out of the ones who know, how many of you think virtual production is remote production? Thank God. Because that's the first thing, right? And most people think virtual production is घर पे बैठ के produce कर सकते. That is not virtual production. That is remote production. Okay? So what I'm going to do is 10 minutes, just take you through a few slides about what is virtual production, and then we'll actually talk about it using examples, using references of stuff that you all have seen, which you all have no idea has been shot in front of an LED wall, not in an actual location. Right? So we switch. Okay, fine. So what is virtual production? So it's essentially a filmmaking workflow where the physical and the digital worlds interact in real time. So normally you shoot something in front of a green screen and then you put stuff on top, or you've got somebody interacting with an animated asset and that is added later. Here everything happens in real time, right? Which is why it's so hard, which is why it's so complicated, but which is also why it is the workflow of the future. Now, when we say workflow of the future, it doesn't mean that everything else will be done, everything else goes out of the window, right? It remains and you have one more. Right? So all these things, physical sets, props, actors, cameras, lights, with immersive game engines, virtual sets, etc., 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 etc. And the core of virtual production, which makes it different from all other filmmaking workflows, is as content creators, you are no longer shooting video, you are capturing data. And once you understand that it's essentially a pixel which has a position in a volume with color and texture, you know what you're doing. Right? So that's essentially how to look at it. Now, how do you approach it? You understand the workflows, then you disaggregate break the workflows down into script breakdown, creating digital assets, camera tracking, motion tracking, etc., etc., and then move on to the finishing part. Right? And then know what skill sets are needed. So you have 3 workflows. Now again, all these things sound very technical and very complicated. None of them are complicated. Trust you me, by profession I'm a chartered accountant and I understand this. So anybody can understand it, right? It's not very complicated. So all CG virtual production, okay, how many of you saw Lion King? The new Lion King? Almost everybody, okay? Lion King was created using a workflow called all CG virtual production, where everything was brought into a game engine and Jon Favreau, along with his DOP, shot the film inside the game engine. Right? On-set virtual production. The world has been doing on-set virtual production for 50 years, but not 50 years, but at least 30 years in television. Everybody's seen cricket, currently watching the World Cup. So बीच में जो show आता है, where these anchors are standing somewhere and suddenly something is happening at the back, that is on-set virtual production. How many of you saw those anchors when it rains, they pretend to hold a fake umbrella and sway? That is also on-set virtual production. That is bad use of on-set virtual, but it's still on-set virtual production, right? And then in-camera VFX is Mandalorian or a lot of the other stuff that's been shot, which is essentially shot in front of an LED wall, right? Now, I'm not going to get too technical or deep into this, because what I want to do is just help you understand and see some of the content that has been shot in that, and what does photogrammetry mean, what does volumetric capture mean, what do these things mean, right? So, for example, some of the skill sets that you need in virtual production, they are out there. So you need to know how to do motion capture, you need to know how to do photogrammetry, volumetric capture, etc., etc. So this is an example of motion capture. This is shot in our studio with basically students. Markers are being tracked, and real time now you have a transformers down, right? So it's quite easy to do. Actually not, but it looks like that, right? The idea is that now you can have transformers do the Bhangra very easily. So similarly, you have other skills like photogrammetry, volumetric capture, where you are able to create volume assets with volume, just using simpler technology. Right? So this is a house, for example, that has been shot using all the white boxes you see are places where photos have been taken of the house, and it has been synthesized to create a single asset. So if you bring this into a game engine, you can actually take a VCam, a virtual camera, and walk into the house. If you're able to do this, say for a set, say of the Taj Mahal, you never have to shoot in the Taj Mahal again and try and end up destroying it with 300 people going there and polluting the place. Right? So it can really be used in a lot of great ways. This is another example. This is a simple set that was put up in our studio. It's just, you see the photographs that have been taken, and it's been synthesized to create this really very photoreal, real looking hut. This can be used for anything that we want. You no longer, even the set is demolished, it's fine, it's available. Right? We're able to get the texture, we're able to get everything. And that's really what is. Now this is one example of one skill set. Now there are many examples of many skill sets, right? So say lighting. Now if you want to just change the lighting of a scene, it's quite easy to do it. Right? There's something called DMX control, which is basically, forget about what it is. You can control virtual lights using a computer. Right? So now this is night, and now it's dusk, and now it's daylight, and now it's dusk again, and it's night. So for filmmakers who know and who care about what magic hour is, now you can have magic hour throughout. Magic hour is that hour just before dusk, when everything looks pretty. Best time to propose. So now you can have it forever on your set, right? So these are some of the things that, and again, it's not complicated, right? It just looks complicated, it can be done, you just need to put in enough effort. This is actually stuff that Whistling Wood students have done. And the reason I'm showing it to you is because this was done with almost zero supervision. They were trained in advance and then set up in the morning of the shoot, and then everybody buggered off. And this guy, you see the back of the head, he's sitting in the second row over there. Right? So, this guy, Abhi uske baal bade ho gaye. It's very much doable, don't be scared of it. Right? Just learn it right and you can do it right. And this is a real-time world replacement where that hut, the background of the hut was replaced by this hyper-real world that was created. And it's really not, it's quite easily doable provided you do it right. So this is just some of the elements of virtual production. Now if you look at the entire virtual production workflow, this is what it looks like. It's complicated. Right? But each of you will play one part of one box in this. So you will either be a photogrammetry asset creator or a on-set or various things. And that's really what you need to know. Right? So without getting too much into this, can we have everybody up please? So Mr. Rao, I'm only going by seniority of age. Parth को पहले बोलते हैं. Parth, Vivek, Anant, and John, and I'm the youngest. You can switch back.
Okay, as you can see, I like to make a lot of jokes on stage, so get ready for it. But thank you so much for coming. We literally have people who have flown across the country. Mr. Rao was flown in from Hyderabad this morning. John was flown down from Delhi. So clearly this should tell you that this is important stuff, right? What we are going to talk about is critical not only for our future but your future as well. Because like they say,
somebody says AI is going to take away somebody's job, and that's not right. AI is not going to take away anybody's job. A person using AI will take away the job of a person not using AI. Exactly the same thing. Virtual production is not going to take anyone's job away. But a filmmaker using virtual production will take away the job of a filmmaker not using virtual production. Right? And this is really what we want to talk to you about. The link between filmmaking, content creation, audio, visual, fiction and non-fiction narrative content creation, and this new workflow which at this point of time everybody seems to think is sab kuch isi mein banta hai, right? So let's start with John. So John, like the intro mentioned, has been one of the earlier users of virtual production, especially in the non-fiction content creation categories, ads, etc., which is short format, but the quality is very, very important because the ad is representative of the high profile product, right? So a little bit about how virtual production has helped you represent brands, make it more premium, make the content more premium.
So, first of all, very nice to be here among our panels. I can go on and talk about how it has helped brands and how it has helped content creators, right? Because usually when it comes to short format, which I am totally into, it has a very short span of time for production. And usually they'll come with something which is a timeline of maybe like a week. That means from concept to roll out, right? So it's really important for them to kind of know right away that as a director to see the vision of his vision, to kind of see it in real time, right? So we used to have, like, I think 10 years ago when we were talking about production heavy, post-production heavy, they would not know shooting in front of a green screen what their final production is going to be. And they would, if you look at other DCC softwares like any other 3D Maya or be it 3ds Max or Blender, like you still need that kind of time to kind of render. But what happens and what real-time game engine really delivered was that a real-time feedback, so that like your brands, your directors, your clients could see and give feedback and not gamble on their vision, right? That's number one. Number two, very important thing is efficiency. Efficiency, we're talking about maybe resources, maybe budget as well. And there are times when many ads that you know and see have been shot with celebrities. Virtual production for us kind of really contains the celebrity control, that means the crowd control. It also controls a lot of leak, I would say, when it comes to new launches of vehicles, right? You cannot go and shoot it on the road, right? It has to be contained, the leaked pictures and things like that. You don't want it to get out. So the best thing that could happen is to shoot it in virtual production. That means to shoot it behind closed doors. But what really then happened is like internal set really kind of have a very difficulty replicating, I would say, outdoor lighting. Virtual production is an LED screen. I'm talking about LED screen. There are two types of virtual production, more than two types, but I'm talking specifically about LED screens. It's made of like thousands and thousands of bulbs. So in itself, it gives you a very immersive lighting. So you do have to shoot indoor, but on a daylight scene, you still could really still take out those kind of like scenes. Like very convincing, you can shoot an outdoor scene indoor, right? And then obviously you have to shoot multiple locations, which adds really, we have like, I think one day to shoot like ads, like I think maybe 5-6 locations, sometimes even more. I think the maximum we got was like 3 days to shoot like 20 locations. Which
because the whoever is the star of the ad has to get out of the bank, and sit in the car, and then drive into the sunset, and then jump off the cliff, and all that has to happen in one day.
it's really important for them to be able to contain that in 3 days, and which is impossible without virtual production. Because for me, after saying budget and all these things, it all ties down to time, managing time. Time is money. Really managing time, and that means that location-wise, like now we could shoot 10 different locations on a single day, which I think really kind of helped like the industry and really started loving virtual production in that sense, right? If anything else. And quality, of course, we can maintain the quality. We'll talk more about it. I believe, yeah.
So I want to essentially break the session into 3 parts. So one is just an initial overview of how it's helped you. Second is I'm going to show some stuff. I mean, you have some stuff. I've downloaded some of your stuff without telling you. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. And then the third thing is we're going to talk about what your experience has been talking to the industry and getting the industry on board. Right? So we're going to do that. So like you said, so he's been largely on the non-fiction side, but you've done some of the stuff that you've done on fiction as well. So a little bit about how you, without specific examples, how the workflow enables you to premiumize content, right? For a scene or a shot to make it look much more premium, and try and give, if possible, a real example.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. So I'm C.V. Rao from Annapurna Studios. So we are into like film production, post-production from several years, like more than a decade. And we have sound stages also. We get many filmmakers walking daily. They shoot, we have 13 sound stages in our compound. And we see filmmakers daily who wants to come into the virtual production and see what it is. Here the main problem is understanding the technology is becoming a crucial part for all of us, whoever is having stage today. And filmmakers are thinking that everything can be done in virtual production. That is not, I can say yes or no. When I say yes, you have to understand the virtual production workflow and write the script according to it. Then it may be possible to shoot entire film. That means, one, you should be ready to limit yourself to shoot your entire script in virtual production. Two, if you don't want to limit, there are 3 ways of finishing your film: live, visual effects, and virtual production. So virtual production is another tool for filmmaker. It's not like only one tool, as Chaitanya mentioned. So it will be a great tool in the future for filmmaking. It is not going to replace with anything. So when a filmmaker comes, whatever we have done for a couple of scenes for the feature films, not only for like advertisements. The first one, what we did is for the announcement promo for one Telugu feature film. Okay, they actually wanted to go to original location and shoot, where they could not find the location because they want to shoot one like street where the rural street. From there they have to see the cityscape. They wanted different location, like a surreal location where they cannot find that location. So they have come to us and we have built the entire asset, which took almost 2 weeks of time. And director, DOP did not have any clue on it, how it is going to come. They were worried. But we made sure that, so do not even go for a shoot until or unless you get convinced. So we took 2 weeks of time and we've shown the entire asset on the wall, and we did one day mock shoot. The reason basically when we are talking about tech shoot or test shoot, the filmmakers are getting worried. Why should we do a tech shoot? Why should we do a test shoot? It's a waste of our time. We are telling him that like it's like a lighting call sheet for you guys. Even for any film, if they do any set work in the studio, they have to do a lighting call sheet to make sure the lighting on the set. Then go for the shoot. So we convinced that way, and we brought the client to do a test shoot on one day, just before main shoot happens. They were very much convinced, and they were very happy with it. And he was telling, sir, I can see the final pixel on the monitor. Why should I depend on a visual effects? Shooting on a chroma, then I don't know what it comes in the later. And also I get visual effect just before release date. I should wait until then. Now I can see the final pixel on the camera and the monitor, where I can adjust my lighting and I can tell my cinematographer to adjust and make it better. So this virtual production is going to be a great tool for me. So that promo is done now. He's coming back with a couple of sequences in the feature film.
Interesting.
That's how it will be.
So the bedrock of a lot of this is the game engine, right? I mean, once upon a time, we used to think of real-time render as something that is useful only in games, but as we have brought in more and more of the digital world into the physical world, we've realized that it ends up benefiting filmmaking hugely, right? So a little bit about, since you've been on both sides, you've been with Green Rain and that entire piece of the game engine, as well as on the VFX side, and now on virtual production, a little bit about how that link has happened. How did somebody figure out that, okay, I can do filmmaking inside this game engine?
So I can start from back when I was at Central, and we used to do a lot of motion capture, and our preview software for client used to be Motion Builder back then. So I still have one clip from the movie Spectre where they did like a preview of how the stunt sequence has to be, and it was running through Motion Builder. Again, we did realize that it used to be grayscale. We can't have a heavy asset. We can't have the environment in. It used to crash, I would say, Motion Builder. So that's when the game engine, I think this is back in 2016. Until then, we did some tests in Unity. Unity had something called Sync, Mesh Sync, which was basically streaming from Motion Builder to Unity. So we thought that could be an answer. But then, since Unity was paid, we also tried Unreal, and then that's when we realized, okay, this is something that's interesting, and it makes it's not going to be a useful data to the client. The data is getting captured in motion capture software, but at least it's something that the director or someone would relate to, rather than just looking some skeletons in the software. So this was something which was helpful. Then we started making more sets, from the script itself, where they're going to shoot. We started bringing that sets, and now we have an actor live. So now they could see how the performance could happen, how the character layout is also happening. So it was mainly understanding from the client side. The purpose of bringing game engine to this was to make the director and everyone more comfortable at looking at this stuff, so that they can also get more engaged when they're in the session. So they can now, and I'll give you one example for, I think, Kala Pani that recently came out on Netflix. And I think it's relatable to most of it because you can see hoardings everywhere. When the idea was they were planning to shoot this in Andaman and Nicobar, and the director, not too tech savvy, they weren't aware about how. I'm talking about on-set, all CG.
All CG.
So what we ended up doing was, because they were not allowed to shoot over there, they were worried, okay, how do we do this? Okay, let's create the entire set over here, and that was costing them 8 crore to recreate the entire set of, and this was cellular gel, by the way. So now the situation was, Netflix also, everyone was like, how do we end up doing this? So that's when they asked the directors, let's do a virtual scouting and recam session where we will recreate what you saw into game engine, and then you decide how much you need to build. So we ended up recreating that cellular gel, and again, since photographers are not allowed, like a photo cabinetry is not allowed on a cellular gel, we ended up taking cesium. So basically using, for someone who's not familiar, it's basically Google Maps where we took data of how the setup is. We recreated that in game engine, and there were some visitor photographs that we used as a texture. And when the director came in, he was surprised to see, okay, now what he saw as a digital twin is immediately available over here as well. And then we had some stand-in actors, so they could, and we gave them a virtual camera. They were walking around the scene, blocking their shots. The set came down to a smaller set now, and then now the set cost is 2 CR. So that's when they ended up saving 6 CRs over there. But definitely the VFX has increased because chroma has came in, but that's hardly 50-60 lakhs compared to the 6 crores. I mean, that's where now that it started making sense for them, and they realized how this is going to be useful. So I would say that's an example.
Yeah, absolutely. So Anant, you've been doing content now for better part of, well, you are 30 years old, but you've been doing content for 30 years also. So a lot of shift of ad films, music videos, feature to make it look more and more and more classy and slick, right? That's what everybody's aiming at. So how has your experience been dealing with the industry and getting them on board to make things, quote unquote, cooler?
So, just recently, two examples. One to just add on to what Parth mentioned here, and one to add on to what John mentioned. I think the key to first achieving something for it to look visually beautiful is that the brand also has to have that vision. Sometimes what happens is the brand comes and they're like, okay, well, this is our product and we need the shoot done in 2 days and the post done in 2 days and we have to release it before Diwali. But one example was Puma that we worked with, directly with the client. And they came to us with just the shoe. Okay, they said, okay, this is this new 1/8 shoe, and we don't have a script. I'm giving you a technical brief of the shoe. You guys conceptualize, do the artwork, and create the CGI commercial and give it back to us. So, like, sure, okay. So we get the shoe, we use photogrammetry, we take the digital copy of that into Blender, Unreal Engine, and done. Okay. So first things first, we were not afraid to try out using new technology or new softwares or new upcoming softwares to deliver content. That was one of the most important things. Secondly, very important part to add to what Mr. Rao also said, it's very important that the scriptwriter or the director or the cinematographer is glued into making that product look, of a high quality standard. And everyone has to be on the same page if you need the visuals to look good. And secondly, you need to give the studio time to deliver those visuals. There has to be a lot of back and forth. Otherwise, you will come out with stuff like Adi Purush, but yeah, sorry, but it's the truth, right? And I've heard similar things about Tejas. But the upcoming project next year, Kalki, Project K, if you see the teaser, it looks completely different. Visual effects is very well done. And another thing that I experienced in Hyderabad last month, one of the production houses that's shooting the entire content in New Zealand, they had a team of 20 artists sitting inside the studio working on pre-vis, about 7 or 8 sequences for 3 months. And what they've done is, the line producer in New Zealand has sent them this really high quality Google image, like a Google Maps image. They've dragged that image into Unreal, they've scaled it down to a 3D thing, and now they're just meshing up the entire environment. That is, I thought that was extraordinary, and that's when the previs works, that is when the director's imagination, he can actually go 3x, 4x beyond what he had also thought he could have achieved. So, end of the day, it's very important to constantly educate the content creator, okay? And it's very important for us studios also to continuously develop our talent, and that's what we've been doing. In some cases, we've seen good results. Yeah.
So, taking a segue from that, so, he spoke about working with the filmmakers, educating the filmmakers, and that's something that we've been doing for a while, right? Brahmastra, so many, I've lost count of the number of, and most of the work has been in fiction. So, a little bit about how you see some of the filmmakers, with examples, if you can, talk about something that they wanted to do, which they were stuck at, and then you used a particular workflow and stuff got done.
Right. Hello everyone. So some of the projects that I've worked on had really complicated sets, like out of scale, out of proportions, and sometimes it is really hard to give the actor a look towards what they are looking at, like who they are looking at and talking, when there's complete, abyss, there's emptiness and there's only green screen or blue screen, or they don't have any clue on where to look at. So BP tools have actually enabled people on set, the directors, to guide the actors into what are they looking at, how they have to emote. They get to see what is going to be there in the final pixel, like what John and everybody said, is to give the confidence of this is what we're looking at and this is how the flow is going to be, and having the entire previs also ready to be shown before the shoot happens kind of gets everybody on the floor in the same page, so that it kind of gets easier. What's the other thing that you asked?
Solve a particular problem. So they want to do something, they want to achieve a look, they want to achieve an image or a shot, and they're stuck because it's maybe realistic or whatever, and then they've got into a VP workflow to solve it.
Right. So to achieve this, like how Parth said, to scan a location or bring the actual final pixel beforehand on set, kind of helps everybody to perceive what they're gonna achieve with the final film, and that kind of definitely helps.
Okay, so I'm going to just head over and play some content that I want you to have a look at, and then I'm going to get them to talk a little bit about some of that stuff, right? So, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Can you switch? And audio is there, right? No, sorry. This one udhar nahi aa raha hai. Udhar dikhna padega. But you've all seen it.
Confidence and grace. Dreaming of a soft breeze. Gently rounded shapes, sophisticated design. Feel it. I'm your Centrix. Radha.
So, this ad was shot entirely indoors on the A&R virtual production stage, right? And then I saw it, and the first time I saw it, I didn't even realize Katrina Kaif was in the ad, because I was looking at the production values, right? And I messaged him saying, dude, this is the first time I'm looking at production values and not Katrina, but let's not go down that road. So a little bit about, in as much detail as you're allowed to tell me, how did you end up achieving that, right? Because I've seen a lot of ads, Indian, international, and this really did not look like it was in front of an LED wall.
I would like to thank Vivek for this. Basically, he's the one who brought this ad to me, to an virtual production stage, and his team developed all physical assets. So thanks, Vivek, for bringing this to me. I would like to thank Imran Khatri Productions, and they are the producers for this, and director Denjil, and DOP Sachin, who shot Pathan. So the team, the VAD team from Vivek side, and the team from Imran Khatri Productions, the team was very, very particular about the quality. They have done a lot of pre-production. We were surprised that they have all the way came to Hyderabad to our stage, and they've checked the asset, and they took the notes from our team, what is that can be done. So building asset is one aspect, and getting the correct frame rate to LED is another aspect. So for that, they have brought the asset and they have seen the asset on the wall, and they have taken the notes, and they went back and developed further to produce this kind of results. And the director and DOP was also very particular on lighting. They took, basically it's a one-day shoot. They actually shot for like 6 to 7 hours, not more than that. But they did proper tech shoot a day before actual shoot. So they had one Duke model, and they shot entire ad, and they made sure each and every shot, whether it is blending with the physical and the virtual. and they had the music, and they did the final cut of the promo and shown it to Katrina Kaif, who is the main actor in this, actress in this. And the later, next day, they all sat and waiting for the actors. That's it. We were started at 7 a.m. and we were waiting till 11 a.m. for the actors.
Yeah, it's not.
Then we completed the shoot by 6 p.m. That's it. It's almost like 6 to 7 hours. Everything was done.
So I'm going to get into tech with him, but for you, if you're allowed to tell me, if you had to shoot this on location, so go to the desert, do this, do that, pack shot of the watch, you know, all the super slow-mo, how much would you think it would have cost? And how much did it cost because it ended up being entirely indoors on using assets which were created in CG?
I don't want to talk about the costing, but I can talk about
That's what you want to know.
I can talk about the number of days they have to put in.
Number of days.
Put in, okay? They have to go for scouting. At least one team has to go to multiple locations and freeze the locations, right? That is like almost 3-4 days travel and everything. Then they have to take all the actors, all the crew to the location, and they have to stay back there. It's like almost 10 days of process if they want to shoot on the real locations, because there are 3 setups there. Not only on desert, there is like cityscape is there, and one I think indoor setup is there, and one desert is there. 3 setups. At least 10 days of effort they have to put in if it is on a live location shoot. But whereas just 2 days of shoot in virtual production. The cost also, if they compare it, I can say that I think they would have saved more than 50% of cost coming to virtual production per show.
You should start charging more rent per day.
Looking forward for that.
So Vivek, let's talk a little bit on the tech, right? So I spoke about VAD earlier, so building out digital assets, CG assets, which you can project onto LED walls and then use it as a very, very convincing world, not just a backdrop, right? Because green screen is basically a backdrop, which you are replacing, but this is actually a world. So the world is giving you more than just visual. It's giving you lighting, it's giving you experience, it's giving you real-time impact, parallax, all those things. So a little bit about the back-end tech for this.
Before I start with it, I'd like to give a shout out to Aman, who's sitting right there. Can you stand up? He's our basically second man, by the way. So he single-handedly took control over the asset creation. He created all these 3 assets, apart from the one that we bought from Onion. And we kind of tweaked it again and again and again. Like we kind of went through 15 days of pre-production, 18 days from the beginning of the conversation. So the director had come to us with specific color tones, specific textures on the wall, and specific reflection on the glasses. Everything was very specific, down to the detail, which is the most important thing in when you're planning for a virtual production shoot. And if you can achieve that in real time and be able to render that in a higher FPS rate, you'll definitely be able to replicate that on an LED wall. And the transfer process is a bit complicated, but if you follow the right protocols with optimizing the assets and trying to render only those pixels that the camera sees, which is what the ICVFX mainly focuses on, trying to concentrate on those details, on those specific shots, while having the arbitrary world around you have 50% of the colors and lights, visuals, should be more than enough. Whatever the camera sees has to be 100% ready, because once it's burnt into your film, it's forever. You're not going to be able to change it. If you have to go through it, you have to go through another tedious VFX pipeline to it. So getting those colors, textures, and your entire 3D world in sync with your real world as well. Even the set props, the arting was also really good, like we were just talking about it. So the sand spread, the texture of the sand, like we had multiple samples of the sand come into our lab here, and we kind of scanned those sands. We use photogrammetry and other materials. We use spectrometer to value the color.
That is what all the sand stuff was about.
Yeah.
So this is sand. I'm wondering what's happening.
So yeah, we received like 2-3 samples, like jars of sand at our lab, and then we were using spectrometer to get the color out of the sand, like with multiple lighting conditions. We had like DMS lights projecting from different angles and got it out, and then we kind of created a material out of it and put it on Unreal Engine. So that's how we were able to match it with the real sand as well.
Yeah, also Vivek, see, maybe you can explain how you shared the files between Mumbai office and AMR virtual production, right? Through Perforce. Can you explain that? That will be
Yeah,
helpful.
so this was completely remote. We were working from here, from our emerging media lab, and we used to synchronize both our sets. Like the Unreal Engine asset that we have here in our lab was synchronized with the Annapurna's lab as well. So any changes that we make here would immediately reflect over there. We can push and pull all these changes, and then you just have to send a note to the VP supervisor over there. I think Rohit was there. Rohit and Swati were really helpful in organizing these stuff. Like randomly at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, we'd just call up and say like, hey, there's been a change. The director wants some little change in this texture of the wall. Let's change it. And there's change in lighting. So the DOP would come in and pre-light in the virtual set, and that was replicated on the real world as well, because the LEDs were taking care of the lighting part. So it was much more easier and synchronized way, where now you could work remotely from anywhere in the world. Your artists could be spread across 2-3 different countries as well, and then they can simply execute it in a remote manner if everybody's in sync. That's how we're able to achieve this.
Nice. Okay, John, you've dealt with more ad filmmakers, significant number of ad filmmakers. How ready are they? When the agencies sit down to actually write something, are they thinking, okay, I am writing this, which is likely to be shot on VP, or when they start to get into it, how ready are they to actually produce in whether it's OSVP or ICVFX? In-camera visual effects, which is the LED wall, or on-set virtual production, which is the green box?
So, there are creatives or a film content which has to be shot in virtual production. We did for Cadbury outer space. So outer space, you cannot go there. So ideally, that would be it. We did one for Mars, right? So they have to go and shoot on Mars. You cannot go there. But there are also other things which that means multiple locations that I've spoken about before. So usually if they do not write it according to virtual production aspect, we do encourage our creatives to write very much in the flow of virtual production, so that yes, everything can be saved, like time, budget, like before. What I've seen from directors, especially clients, there was, I think now it's coming back slowly that the clients kind of want to use technology. Like, yeah, I want to use in my ad some technology. I want to PR around it, right? So there are things like that aspect of things where they want to shoot in virtual production. Those kind of requests does come, but what I've seen from directors who's come in to shoot is they approach it with a very big skepticism at first, because they are also afraid of the technology because it's beyond their control now, right?
So sorry to interrupt you. So there's two questions. One is, do the clients want to use it because they like the idea of using virtual production, and then the marketing manager can tell 8 other marketing managers at an event like this, I use virtual production? Or do they actually want to use virtual production because it makes the ad look better?
It's actually both, surprisingly. It's actually both, because first of all, it creates great PR for them, because technology is all about today now. Second is definitely because if you can save 25% of your, Mr. Sivi was saying, if you can save 25% to 50%, like let's not even talk about 50%, 25% right away, you would want to come. You would want to use this place. The director, on the other hand, would come in if it makes his job easier, right? So they come in, and because the directors, it's always also in ads, it's always like the director's call really. The client does have a lot of say, obviously they are the one financing it. But if the directors does say that I want to shoot in this location, that location, I want to travel to this place, and I want to shoot here, the client, if the budget allows, will probably say yes to it. So for us, it's more of a conviction of the directors rather than the clients, because the director is also in charge of the quality. So we bring in directors and we show them, like, you have to do this. You have to see, you have to play around with it. Feel free. And once they started playing around with it, even the cinematographers or the directors, both of them, they ended up loving it. And usually they would just continue to play with it. So I think they're ready, but at the same time, I think it still needs to mature. It still really needs to mature in the industry. They are ready. The ones who have used it are ready.
So you've done a lot of ads as well. So what is your? I'm just getting Delhi to fight with Mumbai. So I completely 100% agree with John. Okay, अभी झगड़े का टाइम है, अभी कोलैबोरेशन का टाइम है. हाँ, that's right. No, so like we had LG that popped up to our doorstep. Some new TV that comes out from a tombstone, I don't know what it is. It just comes up, and they wanted a really unrealistic set. Okay, but the unrealistic set is not available anywhere. Can't go and shoot it. So the first step was to create it in Unreal Engine. So we did all of that. We sent them the scans. They really liked it, and then the question came: okay, do we do this in virtual, or can we just do it on just do like regularly through Unreal Engine and through the green screen? By the time they came around to decide, shall we do it or no, the release of the film was like 5 days old. So that kind of ended that part of the LED part of the virtual production thing. More recently, I would say there's been a lot of discussion around it, but I think a lot of them are still going back to the traditional green screen. But what is happening on the flip side, directors are now wanting to see what it's actually going to look like. So again, how it's happening in film, like we're doing some previous work for Netflix right now. Similarly with TVCs, if there is complicated environment scenes, it's reaching a stage where they want to do it, but then you need 10, 12 different people in that ecosystem of that particular TVC to give you a tick mark. And out of them, 3 of them would say yes, the other 6 would be like, oh, we're not understanding what's going on, let's just do it in a set, or let's just do it on the green screen. But I think the technology in general, especially for famous studios or for media monks, ads are a big part of our revenue. So we would be very happy, the sooner the better, so that because the turnaround times are quick, it just makes complete sense. But again, it's about educating the ecosystem again. And only if the big directors or the big creatives try 1 or 2 shoots in virtual, we think that is going to break the ice, and then everything will go virtual. But as of now, again, it's like on the edge. They want to do it, but then there comes a time when they're like, oh, let's just do it the legacy route. That's the experiences we have.
And so, Vivek and Parth, what's your experience been with fiction, Hindi, film, series, work? Like you spoke about Kalapani. We've had conversations about others who wanted to do. He's currently in the middle of getting something done for Stree 2. Are you allowed to talk about it? You didn't hear me. He's in the middle of getting some, a sequel, helping a sequel do some stuff. So a little bit about what your experiences have been. Specifically, for example, I know that with this project that we did not talk about, there was some back and forth about client not being prepared, etc., etc. So
not just this project, I would say, anybody who hasn't shot virtual production, the education towards executing the pipeline and the workflows are still there are many ways to achieve in a VP set. So rule of thumb, you need to give time. If you don't have time to do the preliminary checks, pre-planned stuff, you will never be able to execute a VP film at all. You definitely need to give, before prepping for a shot, how you calibrate a lens or how you calibrate your focus. Similarly, you need few minutes before every shot, and then that is something that is not in the DNA of Indian filmmaking process itself. Everybody wants to shoot at least aaj to 50 shot a minute. With that mindset, VP will not work. So having pre-plan is the pre-planned.
Yeah, but if they plan properly and prep each shot in advance, you can actually take 3 or 4 shots at 4 or 5 different quote-unquote locations in a day very comfortably.
Yeah, very comfortable. If you plan it right,
If
you can
correct.
actually have the final shot that can be recorded and rendered later and composited later as well.
Correct.
You will definitely save 3 months of post-production.
Easily.
Easily.
Right? By putting in, say, about half the time in pre. Right?
Exactly.
So, a little bit about that. Understanding that, okay, the whole cliche of fix it in post to fix it in pre, I don't want to go down with that. But yeah, basically you are, with VP, because everything is already immersive and in CG, you actually get to make the film twice. First, you make it in animatics, which is low quality, but you crack the workflow, and then all you have to do is make sure you do the same thing, but really, really high quality, right? Which is the final finished product. Have filmmakers being able to understand that. That you actually get two digs at making a film, which is very, very difficult normally.
That's perfectly explained, because that's how, when we meet DP and when we are explaining this thing, that's how I also explain it, that you're basically making the movie twice, and that's the luxury that you're having. You're making it right now, do as many mistakes, as many shots you want to add, you can try it out right now, because when you move on to the live set, I mean, you can have as more like a document. This is the document that you can use it on set as well. And I think that the initial bit, because there were few tools, but now what we have started doing, we started bringing in gears as well. So when we are doing like a VCAM session, when there is a camera team, we do have Dodo wheels, so which the team is used to. Then there is a small grip, a mini crane, and there's a mini rail system. So this is all kind of grips now, and should be using it for VCAM session. So it more relates to the camera operator or the DP's assistant. They are more comfortable with this.
Yeah, because they are used to mechanical movement, not clicking on a mouse.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. So now that's changing. I mean, to give an example, like for Simulcam, we did initially had this lot of questions when it came down. Why Simulcam will take some time. There's a downtime that happens also during the shoot as well. We need to account, and the ADs and everyone also that they would ask the questions, why is it taking so long? I mean, because it's a new process, this will eventually, like basically right now, if I want to change lens on my camera, that's also a time they have factored in, right? So this is another time they have to factor it in. But I mean, before the test shoot, when we did recently for a movie, there was a lot of concerns about, do we need Simulcam? What exactly is the purpose of this? But I think after the test shoot, the way it has helped the DP, it's looked like he is pushing to get that for the project itself. But then there are other complications like budget and everything. But it's been very useful for them to understand what is the layout when they're basically put in a chroma set that's almost like 270-degree chroma. This is a very helpful tool, I would say.
But they also get to see it, right? Like when they're performing, they get to see what it's going to look like finally. Unless otherwise they have to wait for 3 months, then something will come in and then they realize, oh, the eye line is not matching, or the parallax is there, or I'm not looking at the man is not looking at the woman's face, but is looking 8 inches lower, which should never happen, stuff like that. So, these kind of things, because the easier the actors get to understand it, the easier the directors get to understand, DOPs, editors, they would then push the producer, nahi boss, please, isme shoot karo.
Like just one small example for Indian too as well. Since we were doing a lot of this is before COVID, we were doing mocap. Also, the initial plan for the VFX supervisor was let's do the mocap bit. Secondly, let's focus on the live action. But we did give them a solution like you can do a mocap on live action set as well. We do a slap comp. You can see a CG character live in frame as well.
Yeah.
And that's where Shankar sir was seeing it live. He was framing now a live actor with a CG actor interacting this. And that was helping, that was like, for timing, he was there for improvising it there and there.
But you were doing this in previs or for the final shot?
For the final shot, on set, with the actors.
But the CG actor was bigger than the person wearing the mocap suit?
Yeah, that's right.
Because only then could you overlap.
And it is supposed to be a CG character. It's not a real actor.
Correct. But it was larger than the person wearing the suit.
Right.
Because only then can you overlap. We've been trying it for a while.
It is large. So that's the way they have casted out their actor as well. The actor was playing for this. He was basically, we did an accent suit. And on top of accent suit, they did have him completely wrapped in a chroma cloth as well. So they could use it basically to rotor this out as well. So which wasn't necessary, but that's what the VFX call was. So they ended up doing that. But yeah, we were comping it live using a mixer on set. So yeah.
CV, again, and I'm not generalizing, but we've, over the last 10 years at least, we've seen a lot more tech development applied in Indian film. A lot of it actually emerged from Tamil and Telugu, right? You, me and Senthil were on a platform at IBC 2 years ago talking about Bahubali and other things. So, they've had to go through their challenges. If you had lesser challenges, because, you know, the adoption of tech into content creation is much easier, also.
In South particularly, the moment there is a new technology, they jump in, no doubt.
Yeah.
So every day we see minimum 1 or 2 clients visit in virtual production stage. But the main problem in the market, in the industry today, is the talent is not available. It's like you have assistant cinematographers, assistant directors. Now what is happening today? Every film has most of the films, they have a visual effects supervisor who can guide the director and the HODs.
Okay, guys, shh, quiet.
As per the script, okay, where are the visual effects are required? So the visual effects supervisor is guiding the direction department and the cinematographer and the production design. So going forward, what we see is, Chaitanya was mentioning that first batch of virtual production students are coming out. We are glad to know that. So you guys will be playing a major role in the filmmaking, and you guys will be guiding the filmmakers. This scene can be done using this virtual production or visual effects. So clients are coming forward, but understanding that and using the technology is taking a bit of time. Some are understanding, but the percentage, if you see, like maybe like 5 to 6% of the people, they are able to understand. Even they are like newest filmmakers, not like the seniors. It is tough for them because they have alternative today, right? During pandemic, there was no alternative. So they were afraid to go out and shoot. But today they have alternative. They can go to live location, or the second alternative is visual effects. So it takes a bit of time even to understand what is the benefit if you go to virtual production. They can see the final pixel on the monitor, right? Until waiting just before release date, and they have to compromise because we don't want to mention movie names, but we are seeing the quality because they wait till last minute and they don't have any option because the movie release date is there, and they have to say yes. And even our department, technical department, they also push them to the edge because if they deliver the output well ahead, they keep on telling the corrections. That's the reason even they are smart enough today to keep the output until release the film and just push the output and get it approved.
So basically Friday the film releases, Monday the VFX is delivered.
Wednesday
So it cannot be changed.
It's just Wednesday also.
Yeah.
The filmmakers say, no, give me that shot, I have to fill it and release it out. That's how they become.
Anand, sorry, you wanted to add something. Mr. Rao kind of covered a lot of things that I was going to say, but just to add to what I shouldn't be saying this, but we're working on a Netflix show. Currently, the previous part, and it's to do with one of the most crucial days of our history many years back, which is the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Okay, so what he has done, he has actually got an artist to create a massive, like a scale model of Jallianwala Bagh. We've again used photogrammetry. We've pulled the entire thing into Blender and Unreal, and we've given him for say about 7 or 8 sequences where the shootings are happening or the protests are happening and the bodies are coming out. 150 to 160 different options of camera angles. He does this in the space of 10-12 days, and I get a call from Ram, and he's like, Anand, you won't believe, we've given you X for this, but you're going to save us 20X on set because this is what is going to make or break the content that we're going to put out there. Alright? So, this is again adding to what Parth also mentioned, the importance of spending time before you go on set. Alright? And yeah, I think I've covered what Mr. Rao said, that look, for studios, I mean, we're always looking for good talent, right? And I think you guys should
now step up, and you guys are the future of the industry. And always remember, in India, we're a multilingual country. We speak multiple languages, and at any small town you go, there is a story that's worth putting on screen. Okay, and this market is going to explode. All right, and there are going to be many opportunities because there will be demand for good talent. So yeah, that's what
On that point, we technically run out of time, but we started late, so I don't care. I will take some questions. So please, anybody has any questions about virtual production, about some of the work that we've done? I mean, I have a lot of work to show, but I can't because we don't have time. So there are mics will come to you. Just raise your hand. I have plenty of questions. I can keep doing this for the next hour or so, but I actually want you all to be more questioning. So please, anybody? Sorry, we possibly couldn't have answered everything. Second row, here.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is to every single panelist. A new technology, Gaussian splatting, as everybody knows about it right now. Have you tried it for virtual production yet, and how efficient it is compared to the pipeline that is already present?
So Parth, we were just talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, we tried it, and basically we were comparing it with Nerve, basically. I mean, and it's different approach.
Wait. Let's take half a step back, right? Let's first explain to everybody what is Nerve and what is splatting, right? In as simple layman's terms as you can.
Right. I mean, okay. So if everyone's familiar with what like a photogrammetry is, I'm not going to be a very superb expert as well on explaining how the Nerve works behind the scenes. It's basically a trained model where it's recreating your scene from rather than going down. So photogrammetry is basically if I need to scan this block, I can just click multiple pictures. It creates a polygon. Basically, when I say polygon, it's a mesh that's creating it out of this. With Nerve, that's normal. It creates basically a dense point cloud kind of a thing that you can see it more like, and you can reframe it going in that space and do it again. Gaussian is similar. Again, it's a trained model where it's recreating the scene, but this is a Gaussian. Basically, it's a blur kind of pattern which you say like a patches, and yeah, it's a blurred image which takes processing time as well to render. It creates a much more detailed model than your Nerve, definitely, but it also requires a processing power as well to time, yeah, right. So I would say we did try Gaussian plugin, but the way we were using it was, I mean, just testing how performance we are hitting. The advantage is, yes, definitely you get a much more better frame rate. If you're talking about Unreal Engine, it does give us a better frame rate over there, what we realized. But then also there's a processing time that we would require. So we wanted to research, next week we are also getting into testing out if it's if it's a good solution for virtual scouting and VCAM. That's what we are going to try it out. So I'll have more answers after the next week once we do the exercise.
I have a feeling that you will get time because you use the still to be processed image for previs, and by the time the work happens between previs and the main shoot, the image is ready, right? So that is where I think splatting will help.
Exactly. I think it will be the future of environment creation. It has to be, because it's going to save a lot of time. Right now there are some roadblocks because it's point clouds. It's not a texture map. So what you shot is what you get. You cannot have the flexibility of changing lights, I assume, right?
Yeah, with Gaussian right now, it's relatable as well. But because photogrammetry you used to not get specs information, but with Gaussian, yeah, you can get more like the light information.
Yes.
And just to add to John, for the type of work that when you're doing LED work, on ICVFX, it's going to be the best use case for asset creation, trust me. But for something that's more like a real time, when you're doing more like a scouting sessions or a mocap shoot, that's what we are trying out. Let's see, how that.
So all the fancy technical terminology we use, it is all on display here, not splatting, but other than that, it's all in Foundation Hall 2. So those of you who want to understand what photogrammetry is, what volumetric capture is, what some of the other stuff, including VR, vagara, please go have a look. Almost all the photogrammetry work that I showed you is being done by Sumer. He's sitting in the first row here. and he'll be there to kind of show you that as well. You also get yourself volumetrically scanned and see yourself as Pepper's goats. Those of you who know what it is, you will know. So I just want to add to what he was saying. See, at the end of it, it's light, color and texture, right? You have to capture this. So there was LiDAR, then there is photogrammetry, which are, I would say, the two ways of doing it, right? LiDAR is everything, light bounces off everything, right? Whether we see it or we don't see it, there is light bouncing off it. LiDAR captures that. Photogrammetry captures it as you see it in as flat a light as possible and then synthesizes multiple images to create an asset. NERF and splatting is, according to me, somewhere in between, right? Where it's seeing something and it's almost AIing it into something that it should be, right? How soon do you see this? Like, how soon do you see YouTubers using this, right? Because they can do photogrammetry on the iPhone right now, very easily. With the Sony Moco P, literally YouTubers are using motion capture, doing it in their living room, right? So how soon do you see some of these fancy image captures coming in? Because, and the reason why I'm asking the question is, we make, in India, we make about 3,000 hours of original film content in a year. We make about 8,000 hours of original OTT content in a year. But we make 1 million hours of original YouTube and Instagram content in a year, right? So honestly, this is really where the big value add is, because now you can have, creators do so much more, which is not necessarily reserved for the big screen. So where do you see this tech going? Vivek, John, anybody?
I'll just go first. One thing I want to say is I will not bet against the technology. I wouldn't say, oh, it's not going to come out for 1 year, because we see the growth from NERF to Gaussian splatting, how fast it jumped.
6 months.
Yes, barely, right? So it could come out tomorrow. Unreal Engine already have a plugin for Gaussian splatting. So it's going to, I think, it's impossible to put a timeline, but I think it's going to be sooner than later.
I was just going to say, since the world is just still catching up on NERF, there's this Gaussian planning just out there. Just rapidly, tomorrow, I don't know, we don't know what's...
NERF is, I keep giving the example, for India, NERF is 3G. Like between 2G and 4G, अच्छा बीच में आके गया, कुछ लोगों ने use किया, but ज़्यादातर लोगों ने नहीं use किया, right? So that's how I'm talking.
I think it boils down to accessibility towards processing power. If we are talking about independent filmmakers, and if they have access to these high-end PCs who can train such models, like provided the time, it's possible. But luckily, we have a lot of cloud services that are going to be available, and I think that's where this is going to become more of a common platform for everybody to utilize this power.
You are hopeful if you say we have a lot of cloud services. I think very soon we're just going to have one. Yeah, so many things are going.
We already have 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. More questions. This can keep going on. Anybody? Really? You answered everything?
Meanwhile, I think this add to this another space as well. I think because of this Gaussian planning and everything coming by, right? I think the tourism is going. I think that's going to be the one space that's going to change entirely. With immersive experience now, it's going to be much more lighter as well. Probably the scenes would be and that's what I'm thinking. And I think what you showed up with the volumetric capture, then live streaming it. I think everything the way we are consuming content is also going to change very soon.
So last year at Broadcast India, we were live streaming Ball Cap, right? So we did what, 180, solid 180, right? Solid 360 we were doing. 6 sensors. Now 10, right? So you can live stream volumetric. So it's there. It's in place. Volumetric capture, the sensor quality itself is in question, because it is, right? It's still not gotten to that point. It's 2G, right? If you have to put it in mobile terms, it's 2G right now. The Kinect sensors basically very good, but obviously it can get better. Okay, we're done, because I'm getting people telling me that we are up, and the next panel has to start. So thank you so much. Thank you, John. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Parth. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thank you, Anand. Back to you guys.
I would like to thank all the panelists for such an insightful session. And I would now, one second, I'm so sorry. I would now request Mr. Chaitanya Chinchlekar to give our panelists a small token of gratitude on all of us, from all of us, on behalf of 15 Woods.
People.
Yeah. For the day, which is a music panel, will start in a short while from now. Thank you everyone
who
attended today's panel. Thank you. Hello. There's a small announcement. Actor Mizan Jafri is on campus. Anyone who wishes to meet him or click pictures with him, please come to the stilt area. Thank you, actor Mizan Jafri.
Thank you.
distinguished guests, our faculty members, and dear cinema lovers. He's Prakul Pandita.
And she is Ayushi Dolatia.
And we are your hosts for this special evening. These 2 days have been nothing less than a celebration of the magic of cinema, where we have witnessed the power of storytelling and the impact of changing narratives.
We had an incredible lineup of events, including engaging workshops, insightful panel discussions, captivating movie screenings that I'm sure many of you would have watched, and inspired us all. What a privilege to delve into the world of cinema with industry professionals, legendary artists, and of course, all of us together.
As we inch towards the end of this beautiful journey, we are honored to have with us the sensational musical duo who have enthralled us with their heartfelt compositions. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed chief guest for the evening, the dynamic musical artist, Palak Muchal and Mithun Sharma.
Celebrate Cinema is one such event in the Whistling Woods Almanac that all of us look forward to being a part of in some way or another, to interact with the best industry experts and learn about the artistic, technical and commercial aspects of the media and entertainment industry. Let's have a look at a few memories from the previous editions of this festival before we start off.
Well, before we move forward, there's something that I wish to tell you, Palak ma'am. It's not just because you're here, but Kaun Tujhe has been both my dad's and my favorite song ever. It's not just because of the lyrics, the music and the composition, but I feel the emotion that's felt in the voice, it's something that touches your heart. And to make that same emotion being felt to all of you, we have a special performance by Sneha Masulkar from DBA.
जब जब सांसें भरती
cultures has taken such diverse forms. Despite having changed so much, it has always played such a vital role for expressing emotions, yet never lost its pace. Today we have an AV prepared to take us through this journey that music has been through with passing time and changing audience. Can we have the AV please?
Music, one of the dazzling fruits of human civilization, has become a massive global phenomenon. And so it's hard for us to imagine a time when, in centuries gone by, people could go weeks without hearing any music at all. Even in the 19th century, you might hear your favourite symphony 4 or 5 times in your whole lifetime, in the days before music could be recorded. Whatever music you're into, Monteverdi or Mantovani, Mozart or Motown, Masho or Mashup, the techniques it relies on didn't happen by accident. Someone somewhere thought of them first.
Music is an art form whose medium is sound and silence. The primary elements of music are melody, harmony, rhythm, dynamics, and the sonic qualities of timbre and texture.
Melody is music's most powerful tool when it comes to touching our emotions. Our mothers sing lullabies to us when we're infants, and tests have shown that we can even, as babies, recognise tunes we heard in the womb. Tunes can inspire patriotism, hope and redemption, and they lie at the heart of most of the world's faiths. They can express love, loss and longing. A lot of anthemic rock songs oscillate around pentatonic patterns too. The famous riff from Led Zeppelin's Whole Lotta Love is quintessential pentatonica.
A piece of music exists in the form of a composition, in musical notation, or as a live performance, or a recorded track. Pretending day by day. If composed before being performed, music can be performed from memory, through a written musical notation, or through a combination of both. Compositions comprise musical elements which vary widely from person to person and between cultures. Composers use several compositional techniques to create music. They create melodies and harmonies among various instruments and ensembles. They weave several sounds together to create a balanced musical composition. While composition refers to the construction of the music, production involves effectively creating that music in a studio and recording it. The production process involves musicians, audio engineers, and the right equipment and software to execute the musical piece. A producer has many roles that include gathering ideas for the project, selecting songs and musicians, coaching the artists and musicians in the studio, controlling the recording sessions, and supervising the entire process through audio mixing and audio mastering. A music director is a business management professional who selects the music used in movies. These professionals oversee the composer and other musicians involved in creating music for a movie. Their job is to create the atmosphere of a movie through soundtrack selection and soundtrack creation. In India, where a large number of movies have lip-synced songs in them, the term music director is commonly used for the composer and music producer of the songs and score used in the film. Their roles entail mastering, mixing, supervising the recording of film music, along with conducting, and orchestration. Some of the greatest music directors of India are
मेरे साधन है उस पार मैं न मार उस पार सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम हमें तुमसे प्यार कितना ये हम नहीं जानते
And today we have with us
Music musical duo Mithun Sharma and Palak Muchal. Mithun is a renowned Indian music director, lyricist, composer and singer whose creations include the unforgettable Tum Hi Ho from Ashiki 2, for which he won the Filmfare Award for Best Music Director. Some of his other celebrated works are Ek Villain, Kabir Singh, Malang and Gadar 2. Mithun is also the genius behind Sanam Re, one of the most streamed Hindi songs on YouTube. And joining him is the incredibly talented Palak Muchal. A brave soul that jump-started her career at a young age by uploading music albums on the internet. She is now best known for lending her voice to unforgettable films like Ek Tha Tiger, Ashiki 2, MS Dhoni, The Untold Story, and so many more. With her own Heart Foundation, every project she works on, she has not only contributed her voice, but is also dedicated to raising funds for children in need of treatment. Together, they are a musical powerhouse.
Well, I don't think there is any better moment than this to call upon the stage the students from the School of Music for a solo performance for all of us. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Good
This event is a culminated effort of so many people, and we would like to thank our event sponsors for the same. Our multiplex partner, Mukta A2 Cinemas, digital partner, Buffalo Soldiers, energy drink partner, Monster, ticketing partner, Paytm Insider, radio partner, Radio City, and outreach partner, Wiggle Launchpad.
Without any further ado, I would like to call upon our very own Subhash Ghai sir on stage to welcome our legendary guest on stage.
Good evening. Today is the evening for, not for Mr. Ghai, it's for the most beautiful couple of our entertainment industry, music industry. It's for Mithun and Palak. So we are going to talk something, inside something outside, between us. So I would like to call upon Mithun and Palak, please come to the stage. Let's open our hearts to the audience. needless to say that I must feel my hearty thanks for both of you to be here. With just one call, I said, students want to meet you. This is I would celebrate Cinema's closing session, and Mithun and Palak both were immediately responded with such a positive nod. We are proud of you. You can say that this is the younger generation of all music composers I've seen in my life, right from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 21. But a very humble couple, very down to earth. And that is why you can see from their performances, you can see from their music that they are soulful persons. And Mithun के बारे में तो जितनी कम तारीफ की जाए, कितनी भी तारीफ की जाए वो कम है। मैं जानता हूँ कि मिथुन मेरा फैन है, पर वो नहीं जानते कि मैं भी उनका फैन हूँ। तो मिथुन आज कुछ दिल की बातें करेंगे और कुछ सवाल स्टूडेंट भी पूछ सकते हैं, यंग स्टूडेंट्स के बिहाफ पे मैं पूछ सकता हूँ, क्योंकि ये सेशन जो है सेलिब्रेट सिनेमा में एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट है कि म्यूजिक का रिश्ता जो है वो सिनेमा से क्या है। हमारा हिंदी सिनेमा या इंडियन सिनेमा कभी भी म्यूजिक के बिना कंप्लीट नहीं हो सकता, ये तो आप सब जानते हैं। चाहे वो गीत हो या बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक हो, बैकग्राउंड सॉन्ग हो, हम कहानी को कह ही नहीं सकते बिना म्यूजिक के। तो आप ये कह सकते हैं कि हमारी कहानियों को बनाने में, पर्दे पर लाने के लिए एक म्यूजिक कंपोजर का बहुत बड़ा हाथ होता है, और उसका म्यूजिक जो है वो हमारी पूरी जो फिलॉसफी ऑफ स्टोरी टेलिंग है या साइकोलॉजी ऑफ कैरेक्टर्स हैं या इमोशन बिहाइंड द इमोशन है, वो हमारा म्यूजिक ही बयां करता है। मुझे अमेरिका में किसी ने पूछा था कि आप हिंदी फिल्मों में, भारतीय फिल्मों में 5-5, 4-4 गाने क्यों रखते हैं? मैंने बोला कि भाई बात ऐसी है कि वी आर एपिकल पीपल, इंडियन आर एपिकल पीपल। हमारे जीवन में जब हम पैदा होते हैं तब भी एक म्यूजिक होता है, बड़े होते हैं, शादी होती है, जन्म हो, मरण हो, कुछ भी हो, म्यूजिक के बिना वो कुछ हो नहीं सकता। हमारे जीवन में भी ऐसा है, हम भजन गाते हैं, गीत गाते हैं, फोक सॉन्ग गाते हैं, तो हमारे नसों में, ब्लड में म्यूजिक है। म्यूजिक के बिना आप कोई भी भाषण दीजिए या डायलॉग दीजिए तो आपको बोरिंग लगेगा। जैसे आप उसको गीत बना लेंगे, वही लाइन जो है खूबसूरत एक अपना एक्सप्रेशन दे देती है, सेम चीज़। तो हमको जब हम अपने ड्रामा में फेल हो जाते हैं तो फिर हम उसको गाने के द्वारा उसको कंपनसेट करना शुरू करते हैं। कोई ये लड़का ऐसे लड़की से प्यार करता है, तब लोगों को समझ आता है अच्छा ये प्यार करता है, ये दिल से चाहता है, ये शिद्दत से चाहता है। तो म्यूजिक का, फिल्म म्यूजिक का एक अपना जादू है जो पर्दे पर आता है। इसीलिए हमने ये चुना कि आज की शाम को हम लोग से म्यूजिक की बात करेंगे और ये जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि सिनेमा म्यूजिक में, फिल्म म्यूजिक में कौन कौन सी ऐसी बातें हैं, विशेषताएं हैं जो कि हम आज के दौर पे उसकी कितनी महत्ता है। तो मेरा स्टूडेंट की तरफ से सर आपको सर तो नहीं कहना चाहिए, एक सवाल है कि ये अभी आपने जो एवी रोल देखा पुराने म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर्स के, हैंस जिमर से लेकर जॉन विलियम्स से लेकर हमारे हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक ऑफ 60s, 70s and then 90s and then now। थैंक यू जी, मेरी आवाज़ ये
इसलिए। तो इन तीनों में जनरेशन में क्या फर्क है? म्यूजिक में कुछ फर्क पड़ा है या नहीं फर्क पड़ा है? पहले तो उसकी जो एस्थेटिक क्वालिटी है, फिर उसकी टेक्निकल क्वालिटी, दो भाग में अगर आप बता सकें तो बच्चों को बता सकें।
सबसे पहले तो मैं साउंड टीम से दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि मुझे सुभाष जी की आवाज़ और बढ़ा दें यहाँ पर, ताकि मैं उनके प्रश्न ठीक तरीके से सुन पाऊँ। ऑल्सो मेरी आवाज़ भी आप प्लीज़ यहाँ पे थोड़ी बढ़ा दीजिए,
थोड़ा बैलेंस कर लो मेला कराने में।
हेलो चेक, लिटिल मोर।
मेरी आवाज़ आपको तो सुनाई दे रही है ना? थैंक यू।
आई थिंक अभी बेहतर है। आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं आप सभी लोगों को प्रणाम करता हूँ और धन्यवाद करता हूँ सुभाष जी, आपने हमको यहाँ पर आदरपूर्वक बुलाया। मैं बहुत कम बाहर जाता हूँ मैं हर पलक, लेकिन जब सुभाष जी एक मुझे लगता है हमारे देश में एक ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं जिनको शायद मैं और पलक कभी ना नहीं बोल पाते, और इसका एक ही कारण है, इसके पीछे कोई स्वार्थ नहीं कि हम इनका बहुत बहुत सम्मान करते हैं। जो प्यार आप लोगों ने दिया, हमें जो आपने वेलकम दिया, उसके लिए हम आपके भी आभारी है। थैंक यू फॉर द लव, फील्स ग्रेट टू बी हियर। अभी सुभाष जी के प्रश्न पर मैं आता हूँ। उन्होंने जो आपने 3 दशक की बात की सुभाष जी, 60s, 70s, 80s की बात की। इस सवाल पे मेरे विचार कुछ ऐसे है कि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे उन्होंने उसको 2 भाग में ऑलरेडी बांट दिया कि उसका एक टेक्निकल साइड है जो ऑब्वियसली बदलता ही है, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो हर दिन जो है एक अलग स्तर पे जाता है। तो 60s में जिस किस्म की रिकॉर्डिंग हुआ करती थी, मोनो रिकॉर्डिंग हुआ करती थी, उसके बाद में स्टीरियोफोनिक बाद में आया। इनफैक्ट आई थिंक सुभाष जी, कर्स वाज वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट एल्बम जहाँ पे आपने मल्टी ट्रैक ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग शुरू किया।
जी हाँ।
तो ये जो प्रोग्रेशन है टेक्निकल, ये तो है ही बिल्कुल। आई कंप्लीटली फील सुभाष जी की हर दशक में जो रिकॉर्डिंग टेक्निक्स होते हैं, जो माइकिंग टेक्निक्स होते हैं, और मेरे फादर मुझे हमेशा कहा करते थे कि मोनो रिकॉर्डिंग में बहुत सारे ऐसे पार्ट्स होते थे, बहुत सारे ऐसे काउंटर मेलोडीज होते थे। टोनी पिंटो साहब जो मेरे गुरु भी है, वो कई बार इतने खूबसूरत फिलर्स बजाया करते थे, बिकॉज उस टाइम पे पियानो जो है वो बिल्कुल वायलिन सेक्शन के पीछे हुआ करता था, अगर अकॉर्डिंग टू व्हाट माय फादर हैज टोल्ड मी। तो माय डैड जब वो एक यंगस्टर थे और वो जब जूनियर वायलिनिस्ट थे, तो वो बिल्कुल पियानो के पास बैठा करते थे और वो कहते थे कि मैं इतने सुंदर हार्मनी कभी कभी सुनता था जो कभी कैप्चर नहीं हो पाता था, बट वो मेरे अंदर, मतलब मेरे पापा के अंदर वो बैठ गया। लेटर ऑन ही कुड रिप्रोड्यूस दैट इन हिज ओन इंटरप्रिटेशन, लेकिन वो बिकॉज ऑफ द लिमिटेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी उस वक्त पूरी तरीके से कैप्चर नहीं हो पाता था। बट व्हाट वुड गेट कैप्चर्ड वाज द एनर्जी, उस रूम की जो एक एनर्जी थी। बल्कि ये भी बोला जाता था, आई एम श्योर सुभाष जी नोज ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स, कि जो हमारे फेमस स्टूडियो था जो तारदेव में, विच वाज द हब जहाँ पे बहुत सारे लीडिंग कंपोजर्स रिकॉर्ड करते थे, बाकी जो पर्दे थे उनके ऊपर की धूल भी साफ नहीं करते थे, बिकॉज दे बिलीव्ड कि दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ द अकूस्टिक एंड द ऑरा ऑफ द साउंड दैट गेट्स कैप्चर्ड। तो देखिए वहां से लेके आज जहाँ पे रिकॉर्डिंग पहुंचा, आई थिंक प्रोग्रेशन तो होना ही है। तो 60s का दौर अलग था, 70s डेफिनेटली गॉट, आई थिंक अगर मैं बात करूँ जो मेरे हीरोज रहे, अगर मैं लक्ष्मीकांत प्यारेलाल साहब की बात करूँ, मुझे लगा उन्होंने 70s में जाके एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन बहुत शुरू किया साउंड में, और उन्होंने जो स्पेक्ट्रम लाया वो डेफिनेटली 70s में पड़ा। एंड 80s में आई थिंक भारत के अंदर भी टेक्नोलॉजी के जो दरवाजे वो खुलने लगे बहुत, और हमने वो दौर देखा। इनफैक्ट आई थिंक सिनेमा स्कोप भी इंट्रोड्यूस करने वाले सुभाष जी है विद कर्मा, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। तो ये जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल प्रोग्रेस है ये तो बिल्कुल बदलता ही है, बट आई थिंक सुभाष जी इसके साथ में जो है जो एक कंपोजर की सोच होती है, मुझे लगता है वो एक डीपर प्रोसेस है जो भी इवॉल्व होता है, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली अ कंपोजर इज पार्ट ऑफ सोसाइटी, और हम समाज का हिस्सा है, और हमारे आसपास जो वातावरण है, हमारे आसपास का जो माहौल है, हमारे आसपास के जो कन्वर्सेशंस है, और हमारे आसपास की कहानियां, आई थिंक दैट ऑल्सो रिफ्लेक्ट्स समवेयर
हालांकि मुझे ये नहीं लगता कि वो इंस्टेंटली चेंज होता है। अगर एक नया सॉफ्टवेयर आपको मिल जाए, आप तुरंत ही उसको चेंज कर लेंगे। एक नया प्लगइन आपको मिल गया तो इमीडिएटली आप उसको यूज करके आप उसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। लेकिन एक जो असली कंपोजर होता है, इट गोज थ्रू हिज एंटायर फिजियोलॉजिकल प्रोसेस एंड इट टेक्स टाइम फॉर इट टू कम आउट। लेकिन वो बदलाव भी गहरा है एंड इट टेक्स, तो उसके लिए अगर हम थोड़े और गहरे में जाएंगे तो हमें मालूम पड़ेगा कि जैसे हमने नौशाद साहब के बारे में देखा, हम उसके पहले भी अगर जाएंगे तो सी रामचंद्र साहब कैसे म्यूजिक किया करते थे, उनके फ्रेजेस कैसा हुआ करते थे, वो तो स्पेक्युलर स्टाइल। अगर आप हुसन लाल भगत राम की बात करेंगे, सुभाष जी नोज ऑल दीज लेजेंड्स, दे हैड अ पेक्युलर वे ऑफ वर्किंग। उसके बाद वो जो बैरियर्स तोड़े शंकर जयकिशन ने तोड़े, व्हेन दे ब्रॉट इन मोर flamboyance, I would say, Subhash ji, हिंदी फिल्म एक्सप्रेशन में, not only sound, I'm not talking about sound, I'm talking about the composer's expression। वो जो फ्लैम्बॉयंस और एक तरीके का एरोगेंस मैं कहूंगा वो जो लेकर आए, और मुझे लगता है देन 70s में जो आई थिंक लक्ष्मीकांत प्यारेलाल, आर.डी. बर्मन साहब, हाउ दे टुक इट फॉरदर। पंचम दा ऑब्वियसली हम सब जानते हैं कि वो एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन में बहुत बिलीव करते थे, यानी इम्प्रोवाइज, बिलीव इन इम्प्रोवाइजेशन ऑल्सो, उनकी अरेंजमेंट्स में भी वो चीजें नजर आती हैं। तो आई थिंक बदलाव दो तरीके हैं, एक तो टेक्नोलॉजिकल जो विच इज इंस्टेंट, और मुझे लगता है एक इज मोर फिजियोलॉजिकल जो थोड़ा वक्त लगता है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है वो भी समय से समय बदलता है। सुभाष जी, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
ब्यूटीफुल एक्सप्लेन, थैंक यू। मैं कहता हूँ, मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारी जो चर्चा में या बातचीत में थोड़ा थोड़ा म्यूजिक भी रहे तो अच्छा है, ऐसा ख्याल है आपको? जी हाँ। तो मैं पलक जी के बारे में, इससे पहले मैं पलक जी के बारे से बात शुरू करूँ, मैं इनके गीत दिखाना चाहूँगा आपको, उसकी झलक, तेरी मेरी कहानी का एक एबी पलक जी की आवाज़ में।
मुझ में सफर तू करता रहे, हर एक सांस में गुजरता रहे, शाम सुबह तू मेरा, तेरे बिना क्या मेरा, तुझे सोचा एक है, न होना कभी तू जुड़ा, तेरी मेरी कहानी है बारिशों का पानी, बनके जो इश्क बरसे, तेरी मेरी कहानी, तेरी मेरी कहानी है बारिशों का पानी, बनके जो इश्क बरसे, तेरी मेरी
पलक मुझसे के बारे में आपको बताऊंगा एक बात, बड़ी निजी बात बताता हूँ कि जब से हमारा लिसनिंग गुड्स शुरू हुआ, अभी तो इनकी शादी हुई है और बड़े प्यारे कपल लग रहे हैं, लेकिन इनका ताल्लुक हमारा लिसनिंग गुड के साथ शुरू से रहा है। हम कोई भी प्रोग्राम करें, हम पलक को जब भी बुलाएं तभी आए हैं। ये आज से नहीं, जो आपके जो सीनियर थे 5 साल पहले, 10 साल पहले, 6 साल पहले, 3 साल पहले, तो हमें ये होता था कि अगर किसको बुला तो यंगेस्ट मैजिकल वॉइस कौन है, सबकी आवाज़ आती थी पलक मुझसे, और ये हमेशा हमेशा आती, चाहे हमारा योगा डे हो या कोई एनुअल डे हो या एनुअल इवेंट हो। तो आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू दैट आई मस्ट से कि मिथुन इज लिटिल शाई पर्सन, सो यहाँ पर आने के लिए भी मिथुन को इन्होंने ही कहा कि चलो 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 मेरे साथ, ऐसे सुभाष जी ने बुलाया है। मिथुन नॉर्मली आई डोंट थिंक मिथुन विल गो एनीवेयर। एंड सेकंड थिंग, पलक की सबसे अच्छी क्वालिटी है कि बहुत कम जानते हैं कि शी इज अ वेरी socially conscious person. She has done so many good works for many NGOs. बच्चों के लिए कोई भी कॉज हो, सोशल कॉज, तो शी इज़ ऑलवेज. हमारा बहुत मुश्किल होता है कि मैं आजकल के यंग स्टार्स को देखता हूँ, यंग सिंगर्स को देखता हूँ, कंपोजर को देखता हूँ, वो नॉर्मली अवॉइड करते हैं क्योंकि दे फील शाई. लेकिन पलक को मैं देखता हूँ कि हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं सोशल कॉज के लिए खड़ी होती है. इट शोज हर पर्सनैलिटी इनसाइड. शी इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल पर्सन ऑल्सो अलॉन्ग विद द सिंगर. कंग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू. अभी पलक ये बताओ, जो तेरी मेरी कहानी है, इसके पीछे क्या कहानी है? हमें आप मेरा शुक्रिया अदा कर सकते हैं, कोई बात.
सबसे पहले आप सभी को नमस्ते. जैसा कि सुभाष जी ने कहा कि विस्लिंग वुड्स से मेरा रिश्ता बहुत पुराना है. जब आपने बुलाया है मैं आई हूँ, और मेरा रीज़न बहुत सेल्फिश रहा है ऑनेस्टली, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि मुझे अगर 2 मिनट भी सबके साथ स्पेंड करने को मिलते हैं तो 10 साल के बराबर ज्ञान मिल जाता है, बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिल जाता है. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ऑलवेज बीइंग सो सपोर्टिव. बहुत प्यार और आशीर्वाद मिला है आपका हमेशा से. Now coming back to, and also it's an honor to share the stage today with you both. जिस तरह मिथुन जी बात कर रहे हैं, मुझे भी बहुत अच्छी बातें सुनने को मिल रही है.
घर में दूसरे बर्तन की बात होती है.
हाँ, ये बात सच है. हम म्यूजिक आमतौर पे डिस्कस करते नहीं है घर पे. Coming back to your question, तेरी मेरी कहानी मेरे लिए बहुत स्पेशल गाना है. सबसे बड़ा रीज़न तो ये है कि बहुत सारा प्यार मिला है आप सभी का इस गाने को. जब ये गाना रिलीज़ हुआ तो जो इसका पहला वर्जन था वो एक ड्यूएट वर्जन था अरिजीत सिंह जी और मेरा. और फिर मेकर्स ने डिसाइड किया कि इसका एक फीमेल वर्जन भी निकालते हैं, बिकॉज जो कॉम्पोजिशन है उसमें अगर एक फीमेल का इंटरप्रिटेशन होगा कम्प्लीटली तो इट मे गिव अ फ्रेश पर्सपेक्टिव. सो इसी तरह तेरी मेरी कहानी का फीमेल वर्जन रिलीज़ किया गया. इसे भी बहुत सारा प्यार मिला. चिरंतन भट्ट जी इसके कंपोजर हैं और मनोज यादव जी ने लिखा है. और मेरे लिए गाने में सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट एक्सप्रेशन होते हैं. जिस तरह आप दोनों ही बात कर रहे थे कि मुझे लगता है कि सिंगर की जो जॉब होती है, जैसे एक डायरेक्टर के लिए एक एक्टर डायरेक्टर का चेहरा होता है, वैसे म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर की सिंगर आवाज़ होती है. और आवाज़ से बहुत कुछ कहना होता है, और वही कोशिश की है मैंने जो कंपोजर चाहते थे वो बयां करने की. जो स्टोरी चल रही थी फिल्म में उसे अपनी आवाज़ के थ्रू एक्सप्रेस करने की.
अभी हम मिठुन जी पर आएंगे. एक पति पत्नी में कल घर जाके झगड़ा था ना, तुमसे ज़्यादा पूछा, मुझसे कम पूछा, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. तो मिठुन जी का एक गीत मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा. मिठुन जी, मैं आपको एक मौका, आई रियली नोटिस यू वेरी केयरफुली. मेरा जब दिल खुश हो जाता है, कोई अच्छी फिल्म देखता हूँ या अच्छा गीत सुनता हूँ, तो मैं उसको ढूंढता हूँ कि वो कौन बच्चा है या कौन है. और मैंने जैसे आपको अभी वेदर के बाद भी फोन किया था, उसको याद होगा. तब जब मैंने एक गीत जब सुना, आपका पहला गीत जो था, वो मैं सुनता रहेगा और मैं पूछता रहा किसने कंपोज किया है. तो मुझे पता लगा कि नैसी के बेटे हैं, मिठुन उन्होंने किया है. और मैं बहुत कोशिश की कि आपको मैं उस बात की मुबारक बताऊँ. वो गाना इनका जो था, बहुत बड़ा आप तुम ही हो, अगर आपने सुना हो, सुनने के लिए आप पहले वो गाना सुन लीजिए, फिर मैं इनसे पूछूंगा उसके गाने के बारे में कुछ. जो शुरू में सबसे पहले गाना इनका सबसे बड़ा हिट हुआ था, एवी प्लीज. अब ये गाना सुन के, गीत सुन के कौन मूड नहीं होगा? मतलब ये गाना जब आया था मार्केट में तो मैं हर गली में, हर दुकान में, हर ऑटो रिक्शा में, बस में, हर जगह, हर गाड़ी में सुनता था। और ये गाने आज भी अगर सुनो तो ऐसा लगता है फ्रेश है। इस गाने के पीछे कहानी क्या है ये हम जानना चाहते हैं। ये गाना इतना बड़ा मैजिकल क्यों बना?
कहानी में डेफिनेटली बताऊंगा सुभाष जी, लेकिन क्यों जो प्रश्न है शायद उसका जवाब मुझे भी पता नहीं सुभाष जी। और मुझे लगता है
जब आप कहानी सुनाएंगे तो हमको क्यों मतलब पता लग जाएगा।
देखिए सुभाष जी, मेरा जो काम करने का तरीका है, मैं बहुत नम्रतापूर्वक अपने सभी डायरेक्टर्स से कहता हूँ कि मेरे पास कोई सॉन्ग बैंक नहीं है। मैं हमेशा एक इमोशन को रिस्पॉन्ड कर सकता हूँ जिस तरीके से कि वैसे मैंने आपसे भी रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि सुभाष जी आप होंगे तो आप जो पूछेंगे मैं उसका जवाब दे पाऊंगा। तो आई ऑलवेज वांट माय डायरेक्टर्स टू आस्क मी, टू चैलेंज मी, टू पुश मी टू द एज, ताकि मैं इमोशनली जो रिएक्ट करूंगा आई थिंक उसमें मेरा बेस्ट निकल के आता है। और इसके जो डायरेक्टर है मोहित सूरी, शुरुआत में तो उन्होंने मुझे ये बात भी नहीं बताई थी कि हम जो है आशिकी 2 के लिए गाना कर रहे थे। और मैं इस बात के लिए बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ क्योंकि मैं चाह रहा था कि हम एक कहानी पे वर्क करें। और उन्होंने मुझे एक कहानी बताई, एक म्यूजिशियन की लाइफ की स्टोरी बताई और दो लोगों के बीच में उनकी जो भावनाएं हैं और उनकी जो कॉम्प्लेक्सेस है और एक कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सेटिंग में वो कैसे प्रेम में पड़ते हैं। और हमने काफी डिस्कस किया सुभाष जी सेटिंग्स की, कौन सा किस इमोशन को टच करना चाहिए। आमतौर से मैं जब मोहित सूरी के साथ काम करता हूँ तो वी ऑलवेज चेस एन इमोशन, वी ऑलवेज चेस अ फीलिंग, वी नेवर चेस अ हिट ट्यून। हम कभी ऐसा आज तक कभी नहीं हुआ उनके साथ कि कोई चीज मैंने बजाई और उन्होंने बोला कि सुनने में अच्छा लगा। उनका रिएक्शन हमेशा ये होता है कि ये एहसास मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है, आई लाइक व्हाट इट मेक्स मी फील। एंड आई थिंक दैट्स वन रीजन कि मेरा जो काम है उनके साथ, चाहे इस गाने में हो, एक वुलन में हो, हाफ गर्लफ्रेंड में हो, मलंग में हो, इट्स ऑलवेज स्ट्रक अ कॉर्ड इमोशनली। कमिंग बैक टू द क्वेश्चन, वो एक ऐसा गाना हम उस वक्त चाह रहे थे उस सिचुएशन पे जो जिसका एक्सप्रेशन बहुत लाउड नहीं हो। मुझे ऐसा लगता है उस वक्त हमने डिस्कस भी किया था ये कि जब कोई चीज कन्विक्शन आपके अंदर, जब चीज गहरे में जाके बैठ जाती है ना, तो उस बात को चिल्लाने की नीड नहीं पड़ती। यू डोंट नीड टू स्ट्रगल टू एक्सप्रेस बिकॉज यू हैव कन्विंस्ड योरसेल्फ डीप विद इन एंड यू नो। और इसीलिए हम एक ऐसी धुन खोज रहे थे, एक ऐसा थॉट खोज रहे थे जो बड़े तसल्ली के साथ, बड़े कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ और बड़े निश्चय के साथ ये बोल दे कि मेरी जिंदगी अब तुम ही हो, देयर इज नथिंग बियॉन्ड दिस। तो वो जब थॉट हमें दो तीन हमने सेशंस किए, मैं सिर्फ सुन रहा था उनको, आई वाजंट रिएक्टिंग एंड आई वाजंट इवन गोइंग एंड टचिंग माय इंस्ट्रूमेंट आउट ऑफ, क्योंकि मैं ये नहीं चाह रहा था कि कोई मेरा फिजिकल मसल मेमोरी से वो धुन बन जाए। मैं उस फीलिंग को कैप्चर करना चाह रहा था, जो मेरे अंदर जो भावना उत्पन्न हो रही थी, मैं उसको आई वाज लेटिंग दैट थ्रू। और ऐसा करते करते बहुत डिस्कशन हुआ। एक दिन बात मैं पहले भी कह चुका, एक दिन दोपहर की बात थी, तो मोहित सूरी के बीच में हमारा एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन होता है, वी कॉल इट द डोर सेशन। तो हम लोग अंदर स्टूडियो में बैठ के शायद कॉफी पी के सब बड़े सोफिस्टिकेटेड तरीके से जब बैठ के बोथ ऑफ अस गार्डिंग आवर रेस्पेक्टिव रेपुटेशन हम तो बात करते हैं। बट देन देयर इज वन मोमेंट जब वी लेट डाउन आवर डिफेंसेस और ही इज वेटिंग एट माय मेन डोर, और वो लिफ्ट के लिए जो वेट करते हैं तो वहां पर डिफेंसेस आर डाउन, देयर आर नो असिस्टेंट्स, देयर इज नो रेपुटेशन। एंड वो जो बड़ा ऑनेस्ट मोमेंट हमेशा हमारे बीच में होता है। तो वो उस टाइम पे मैंने बोला मोहित बहुत बातें कर ली, अगर इन सारी बातों को हमको एक लाइन में बोलना हो तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक इट वुड बी, जस्ट थ्रो समथिंग एट मी। एंड ही सेड द वर्ड्स टू मी बिफोर द सॉन्ग वाज रिटन एंड आई वाज लाइक ठीक है, आई गॉट समथिंग। और मैं तुरंत ही चल के गया, आई वॉक बैक स्ट्रेट ऑन टू माई पियानो। इट वाज अ क्वाइट आफ्टरनून, मुझे याद है 2012 की बात होगी। और उस वक्त व्हेन आई हैड दोस वर्ड्स टू मी, I just played those notes on the piano. मैंने I came to a key, गाना F minor में है for a specific reason, and वो जो क्योंकि तुम ही हो. It very naturally came to me. It very naturally came to me. And then उसको उस गाने को स्ट्रक्चर किया गया. And हमने फिर बहुत honestly उस पे काम किया. उस वक्त we didn't even have a voice for the song Shivaji. और जो फिल्म के प्रोड्यूसर्स थे निमित्त म्यूजिक लेबल, उन्होंने एक नेशन वाइड वॉइस हंट भी लॉन्च किया था. बट कहीं ना कहीं आई फेल्ट दैट आई हैव अ वॉइस, क्योंकि इस गाने से 2 साल पहले मैंने एक गाना रिकॉर्ड किया था, दिल संभल जा जरा फिर मोहब्बत करने चला है तू, राइट, इन विच आई हैड रिकॉर्डेड द वॉइस ऑफ अ सिंगर बाय द नेम ऑफ अरिजीत सिंह. एंड आई समवेयर फेल्ट दैट दिस मैन्स वॉइस is going to be the voice of Aashiqui 2. और जैसे ये धुन तैयार हुई, मैंने इसके लिरिक्स लिखे. That same night I called Arijit to the studio, वो आए और हमने इसको रिकॉर्ड किया. और जैसे मैंने उस मुखड़े को उस आवाज में वापस सुना, which is the final take, वो भी that's part of the story. जब मैंने I heard it, I called up Mohit Suri and I told him कि आप दुनिया भर जाके ढूंढ लो, आवाजें ढूंढ लो, बिल्कुल give everybody a chance, hear everybody. But I am telling you for sure, the voice of Aashiqui 2 is going to be Arijit Singh. So that's how it happened, and then uske jo interludes hai, the every piece, the theme written for
See, the very specific quality I find in this song is that if you look at this song or hear the song properly, there is silence. There is no noise. There is no violence in it. Violence होती है ना, शॉट करते हैं. इसमें दर्द है. इवन जो आपकी परकशंस भी शुरू होती हैं, कुछ देर बाद शुरू होती हैं, 16 बार के बाद, फिर दूसरी परकशन होती है, फिर तीसरी परकशन है ना, एडिशन होता जाता है. क्योंकि ये है कि अंधेरे में बैठा हुआ एक सिंगर गा रहा है और आहिस्ता आहिस्ता कहीं से दूसरे साउंड आती है. ये ऐसा नहीं कि इसको ऑर्केस्ट्रेट किया गया कि पूरा प्रॉपरली बनाओ, इंटरम्यूजिक बनाओ, फिर ये करो. ये गाना बना ही दिल से है, कंपोजर के दिल से. और फिर हालांकि सिंपल वर्ड्स हैं, कोई इतना ऐसा नहीं कि हमने ऐसी कभी पोइट्री सुनी नहीं थी, बहुत बात सुना है, लेकिन वो सिंगर्स ने और कंपोजर ने दोनों ने इतना अच्छा गाना बनाया. डोंट ओवरलोड योर सॉन्ग, आई ऑलवेज से विद यू. कभी भी गाने को ओवरलोड मत करो. गा के देखो, दिल से महसूस करके देखो. जिन्होंने ऐसे बताया कि मैंने रात को सुना और मुझे लगा कि बस तुम ही काफ़ी है मेरे लिए, बाकी बन जाएगा. सो दिस इज द सीक्रेट विच आई शेयर विद यू. यू मस्ट रिमेंबर ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स हु आर इंटरेस्टेड इन म्यूजिक. अब मैं आता हूँ पहले म्यूजिक के ऊपर वापस. आपकी आवाज इतनी सुंदर क्यों है? इसका क्या कारण है? क्या खाती है?
थैंक यू सर. क्या करूँ मैं?
आशिकी 2 का एक गीत सुनते हैं, चलो फिर बात करेंगे.
मेरी छोटे छोटे ख्वाब हैं, ख्वाबों में गीत है, गीतों में जिंदगी है, चाहत है प्रीत है. आँखें में न देखूं ख्वाब जिनमें रातों में
जीत गांगुली जी. जीत गांगुली सर.
जी. एक सिंगर का इंस्पिरेशन गीत बनाता है, लिरिक्स बनाते हैं, ये कंपोजर की टीम बनाती है। ये सवाल बच्चे आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं सिंगर के लिए।
मेरे हिसाब से जो चीज़ मुझे जब भी मैं गाती हूँ सबसे ज़्यादा इंस्पायर करती है वो है कहानी गाने के पीछे की। और मैं इंसिस्ट करती हूँ, आजकल बहुत कम ऐसा होता है कि डायरेक्टर भी फिल्म के मौजूद हो फिल्म रिकॉर्डिंग्स में, पहले बहुत ज़्यादा होता था। लेकिन आई इंसिस्ट ऑन कॉलिंग द डायरेक्टर, आई इंसिस्ट ऑन हियरिंग द स्टोरी बिहाइंड द सॉन्ग, बिकॉज दैट इज़ सो इम्पॉर्टेंट। जब आप एक मूवी के लिए गा रहे होते हैं, it's not just about lending your voice to the song, it's about telling a story. और I was really fortunate कि जब ये गाना रिकॉर्ड हो रहा था तब मोहित सिरी जी ने स्टोरी सुनाई थी मुझे फ़ोन पर, और मैं बहुत ज़्यादा रिलेट कर पा रही थी सिचुएशन के साथ, बिकॉज जब मैं 4 साल की थी तब मैंने डिसाइड किया था कि मुझे प्लेबैक सिंगर बनना है, और रास्ता नहीं पता था, बिल्कुल नहीं पता था कि किस तरह उस मंजिल तक पहुंचा जाएगा, लेकिन बस तय कर लिया था। और फाइनली वो मोमेंट मेरी लाइफ में आया था जब मैं आशिकी 2 के लिए गा रही थी। अगर आप लोगों ने फिल्म देखी है तो आरोही के लिए भी उस सिचुएशन में सेम इमोशन था, बहुत बड़ी बात थी वो गाना गाना, और मेरे लिए भी वो एक बहुत बड़ा मोमेंट था, बहुत ओवरवेलमिंग था। सो मैं सिचुएशन के साथ फॉर्चुनेटली बहुत ज़्यादा रिलेट कर पा रही थी। कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि आप सिचुएशन से रिलेट नहीं कर पाते, but then you derive from the emotions around you, from the experiences around you. So मेरे लिए सबसे ज़्यादा इंस्पायरिंग जो होता है एज अ सिंगर वो होती है गाने के पीछे की कहानी।
So content यानी कि कहानी में फील क्या है, गाने में लिरिक्स राइटर क्या कह रहा है और कंपोजर की ट्यून क्या कह रही है, ये अपने आप में एक एहसास होता है सिंगर को, और उस मूड को पकड़ता है और फिर उस मूड के हिसाब से उसमें दिल उतारता है। जैसे अभी मिथुन जी ने कहा कि जब अरिजीत आया तो उन्हें लगा कि जो मैं कह रहा हूँ वो आ रहा है, वो हो रहा है। सिंगर्स में नहीं फर्क होता है। हमने बहुत से सिंगर के साथ काम किया और मैं ये समझता हूँ कि सिंगर्स is like a performer, music composer, lyrics writer और creator। जो परफॉर्मेंस है, जैसे हमारी कहानी कितनी भी अच्छी निकलो, स्क्रिप्ट अच्छा निकलो, जब तक एक्टर उसको परफॉर्म नहीं करते हैं ऑन द स्क्रीन, तब तक हमारी कहानी व्यर्थ है। इसलिए सिंगर की बहुत बड़ी महत्ता होती है। सिंगर का उसमें इन्वॉल्व हो जाना एक बहुत बड़ा गाने को एक अपना ही नया रूप देता है। मैं आपको मुबारकबाद दूंगा कि आपने जब जो भी गाने गाए हैं मैंने सुने, आपने आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन लगता है। अपार्ट फ्रॉम योर क्वालिटी ऑफ वॉइस, फैब्रिक्स ऑफ वॉइस, योर हार्ट इज देयर, you can always feel for that, and big clap for her. अभी मैं मिथुन जी की एक फिल्म जो है, एक बड़ी साइलेंटली वायलेंट फिल्म थी। एक होता है वायलेंट फिल्म, एक होता है साइलेंटली वायलेंट फिल्म। उस फिल्म का नाम था कवि सिंह। वायलेंट फिल्म में तो ठीक है, हम दे सकते हैं वायलेंट, साइलेंट वायलेंस कैसे हो सकती है? वो कहानी में था ही, उसका असर ही कुछ ऐसा था, उसका तासीर ही ऐसा था, और उसमें ये सब म्यूजिक बिना एक बहुत अपने आप में कामयाबी है। पहले मैं ये दिखाऊंगा थोड़ा सा, फिर बात करेंगे मिथुन से।
दिल का दरिया मैं ही गया, इश्क इबादत बन ही गया, खुद को मुझे तू सौंप दे, मेरी जरूरत तू बन गया, बात दिल की नजरों की सच कहा, तेरी कसम तेरी
आप गाइए साथ
एक विदम
और
तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम।
तुझे कितना चाहने लगी हो। ऐसे ऐसे गीत हम तरसते हैं जब भी आते हैं आज की दुनिया में, खास कर आज की दुनिया में। और हम बहुत भाग्यशाली समझते हैं अपने आप को कि इस तरह की भी लोग हैं, इस तरह की आत्माएं हैं, क्रिएटिव हैं, आर्टिस्ट हैं, कंपोजर हैं, जो इस तरह के गीत आज भी डट के बना सकते हैं अपने सोल के साथ। बहुत बहुत मुबारक इस गीत के लिए, बहुत खूबसूरत गाना। आप देखिए हीरो बेचारा कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा है, हीरो ने ना हाथ उठाया है गाना गाते हुए, ना उसने सिंग किया है, और फिर भी गाना इतना इफेक्टिव लगता है। ये सिर्फ कंपोजिशन सिंगर की पावर है। इसके पीछे की कुछ कहानी हो तो बता दीजिए।
एज ऑलवेज जो डायरेक्टर है कबीर सिंह के, संदीप रेड्डी वांगा, बहुत पैशनेट है अपने सिनेमा को लेकर, हिज ब्रांड ऑफ सिनेमा, एंड ही इज वेरी, उनका विजन बहुत साफ है। तो जैसे आपने वायलेंस की बात की, तो ये जो मुझे सिचुएशन पे जिस पे मैंने काम किया, अगर आपने फिल्म देखी होगी, सुभाष जी, वो एक ऐसे मोड पे आता है जहां पर उसके अंदर जो जिद है वो कहीं ना कहीं उसकी जिद टूटने लगती है। He starts to break from that and he starts getting vulnerable, और इसलिए वो, अगर आप देखा तो शाहिद में वो, मतलब कैरेक्टर जो है कबीर सिंह जो है, वो अपनी दाढ़ी भी बनवा लेता है। He tries to move on, कहीं ना कहीं कोशिश करता है। तो उसके अंदर जो एक जिद्दी व्यक्ति नहीं, उसके अंदर का जो एक टूटा हुआ व्यक्ति है, एक बुझा हुआ व्यक्ति है, वो जो एक्सप्रेशन बाहर लाना था, उसके लिए मुझसे हमारे डायरेक्टर ने और जो हमारे प्रोड्यूसर है भूषण कुमार, उन्होंने मुझसे बात की, बोला कि हमें आपके जोन में जाकर एक मेलोडी हम आपसे चाह रहे हैं। और ये गाना मैंने लिखा भी खुद ही, इट वाज
बिग क्लैप।
सो मुझे वही लगा कि देयर वाज समथिंग, माय स्टार्ट पॉइंट व्हेन आई वाज राइटिंग फॉर द सॉन्ग वाज कि उसके अंदर कुछ तो है, समथिंग व्हिच ब्रेक्स। और वहां से जो थॉट मुझे आया कि दिल का दरिया बह ही गया, और खास रूप से बह ही गया जो है, इट्स नॉट जस्ट बह गया, इट्स बह ही गया, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि उसके अंदर एक जो जिद है, काफी टाइम से ही वाज फाइटिंग हिज ओन रियलिटी। क्लाइमैक्स में तो हमें मालूम पड़ता है कि ऑब्वियसली कहानी जो है पूरी पलट जाती है, लेकिन उस पॉइंट के लिए ऑडियंस के सामने जो है वो अपनी रियलिटी से लड़ रहा है। तो वो बह ही गया, दैट वाज माय, उसकी जो एक क्या चरम सीमा पे जाके, उसकी पराकाष्ठा पे जाके उसको छोड़ देता है। दैट्स व्हाई आई यूज दैट एक्सप्रेशन, एंड एट द सेम टाइम आई हैड टू कीप द, बिकॉज लव इज ऑलवेज गोइंग टू बी, उसकी जो महक है, वो परिस्थिति बदल जाए, मौसम बदल जाए, दुनिया बदल जाए, लेकिन प्रेम का जो फैब्रिक होता है वो कभी बदलता नहीं है। तो आई वांटेड टू कीप इट इन दैट स्पेस, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई मेलोडी की जो चलत है, इस गाने के 2 वर्जन है, एक अरिजीत सिंह ने गाया है और दूसरा जुबिन नौटियाल ने गाया। दोनों की पोएट्री भी अलग है। जो आपने सुना वो दैट इज द ब्राइटर वर्जन ऑफ द सॉन्ग, और एक और वर्जन है जो डार्क वर्जन है, जो कहता है कि दिल का दरिया बह ही गया, राहों में यूं जो तू मिल गया, मुश्किल से मैं संभला था, हाँ टूट गया हूं फिर एक दफा, बात बिगड़ी है इस कदर, दिल है टूटा टूटे हैं हम, तेरे बिन अब ना लेंगे एक भी दम, तुझे कितना और चाहे हम।
आपका कभी दिल टूटा? भाई ये तो वही लिख सकता है जिसका दिल टूटा हो गया, ये गा सकता है।
मुझे लगता है हमारे जीवन में सुभाष जी अलग अलग तरीकों से दिल रोज टूटता है।
क्या बात है। इसमें 50% लोग ऐसे बैठ गए जिनको आज ही दिल टूटा है इनका। ये बात सही है बिल्कुल, और वो शाम तक जुड़ जाता है फिर दिल।
वो जोड़ना पड़ता है, जो टूटे हुए दिल को फिर से जोड़ के खड़े हो जाता है, विजय उसी को प्राप्त होती है।
क्या बात है, बहुत खूबसूरत कंपोजिशन, बहुत खूबसूरत कंपोजिशन। अब पलक जी, आपकी जो फिल्म है ना MS धोनी, वो गाना मुझे कभी नहीं बोलता। मैं चाहूंगा पहले देवर टेंगी लगाओ यार, देखते हैं।
जब जब सांसें भरती हूँ,
सुपर सुपर। मुझे कहना चाहिए आज की शाम जो है वो आपकी मेलोडी की शाम है ना? एक अपना ही रंग है, अपना ही रूप है इसका, बहुत सुंदर। इसके जी गाना जब गा रही थी तो उससे पहले क्या हुआ और उसके बाद क्या हुआ?
जिस तरह मैंने पिछले गाने के बारे में कहा था कि मैं सिचुएशन के साथ रिलेट कर पा रही थी, चाहूँ मैं या ना गाते वक्त, लेकिन इस सिचुएशन से मैं बिल्कुल भी रिलेट नहीं करती थी उस वक्त, बिकॉज मैं कभी भी एक रिलेशनशिप में नहीं आई थी उस वक्त तक, और ना ही प्यार क्या होता है, इमोशंस क्या होते हैं मुझे पर्सनली पता था। जब अमाल ने गाना मुझे भेजा, मनोज जी का लिखा हुआ है, बहुत ही खूबसूरत लिखा है उन्होंने, जैसे ही मैंने गाना सुना तब सबसे पहली बात जो मेरे जहन में आई वो ये थी गाना सुनते कि जब मुझे प्यार होगा, जब मैं एक रिलेशनशिप में आऊँगी, तब शायद यही इमोशन होगी जो मैं एक्सप्रेस करूँगी पर्सनली ऑन अ पर्सनल लेवल, और उस तरह से मैं इस इमोशन से रिलेट कर पाई, क्योंकि ये बिल्कुल मुझे लगा कि मेरी फ्यूचरिस्टिक अभिव्यक्ति होगी, और जो इमोशन है इस गाने की, जो सरेंडर है शब्दों में और ट्यून में दोनों में, वो मैं अपनी पर्सनालिटी से बहुत ज़्यादा एसोसिएट कर पाई, और वाकई जब मैं रिलेशनशिप में आई तब मैं इसके सही मायने समझ पाई, और आज जब मैं सोचती हूँ अगर मैं अपनी फीलिंग्स बयां करना चाहती हूँ तो एग्जैक्टली इसी गाने से ही करूँगी। सो वो जो इमोशन था जिस ने मुझे इस गाने के प्रति बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभावित किया, वो यही था कि जब मैं किसी रिलेशनशिप में आऊँगी तो यही फीलिंग्स होगी, यही इमोशन होगी, यही शब्द होंगे। सो वो बात सबसे ज़्यादा स्पेशल है मेरे लिए इस गाने से।
मेरा सवाल ये है कि तो रिलेशनशिप का ख्वाब थे, अब रिलेशनशिप में आने के बाद जब दोनों बैठे हैं तब तो आपका क्या उसी तरह से गाना गाएंगे या दूसरे तरीके से गाएंगे? आज आपको कैसे अभिव्यक्ति है, आपका क्या महसूस होता है? अब आपको ये है कि जरूरी है कि वो शादीशुदा जो लड़की है वो कैसे गाना गाएगी, ऐसा तो नहीं। तो उस वक्त आप तलाश में थी, इस वक्त आपको मिला है, और इतना अच्छा। मैं ये जानना चाहूँगा कि आपका रिलेशनशिप की कहानी क्या है? वो तो आपको बतानी पड़ेगी आज महफिल में, तो मीडिया वाले भी नहीं है, सिर्फ हम लोग ही हैं, और हम प्रॉमिस करते हैं कि हम सोशल मीडिया में नहीं डालेंगे। आप कैसे मिले, फिर कैसे हुआ, फिर क्यों हुआ, फिर ऐसे कब आ गए, वो हमें, क्योंकि हमें थोड़ी गॉसिप सुनने की आदत है। देखो वो चिल्ला रहा है मुझे, तो कौन अब मिठन बताएंगे या आप बताएंगे? अच्छा बताइए।
एक्चुअली ऑनेस्टली आई मीन हमारे लिए नहीं, लेकिन एक मायापिक तरीके से देखी तो सबसे बोरिंग स्टोरी एक्चुअली हमारी, क्योंकि सच जानिए हमने विवाह से पहले हमने कुछ गानों के साथ में काम किया, लेकिन जब अलग स्टूडियो आती थी तो बहुत फोकस्ड मैं इनको दिखता, कहीं ना कहीं मैं अपनी परछाई इनके अंदर देखता था। द वे शी वुड वर्क प्रोफेशनली, बहुत कम बोलते थे, और मैं भी इन द स्टूडियो आई टेंड टू स्पीक वेरी लेस। तो हम सुबह जी काम करते थे, एंड आई मस्ट पुट दिस ऑन रिकॉर्ड कि पलक इज वन ऑफ द फास्टेस्ट सिंगर्स आई हैव वर्कड विद। तो शी इज वेरी फास्ट। एक धुन आई थिंक 2 बार भी अगर वो धुन सुन ले, कई बार तो 1 बार सुन के शी एक्चुअली मेमोराइजेस द एंटायर मेलोडी एंड पोएट्री। तो इस कारण हम कभी वक्त भी साथ में बिता नहीं पाए, एंड शी इज नॉट अ सोशल पर्सन इन टर्म्स ऑफ एंगेजमेंट, और ना ही मैं, ना ये कई बार जाती। मैंने जब भी इनको देखा, इनको अपनी मॉम के साथ ही मैंने देखा, और मेरी भी ऐसी कोई खास, आई डोंट हैव अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग सोशल लाइफ। तो हमारा कहीं ऐसे हम कहीं इंटरसेक्ट भी नहीं हुए। हम 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 बार शायद गानों के लिए मिले होंगे, लेकिन एक ऐसा समय आया जब मुझे मेरे दिल में बात आई कि मैं जो है विवाह की तरफ प्रस्थान करना चाहता हूँ।
अच्छा, ऐसा हुआ? वो क्यों हुआ ये? बड़ी इम्पोर्टेंट बात है मेरे जैसे आदमी को सुनने के लिए।
मुझे ऐसा लगता है अपब्रिंगिंग की बात है। पता नहीं, हम क्वालिटी हम दोनों के अंदर, हम बिफोर वी न्यू ईच अदर मेरे जहन में भी सुभाष जी, आई वॉज नेवर रियली लुकिंग फॉर अ रिलेशनशिप पर से. मैं कभी भी कोर्टशिप या द लैक ऑफ अ बेटर वर्ड डेटिंग में से कभी मैं रिलेट नहीं करता. मैं हमेशा बचपन में भी मैं जब कभी तस्वीर भी किया करता था इवन एज अ किड, तो इवन व्हेन आई यूज्ड टू प्ले हाउस देयर वाज ऑलवेज अ वाइफ, देयर वाज नेवर अ गर्लफ्रेंड. तो मुझे लगता है कि आई एम ग्रेटफुल टू माय पेरेंट्स जिन्होंने मुझे वो दर्शन और शायद मेरे अंदर वो सही बीज बोया. तो जब फैसला भी आया कि मुझे जो, तो सीधा कॉन्सेप्ट यही था कि मुझे शादी की तरफ बढ़ना है. और मैंने आई मेड द फर्स्ट मूव, आई कैन पुट दिस ऑन रिकॉर्ड. मैंने जब थोड़े टाइम पहले, कुछ शादी से कुछ टाइम पहले जब मैंने से आई रीच्ड आउट टू कि मैं आपसे बात करना चाहता हूँ और आई वांट टू टेक दिस फर्दर. तो उन्होंने इमीडिएटली अपनी मॉम का नंबर मुझे भेज दिया. एंड सच बात तो ये है कि विदाउट स्पीकिंग टू हर पेरेंट्स वी डिडंट इवन मीट वंस. तो फिर इनकी माता पिता से बात हुई और फिर मेरे पेरेंट्स इन्वॉल्व हुए. फिर पेरेंट्स की सहमति से हमें मिलने की भी अनुमति मिली. एंड we just got married. So actually we are getting to know each other after marriage and we are actually dating after marriage now.
देखिए, मोहब्बत शादी के बाद भी शुरू होती है, ये कहानी है. क्या बात है, बहुत अच्छा. आपका कैसा एक्सपीरियंस है? पलक जी की कहानी भी सुनना, उनका वर्षन भी सुनना है. जी और आपको कैसा लगा जब इन्होंने पहली बार प्रपोज किया आपको कि
जिस तरह इन्होंने बताया कि मेरी अपब्रिंगिंग भी बिल्कुल वैसी रही है. मारवाड़ी फैमिली को बिलोंग करती हूँ और मारवाड़ी लड़की के जो बचपन के खेल होते हैं, जैसे इन्होंने घर घर कहा, वो हाँ मेरी शादी होगी और मैं इस तरह से तैयार होगी. इट्स ऑल अबाउट शादी. संस्कार भी वैसे ही दिए जाते हैं. सो आई वाज प्रिपेयर्ड कि मेरी पेरेंट्स जब एज राइट होगी तब एक रिश्ता लाएंगे और मेरी शादी होगी. और जैसा इन्होंने कहा, डेटिंग से मैं भी रिलेट नहीं करती थी और ना ही कभी किसी और रिलेशनशिप में थी. जब इन्होंने कहा, सबसे पहली बात तो बहुत ज़्यादा रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ मैं इनका एज अ प्रोफेशनल ऑल्सो. पहले वी शेयर म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट फॉर ईच अदर एंड बहुत खुशी हुई, लेकिन ज़्यादा प्रोसेस नहीं की खुशी जब तक पेरेंट्स नहीं मिले हम दोनों के आपस में. और जब सब कुछ तय हो गया, जब हम एक दूसरे से मिले, जब बातें की, तब ऐसा लगा ही नहीं कि हम एक दूसरे को नहीं जानते. ऐसा लगा कि सदियों से एक दूसरे से नाता जुड़ा है. और अब एज वी आर ग्रोइंग इन लव, इन मैरिज, it's a privilege to know him. It's a privilege to spend day-to-day life with him. He's one of the most loving and the kindest person I've known in my life. And we're just completing a year. Day after tomorrow, it's our wedding anniversary.
So happy marriage anniversary in advance to you guys on behalf of the student and listening to you. काश हम केक लाते हैं यहाँ पर, अगर पता होता तो. बहुत खूबसूरत. देखिए, जिंदगी को आप कैसे संवारते हैं, जिंदगी को आप कैसे ले जाते हैं, उस जिंदगी का ताल्लुक आपके काम से भी बहुत होता है. ये दो चीज़ें अलग नहीं होती. उसके रिफ्लेक्शंस, जैसे मैंने कहा कि मैं कभी काम से ताल्लुक चीज़ें सुनने में इंटरेस्टेड हूँ. मैं सोशल लाइफ में इंटरेस्टेड नहीं था, ना हुई थी. इसीलिए इनकी आवाज़ में, इनकी कंपोजिशन में जो दर्द है, जो आइकॉनिक सॉन्ग बने हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि ये जो गीत हैं जो बनाए हैं, गाए हैं, ये बरसों रहने वाले हैं. ये वो सॉन्ग्स हैं जो ये नहीं कि आज हिट हो गए हैं तो 2 साल बाद खत्म हो गए. ये वो गीत हैं जो कि जब ये 60-70 साल के भी हो जाएंगे तब भी ये गाने सुनेंगे, आपको रेडियो सुनाई देंगे. ये गाने तभी बन सकते हैं जब आत्मा से आवाज़ आए और आत्मा आपकी शुद्ध हो और आत्मा उसी तरह से हो जिस तरह से स्वच्छ दोनों बच्चों की है. हमारा पूरा आशीर्वाद है दोनों के लिए. बहुत और खुश रहें आप, बहुत ऐसे ही रहें और आपकी लव स्टोरी यहाँ से शुरू हो विदाउट एनी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट. जब कहते हैं कि दोनों ने इश्क नहीं किया, कभी सुना भी नहीं, इश्क सिर्फ गानों में होता है, फिल्मों में होता है। तो मुझे अभी सबसे बड़ी अच्छी कंपोजिशन मुझे मिठुन जी की याद आती है। और मैं जब वो फिल्म देखी, प्रीमियर में फिल्म देख रहा था, तो एक बड़ी मारधार वाली वायलेंट फिल्म थी, इमोशनल हाई वोल्टेज फिल्म थी। उसमें एक गीत आया, जिस पूरी फिल्म को देखते 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 मैं लगा कि पूरे वायलेंस को एक सूदिंग इफेक्ट मिल गया, एक पुल सा बन गया उसके अंदर। और वो गीत मैंने सुना, और घर आके फिर उस गीत को फिर से सुना यूट्यूब में। दूसरे दिन मैंने पलक को फ़ोन किया कि मैं तुम्हारे मियाँ को मिलना चाहता हूँ, बात करना चाहता हूँ। तो वो थोड़ी हैरान हो गई, उनको लगा शायद कुछ साइन करेंगे या कुछ पर काम करेंगे साथ में। मैंने बोला कि मैं ही बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैं उनका फैन हो गया। तो उन्होंने मेरी बात कराई, और वो गीत इतना खूबसूरत बनाया है उन्होंने। मैं ये समझता हूँ कि वो गाना, वो गीत भी जो है बहुत बरसों में रहने वाला है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। उसके बोल भी अच्छे थे और कंपोजिशन भी बहुत अच्छी थी। सुनेंगे गीत जो मुझे बहुत पसंद है। फिर से एक बार उजड़ जाते हैं, चल तेरे इश्क में पड़ जाते हैं। एबी प्लीज। बातों का सिलसिला तो लगता नहीं खत्म होगा, वक्त बढ़ता जाएगा, तो कहीं ना कहीं तो हमें विराम लगाना पड़ेगा। बहुत सुंदर कंपोजिशन थी ये, लेकिन अब आखिर में मैं चाहूँगा एक चीज़, छोटी सी मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे। ये जो गीत है, ये अपने कंपोज किया, ये अपने सिंगर को सुनाया, तो ये गाना बना। तो जब आपने सिंगर को सुनाया तो कैसे सुनाया, वो गा के सुनाइए, वो हम चाहते हैं सुनना। आप ये भी तो देखें कि म्यूजिक कंपोजर सिंगर को कैसे गाना सुनाते हैं।
तो आमतौर से जैसे पहले भी सुभाष जी ने बात की, आई थिंक पलक ने भी इस विषय को थोड़ा सा छेड़ा कि सिंगर जो है वो कंपोजर के एक्सप्रेशन को आवाज़ देता है। तो मेरे लिए हमेशा ये होता है कि मैं जो बात उस ट्यून के द्वारा बयां करना चाहता हूँ, मैं यही कोशिश करता हूँ कि सिंगर वो उसको पकड़ ले, और फिर आई लेट द सिंगर। मैं कभी अपने सिंगर्स को कभी सफोकेट नहीं करता। पलक इज माई विटनेस पहले से ही, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है हर आर्टिस्ट जो है एक अलग दुनिया लेकर आता है अपने साथ में। सो मेरा एक बेसिक इंटरप्रिटेशन होता है कि
फिर से एक बार उजड़ जाते हैं, फिर से एक बार उजड़ जाते हैं, चलते
देखिए मैं आपको एक बात बताऊँ कि कंपोजर जब गाता है, मैं अपना एक्सपीरियंस बता रहा हूँ जो लक्ष्मीकांत बेहराजी के साथ था मेरा, कि अभी आज दिन मैंने एग्जामिनेशन में रख दिया, इसलिए मैंने गा दिया। लक्ष्मी जी, प्यारे जी, आपको बहुत कम लोगों को मालूम होगा कि प्यारेलाल जी की जो परिवार है, ये उनके भतीजे हैं प्यारेलाल जी के, और उनके जो दादा थे वो बहुत बड़े अच्छे गुणी कंपोजर भी थे, और उनके जो बेटे थे, उनके ये बेटे हैं, तीसरी जनरेशन। तो इनके डीएनए में ही म्यूजिक है, इनके आत्मा में, घर में सब जगह है। तो लक्ष्मीकांत जी, प्यारेलाल जी लक्ष्मीकांत जी खासकर गा के सुनाते थे। मैंने बहुत से गाने किए उनके साथ। मैं हमेशा लक्ष्मी जी से पूछता था, लक्ष्मी जी जो आपने गाया है वो मेरी सिंगर क्यों नहीं गाया? जो लक्ष्मी जी गाते थे उनकी आवाज़ नहीं थी, लेकिन इतना अच्छा एक्सप्रेशन देते थे हर बोल को, हर बोल को, हर शब्द को। तो सिंगर जो कंपोजर है वो दिल से गाता है, तो उसको वो पकड़ता है सिंगर्स। तो सिंगर्स का एक अपना, जैसे मैंने कहा कि हर एक का अपना अपना मिजाज होता है, सिंगर्स का टेक्सचर होता है, वो फिर उसको अपनाता है, अपना के गाता है। तो ये भी बहुत खूबसूरत बात होती है, रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन द सिंगर एंड द कंपोजर। अगर हमने ये कहें आज कि मिठुन जी से तो सुन लिया गाना, पलक जी से नहीं सुना आपने? पलक जी से गाना सुनना चाहेंगे? उनका गला बहुत खराब है, सॉरी। आज मुझे मैनेजर का फोन आया, फिर एक डॉक्टर का फोन आया, फिर एक तीसरा फोन आया कि पलक जी बिल्कुल नहीं गा सकती, कि उनका गला जो है आज रियली बहुत
सच में खराब है।
और मैं सच में खराब है, ये भी मैं मानने लगा हूँ। 3 फोन आने के बाद तो क्या हो सकता है, सच ही होगा। लेकिन आर्टिस्ट तो वही होता है कि सब मैं इंजर्ड हो गया हूँ, मेरे बाजू में खून आ रहा है, मेरे इधर खून आ रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं तलवार उठा के चलता हूँ। हमारा वो स्पिरिट हो गई, यस। इसलिए 2 लाइन, 1 लाइन ये सोचते हुए कि आपका गला जनरली खराब है।
मेरा गला जेन्युइनली खराब है, लेकिन मैं गा रही हूँ।
So sweet.